Skąd on jest, ten 4 metry?
Takiego. Jeszcze z kalendarza sama nie rozumiem. Ale to już są tylko względy niemerytoryczne. Ja wiem.
Litwa.
Jak pani mówiła, miałam podobną sytuację z tym,
I
jak
Mateusz to jest London.
niewiele się dało z tego wyciągnąć.
Tak, tak, tak. Tak? Już mamy? Szanowni Państwo, chciałbym, wczoraj witałem wszystkich Państwa, ale do nas jeszcze dzisiaj przybyli minister zdrowia Litwy, pan Aurelius Veryga. Również dołączyli do nas pan profesor Carlo Lavecchia z Mediolanu. To jest nasz wspólny współpracownik od wielu lat i
We have been working together for many years. Mateusz Zatoński of the London School of Hygiene, as well as Professor Mindaugas Telemekas, the director of the National Institute for Public Health in Lithuania. These are the people who are joining us for the first time this morning. We welcome them. And now we are launching the Second World Conference of Family Health. By opening this conference, I would like to refer to a document adopted in 2014 and signed by all nations of the world. I'm referring to the United Nations Sustainable Development Goals. These are globally defined indicators of global social progress in 17 dimensions. 169 goals are included in this set, and they are to be attained by the year 2030. Just as the Millennium Development Goals that were supposed to be attained by 2015, the Sustainable Development Goals emphasize such traditional solutions as the eradication of poverty, the promotion of health, and the promotion of education. Attaining those goals requires us to act locally, on a national level and on an international and a global level as well. This requires everyone to be active, to protect the environment, to pursue economic and social sustainable development, and it requires us to work for the benefit of peace. Those objectives are binding for all countries, both the wealthy, so-called developed countries of the world, and those countries that we refer to as the developing ones, or so-called poor states. There are many reasons why family policy should be considered essential and why the role of the family should be considered as essential in attaining those goals by the year 2030. We have to emphasize that the family is a natural and fundamental social unit of all modern, contemporary societies of the world. So in order to attain social development and in order to attain sustainable development goals, we must not overlook the role of the family. I'd like to refer to the words of the Secretary General of the UN, Ban Ki-moon. In his report published in 2010, he expressly emphasized this fact.
And the international level, the family,
he said, at the international level,
but not prioritized in development efforts. The very contribution of families to the achievement of development goals continues to be largely overlooked, while there seems to be concentrate on the fact that so far the stability and cohesiveness of communities and societies largely rest on the strength of the family. The effect, the very achievement in development goals, depends on how well families are empowered and contribute to the achievement of the goals. Thus, policies focusing on improving the well-being of families are certain to benefit the development. To jest raport sekretarza generalnego.
That is a quote from the report of the Secretary General of the UN of 2010. 5 years before the results of the Millennium Development Goals were summarized, the Secretary General noted that operational activities aimed at families are not sufficient, and they should be treated as a priority. In the subsequent report, published in 2014, on the occasion of the 20th anniversary of the International Year of the Family, the UN Secretary General directly blamed the decision makers of all countries of the world and international organizations, stating the following.
Relevant stakeholders should support data collection and research on family issues and the impact of public policy on the families, and invest on family-oriented policy and program design, implementation and evaluation. Mimo że wiele celów milenijnych,
despite the fact that many Millennium Development Goals have been attained, goals such as the minimization of economic disparities and the limitation of social and health disparities between countries and between social groups, have not been fully achieved. And they continue to plague our world. Some of the disparities have even become more pronounced, and that's why many Millennium Development Goals have been reflected in the Sustainable Development Goals that are valid between the years 2015-2030. The goals that have not been attained mainly because families were not sufficiently made part of the efforts. The UNICEF Office of Research published a report in 2018, and in that report it is emphasized that we should become more involved in operational activities and that families should be more involved, because otherwise the Sustainable Development Goals will fail to be achieved. And that is an important threat, a threat that affects the health of societies across the globe, and that affects the health of children. Developed countries and developing countries should work to attain those goals in order to prevent restricted access to health in many regions of the world. Efforts should be taken to eradicate diseases, to combat family violence, the use of psychoactive substances or sexually transmitted diseases. In many countries of the world, also in the developed countries of the world, such as the US or Poland, this, for example, leads to shorter life expectancy amongst the residents. We have studied that here in Kalisz, and Professor Zatoński, in his work, was the first one to prove it, and he included that in many papers published in leading journals of the world. Right now, the world is facing an unprecedented crisis due to the COVID-19 pandemic. And so this phenomenon will only become more pronounced due to the long-term impact of the pandemic on the economy, society, and individual lives. The family has an important role to play. In the US, where the public health system is very well organized, efforts have been taken to redefine activities meant to promote and sustain health that has been enshrined in the US Public Health 3.0 policy. That strategy emphasizes the fact that the public health leaders should be the main decision makers, working hand in hand with social partners and education system leaders leaders as well as other stakeholders, so that they are all involved in the process of creating public health policies in natural ecosystems where individuals reside. Considering the central position of the family in terms of its influence on the shaping of health and the shaping of social cohesion, the family should be the most important actor and should be the co-creator of the so-called health production. That's what it's called in public health in 21st century. It is emphasized in this document very precisely. And another thing that is emphasized is the fact that the family is still downplayed and not valued sufficiently in the health shaping process. Currently, the family is universally defined as a set of two or several people,
marriage or choice, and whose relationship is characterized by at least one of the following: social and or legal rights and obligation, affective and emotional ties and endurance, and intended endurance of relationship. Ta definicja może obejmować.
This definition can include various types of families, both multi-generation families and people living on their own, who are still influenced by family members. Social interactions show that the family is an important element of sustaining and recovering health throughout human lives, starting from the time of conception and early post-birth periods and throughout adolescence and adult life. The family is an important institution for individual health due to four basic reasons. It shapes the creation and the maintenance of individual health. It provides and takes care of the health of its members. It ensures the continuity of the family, and it ensures relationships to its members and contacts with wider groups such as religious or national groups. It also plays the role of a channel of information. It safeguards relationships, and it ensures the possibility to use the resources it has at its disposal. In recent years, in public health, we have had no wide consensus in terms of where health should be promoted. Families have often been overlooked, for example, in relevant international organization documents. The only exception were programs directed to vulnerable families at risk of pathologies. There has been no focus on family health, and that was also a result of the universal conviction that families are private entities and that nobody should interfere with the families. National institutions dealing with public life, such as family health, such as CDC of the US, focused on pathological families, overlooking the role of the family, a normally functioning family, and its influence on individual health. Surveillance and supervision is the basis of family health because it allows us to identify health problems and assess whether our activities are efficient. Most aspects related to family lives and related to health on this level are not monitored, whether we are talking about developing countries or whether we are talking about the developed ones. So the level of family relationships, the quality of interpersonal relationships, and the efficiency of problem solving, as well as the monitoring of pro-health activities, are not monitored sufficiently, including aspects such as the physical activity of family members or the quality of the meals prepared within the family. As a result, it's impossible to monitor and set health objectives that are supposed to be implemented on a local level and especially within the family, because the family is a core social unit. In order to attain the Sustainable Development Goals in countries with a well-developed health system, such as the US, there is a need to change an approach to how the goals should be pursued, and emphasis is now placed as the family as the main actor and the main driver for the implementation of public health and family health policies. It is emphasized in US documents that only this family-centered approach can help us to reverse the trend of deteriorating family health. This approach has been influenced by current social agents and by the global situation. Such factors and agents include armed conflicts and humanitarian crises that have obviously been a problem, limiting access to health and limiting the improvement of health indicators. This is also compounded by migration crisis that we are now witnessing, and so these factors distort the functioning of the family. And it's within the family where health habits are shaped and where health is produced, so to speak. These aspects have an impact on present-day generations, but they will continue to have an adverse impact on the generations of the future. And that is basically the topic of the Second World Conference on Family Health, which will be focusing on the situation of families at the times of crises and wars. And the crises also include the pandemic we are now living through. In relation to the COVID-19 pandemic, we have decided to organize this conference as a hybrid event due to the sanitary restrictions currently in place in many countries of the world, including Poland. The first World Conference on Family Health was held in 2019. In 2020, we decided not to organize the event dedicated to family health due to the pandemic. So this year we are revisiting the idea and will be discussing family health in a global perspective at a time of conflict and at a time of a crisis. Thank you very much for being here. Thank you for participating. I'd like to thank our speakers representing the most far-flung countries of the world and that specialize in family health in contemporary times. Some of them will also share their personal experience and the effects of their direct observations. They will also talk about certain events related to the infringement of fundamental human rights and genocide in the world. We'll also be discussing civilizational threats that have an impact on family health, and we'll be discussing the impact of the pandemic on family health as well. I would like to wish you fruitful proceedings, ladies and gentlemen. I hope for a lively debate, and I do hope that we'll all take back pleasant memories home with us from this event and from this day in our beautiful city and in Poland in general. Thank you very much.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen.
Welcome in Kalisz. Welcome in our new but very quickly growing university in Akademia Kaliska. I will be saying now a few words about in Polish before I come really to the end of the conference to English to give our friends and colleagues to understand us better. Jest mi specjalnie
I'm really honored
specjalną przyjemność,
and
2 lata
I'm
od
really
pierwszej
pleased
konferencji,
that
która
2
odbyła się
years after the
w
first
2019
conference,
roku, możemy
which
po raz
took place in
kolejny
2019, we can
mogliśmy, a przede
again,
wszystkim pan rektor mógł
and the
doprowadzić
rector
do
of university
kolejnego niezwykle interesującego naukowo
organize
spotkania.
this extremely
Jest
interesting
mi specjalnie
meeting.
miło
I'm really happy that
nowym kierunkiem
this new
pan
direction which has been defined by the university rector at the moment of its creation, because the university is not only the medicine, but so many other fields related to human health and medicine. It was an utmost pleasure yesterday to share the floor with such eminent personality as Professor Theodor Meron, who was born here in a different culture, different economic conditions, almost after a century managed to return to his own place, to his own family home, family town, the person that marked his name in the history of laws and history of science worldwide. Yesterday, I was really surprised that after my great attempts to talk to Professor with my broken English, I do not belong to generation speaking Oxford English, unfortunately. I realized that Professor Meron speaks beautiful Polish. So this shows the correlation of all these elements connected with his family. And I would like to say to students who now are pursuing their academic career, so they are an important place in the map of Polish science and world science. The academy in Kalisz is developing fast under the supervision of our rector. That is why I would like to welcome all the young people, and I would be very glad if such great personalities as Professor Meron could grow out of this university, and the representatives of the world science should be here thanked for joining us for this conference. Let's return to our celebration of science and learning. Here I would like to remind you that 2 years ago, and our meeting was broken and interrupted, and we were not able to keep the agenda, but we managed to continue this meeting right now, and I hope that this will become the tradition of the Academy in Kalisz. So I'm really happy and glad to be able to say everything I wanted, and I would like to ask a few persons to
wygłosić welcome reception. I would like to ask my colleagues
to speak the welcome reception
in other places than Kalisz to have short welcome address. And I will be starting with my Aurelius, how I can call you, my old friend, and in some way next generation of people working for health in Central and Eastern Europe with Dr. Aurelius Veriga, which is currently a member. I hope that Aurelius is with us, is currently a member of Parliament of the Republic of Lithuania, is former Minister of the Health in 2016-2020. And he comes from the same environment from which I am coming. These people which was trying to do something most important, using tools of public health. So Aurelius, can you say a few words to our colleagues and friends and collaborators which are today in Akademia Kaliska? Welcome.
Yes. Yes, thank you, Professor. Good morning, everyone. Good morning, dear friends, colleagues. Let me thank you for the invitation to take part in Brilliant conference, and it is a great pleasure for me to see professors like Professor Witold Zatonsky, with whom I was growing up as a tobacco control activist, and from whom I was learning how to do the public health policy. And 25 years ago, and I remember Professor calling me a tobacco control baby. And I don't know how many of you knows that of the conferences in Poland, regional tobacco control conference, to turn my professional career into public. So I'm very thankful to the professors, to those at that time who was working and doing the tremendous job which Poland definitely did in tobacco control, demonstrating not just to Polish society, to international society, that in tobacco control and evidence-based. So thank you very much, Professor Witold, to what you have done, not just to Poland, but to also international society. Looking to the program of this conference, I really liked the focus of epidemic is not over yet. Even we are putting the sentence that the end of the tobacco control epidemic, the end game. But this is not over yet. It is just getting a new phases. Is very recognizable. What we see from what is happening now, tobacco industry is trying to use doctors and researchers to speak on their behalf. And the tactic is exactly the same that was like 50 years ago used in the world. And I remember the optimism from the colleagues that we had on Framework Convention for Tobacco Control. And we were actually talking about this end game. But as I said, there are still challenges in COVID pandemic itself brought a new challenges, talking about health challenges, the challenges on mental health with the children and adults at the same time, the challenges relate to alcohol consumption or possible increase in alcohol consumption that was named by the Swedish experts and researchers. And today you will have an opportunity to discuss the possibilities to those challenges or reduce the risks, the possible risks. You have a brilliant expert. I see on my screen Professor Jürgen, who will talk about that later on. So I wish a very good conference, and thank you once again for inviting me. I'm so happy to see, even if it's on the screen, but still a very big patience and the best greetings from Lithuania to all of you.
Thank you very much, Aurelius. Thank you. So, well, my proposal is, unfortunately, as always, we are having some problem with time. So we stop welcome addresses, and every of our colleagues, starting with Jürgen and with Mindaugas and with our Polish expert, will be having possibility to make address in the beginning of presentation. So then we will be now going to the next presentation, or to the next event of our conference, which is short lecture by Professor McKee. Professor McKee is steadily friend and collaborators of our University of Academia Kaliska, and Professor McKee was just elected as president of British Medical Association, very important person in medical and scientific life in Brittany. Martin is not only our collaborators, but Martin loves Poland and Eastern Europe. However, he's by origin he's Irish. Maybe this is the reason that he's so close mentally to us. And he was member of special committee, and we will be just able to learn, which put together how this pandemia, this coronavirus pandemia, was changing our not only way of acting, but the way of thinking. So I would say, Martin, the floor is yours. Can we have Martin McKee presentation? Unfortunately.
Hello, everyone, and I'm going to talk about health and sustainable development in the light of the pandemic. The main heading, Never Again. And I'm going to be saying something about the lessons that we've learned from looking at what's been happening in Europe and to some extent further afield. To begin, I'd like to just say that this is the summary of the work that has been done in this group, the Pan-European Commission on Health and Sustainable Development. I've been very privileged to chair the Scientific Advisory Committee and also to be the main rapporteur for the project. It's a project, a team that hasn't had many people with particular expertise in health on it, but this is, I think, a good thing. It brings together two former prime ministers, Mario Monti and Helle Thorning-Schmidt from Italy and Denmark, three former presidents, a couple of health ministers, and a lot of people from international banks and civil society and elsewhere. And we just published our report a few weeks ago, and I hope some of you have had a chance to read it. So let's start by thinking about what went wrong. And here I'm going to draw on an analogy that Sandra Galea and myself and some colleagues published in the British Medical Journal last year, where we likened a country in the midst of a pandemic to a ship in a storm, or more precisely, we're looking at a set of countries being like a fleet of ships trying to get through a storm. What went wrong? What do you need to get through to the calm water on the other side? Well, you need a captain with the ability to take decisions, to be decisive, and to show leadership. Now, if you look at the countries that have done worst in the world, you can see that we had serious problems. I'll just mention in passing Donald Trump, Boris Johnson, Jair Bolsonaro, and some others, and you can see the problems that we faced. On the other hand, if you look at people like Jacinta Ardern, you can see how things can go much better when you have somebody who knows what they're doing and can take a clear view as to what needs to be done. The captain of the ship needs to have a crew in sufficient numbers, enough people to raise the sails and to take them down when needed, and to move things around on the deck, who are working together, who are adequately trained. The ships themselves need to be strong and secure. You need to have robust safety procedures, safety nets, so you don't have people wandering around the deck and falling through into the sea. You need to have a means by which the ships can communicate with one another. The countries can communicate about what they're doing, about their cases, about the research that they're doing and so on. And you need to have a system of surveillance. You need to look out to try to anticipate what's going to happen. The modelers, the people who are gathering data on the variants of the virus and so on. And crucially, you need to have a map, and you need to have the right map. Countries in the Asia-Pacific region had a map labeled coronavirus after 2003. We in Europe were using a map called influenza. So as we get into the report, we have a section which looks at the legacy of the pandemic. These are the things that we're going to have to think about going forward. The health consequences of continuing outbreaks, of future pandemics, new variants, The burden of long COVID in those countries that have had a high burden of acute infections, and the legacy of mental illness. But we need to look at the new way in which we'll be delivering healthcare. This has changed remarkably. We are seeing tremendous innovations in new models of care, with remote consultations, for example, but we're also recognizing that we need to have greater surge capacity, and we've found new ways to work together in teams, and hopefully this will continue in the future. We have a huge challenge of a lost generation of school children who have missed out on education at a crucial period in their life, and that will live with them throughout their lives. They can expect to face problems all the way through their working lives. We don't know what's going to happen to the economy. The IMF and others suggest we will bounce back quickly, but we're not sure that everybody will benefit. We're going to see changes to the built environment. Already people are looking at ways of improving ventilation, which will have an impact on other respiratory viruses. But we're also looking at people working from their home offices, active transport, and so on. The nature of work will change. We've all found that we don't need to make all of those trips, but we've also found the disadvantages of not meeting in person and of being on Zoom endlessly. And the changing role of the state. We're seeing governments retreating from globalization with strategic industries, looking at supply chain management, and looking at the role of the state and the individual whenever people decide whether they will or not be vaccinated, or they will or will not wear face coverings, for example. In the report, we are very clear that we need to make the case for health. Throughout the pandemic, there's been a debate about whether health even matters. Shouldn't we just be enjoying ourselves? Why should we be restricting our lives, even though people are getting ill and dying? And there are many arguments. I'm not going to go through them in detail, but promoting health is the right thing to do. We should do unto others what we would want for ourselves. Health is a human right, and our governments have agreed that it is on multiple occasions. We know that health is a driver of economic growth, as is education. People who are healthier contribute more in terms of participation in the labour force and productivity. Health is a factor in security. We invest in defence to protect our people from external threats in the same way we should invest in public health. And we're increasingly recognising the role of health in solidarity. Countries, communities that experience declining health create fertile ground for populist politicians who want to sow division. We need to plan ahead, but what comes next? There are so many different existential threats to humanity set out by the World Economic Forum and others. Anything can happen. From another pandemic, an asteroid strike, artificial intelligence out of control, the World Economic Forum has compiled a long list of existential threats to health. So we need a comprehensive approach to try to make sense of all of this. What we've done in doing this is we have created a model in which we put one health at the centre, the health of humans, of animals, and of the living environment, all superimposed on planetary health, both the things that we can't control, like the asteroid strike, and the things that we can control, like the loss of biodiversity. And acting on the health of us, the animals, and the living environment, we have things which make life better. And those are the prerequisites of health, going back to the Ottawa Charter: peace, clean water, food, but also newer things like digital inclusion and access to justice, as well as the threats to health, the things that damage health, which can be corruption or organised crime, or the commercial determinants of health, the tobacco industry, the alcohol industry, and so on. So here we are right in the middle, just expanding a little bit on our concept of one health, looking at the complex interrelationship and at all times looking at the threat of microorganisms that move between all three of these elements, and particularly antimicrobial resistance. So this is our model. It's in the report. I don't have time to go through it in detail, but you can see how we have the one health at the middle, acted on by the natural and the anthropogenic elements of planetary health, And all of these things that we don't want, the global bads, conflict, pollution, food insecurity, lack of shelter, disinformation, racism, and the good things, digital access, safe environments, housing, education, water, and so on. Biodiversity is our ultimate insurance policy. That's what we need if we're going to survive as a species. So what we're asking for in our report is to place One Health at the basis, as the basis of our future well-being. Within countries, we need structures and incentives and a supportive environment for coherent cross-government strategies which build on the well-established principle of health in all policies. But we need the international organizations to work together. The World Health Organization, the Food and Agriculture Organization, the Animal Health Organization, the United Nations Environment Programme. These need to develop a shared understanding of One Health, to agree common terminologies, and to create that international architecture. COVID has exploited existing inequalities. If we look at the death toll from COVID in a country like England, we can see that it maps onto the index of multiple deprivation. And we know why. In those areas where people are living in multi-generational households, who are overcrowded, who cannot work from home, who work in the have a life that is precarious, who face food insecurity, and so on. So we need to heal the fractures that weaken our society. We need internationally comparable information systems that capture the many inequalities in health and in access to care within and among populations. We need to identify those in society who are leading impoverished or precarious lives. And we need to develop and we need to implement policies that will give them security, the security that we know that underpins good health. And we need to adopt explicit quotas for representation of women, because we have seen so often that the voices of women and other groups that are often marginalized or left unheard in society are left out of the formulation and the implementation of health policy. Innovation is absolutely key. I'm speaking to you from the United Kingdom, which has done terribly badly in the pandemic. But in the area of innovation, it's done really well. We've had the recovery trial, in which a high proportion of patients with COVID were entered into a series of trials. And this demonstrated the benefits of giving people corticosteroids. It also demonstrated that chloroquine was not effective as a treatment. It was the system that saw the development of the Oxford AstraZeneca vaccine. The Open Safely study, where the data on patients with COVID was brought together, and we were able to identify who was at greatest risk and who wasn't, using observational, non-experimental data to generate hypotheses that could be tested by others. So we need to have innovation at the heart of our response going forward. And that means that we need to have research with a purpose. We need to be able to identify the gaps in research, the neglected diseases. We shouldn't have neglected diseases. We shouldn't need a drugs for neglected diseases program, because there should be no neglected diseases. The neglected populations, the communities that are left out of the clinical trials, the communities that we call hard to reach when we really mean that we haven't tried hard enough to reach them. And we need to fill these gaps. We need to work in partnership. We need to work with the private sector. The private sector has played a crucial role. But we should not have a situation where essentially we're paying twice, where the public sector is paying for the research that allows the innovation to take place, and then the private sector is reaping the benefits. Mariana Mazzucato and others have talked about how we need to share the risks and the benefits between these two sectors. And we need to make sure that when we do innovate, we make a difference. We need to have learning systems that adopt innovation rapidly. There is no point in having a new piece of information that can save people's lives published somewhere but never taken up, or where there is no mechanism for a health system to get those ideas into practice. This is another area where we should never be in the same situation again. Intensive care units that were overwhelmed, staff that were burnt out, experiencing moral injury where they felt guilty because they knew they could not give people the treatment that they wanted to give them. These are scenes that we saw across many European countries in the early days of the pandemic. So we need to invest in strong and resilient health systems. We need more money for the systems, but we can't just put the money into it. We need to make sure that the money is spent appropriately. And that means, in particular, strengthening and investing in the health workforce. Some countries, like the United Kingdom, thought that they could build hospitals rapidly, the Nightingale hospitals, take a conference centre and fill it full of beds and ventilators. But that's completely pointless if you don't have the staff there. And you cannot just go down to the local labour exchange and find skilled, trained staff if you haven't invested in training them to begin with. We need to work hard to bring health and social care closer together. In many countries, we saw the Cinderella area of social care just ignored, and as a consequence, we saw people essentially being left to die, with COVID going through care homes, residential facilities, looked after by staff who were paid very little and who had inadequate supplies of personal protection equipment. And we need to prioritise prevention, because we know that it was those people with complex chronic diseases like diabetes that were most vulnerable when the pandemic came. But all of these things, well, they're great ideas, but how do we actually make them happen? Well, the first thing we need to do is to create an environment that promotes investment in health. Too often when health departments go to their finance ministries, or when governments go to international financial institutions like the IMF, they're told off for spending money on health. And yet we now see that it's far more expensive if you haven't invested. So we make proposals to change accounting systems to promote investment, to incorporate health and health risks into economic forecasts, to include health when we're assessing the financial resilience of a country. A country cannot claim to be resilient financially, to have all the systems right in its banking system, if it is weak in terms of its ability to resist a pandemic. We need to support investment in global public goods, and we need to increase the share of development finance spent on health. Now, there's a lot in this slide, but we develop these ideas much more in the report. And we do the same with another set of recommendations, where we talk about how we can improve health governance at the global level. We're proposing a global health board under the auspices of the G20. Why the G20? Because that's where the money is. We're basing this idea on what happened after the financial crisis, which led to the G20 being created. And it created a financial stability board. And this board was able to demand that central banks were prepared for a financial crisis, that they had invested, that they had liquidity. And one of the consequences of this was that during the pandemic, we didn't have a global economic crisis, which we could easily have had. And the Financial Stability Board, which liberated the necessary money when it was needed, that made it possible for the banks to be recapitalized. That was crucial. But when it came to health, well, yes, governments did find money, but it would have been made much easier if we had had a global mechanism in place, and that's what we're calling for. We need a pandemic treaty. I think everybody agrees that. But this is one which holds governments to account at the same time as supporting those in need. It's the fundamental principle that each should contribute according to their ability, and each should be supported according to their needs. And we need a global pandemic vaccine policy that enables availability of vaccines for everyone, and also that those vaccines can get from the laboratory into people's arms so that they actually make a difference. So my concluding thoughts are, that in our report we've set out a very ambitious agenda. We know that it's not going to be easy, but if it's going to work, countries will have to accept shared sovereignty for the greater good. Now you think, why would they do this? But they already do it in many areas. They do it in areas like nuclear and biological weapons. They do it in international finance. There are much stronger regulations against counterfeit banknotes than against counterfeit medicines. They do it with the law of the sea. So all we are asking them to do is to take the same sort of measures when it comes to health, so that they come together to protect us all wherever we live on this planet. It's the only planet we have, because we will have more and more threats, and in particular those that are arising from what we're doing to this planet. And we need to be prepared next time so that we really can come out of this and say to ourselves, never again. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Martin. This was Professor Martin McKee from London, especially for us. It will be published in our famous Journal of Health and Inequality. I invite everybody to put your contribution to our journal and publish in December. It will be Polish and English version, as just Martin was presented us. So we are under tough time pressure, so we must go quickly from London to Toronto. And I don't know if you know that in Toronto it's now 3 o'clock. Can we have Jürgen? Hello.
Yes, I'm here.
Are you here? So, welcome, Jürgen. I am so sorry that you must stand up so early. It is very heroic, and I understand that you are ready for your presentation. And Jürgen Rehm is very special person. Is this what is going on with techniques? Some interference? Hello?
Hello?
Jürgen, we are hearing you very well, so I say only a few words. I would like that you are a marvelous person, that you are very great scientist.
I'm here.
Oh. Presentation, and Jürgen Rehm is very special person. Is this what is going on with it's easier with London,
Okay,
not Toronto.
I will start my presentation now. I hope you can hear me.
Yes, yes.
Can you hear me?
Yes, very well.
Okay.
You can start, but remember you have 25 minutes. Go, Jürgen,
Okay.
go. I will be saying
I will
nice
now
words
start
about you
my
later.
presentation. It is about alcohol and health in Central and Eastern EU countries.
I will start my presentation now.
And I will speak about the status quo and alcohol control policies.
You can start, but remember you have 25 minutes.
Okay, I will remember 25 minutes. So the next slide is about alcohol consumption in Central and Eastern EU countries. Okay, and you see here the World Health Statistics for 2019. That's the latest available data. And we see that among the countries with the highest APC, you really have lots of countries.
The next slide is about alcohol consumption,
Which
in about Eastern, Central, and Eastern EU countries. Okay.
you basically see that Czechia is currently leading all of the countries in alcohol consumption, followed by Latvia, and then the other countries in the Eastern and Central Europe are coming very, very close. Remember, we have about 200 countries, And those 5 countries, which I will focus on, are all in the top 25 of the countries with alcohol consumption. Remember that the data here are data on adult per capita consumption in liters of pure alcohol. We are not speaking only about recorded consumption, but we are including unrecorded consumption. Now I will try to show you what we learned about consumption here. Well, overall, the WHO European region is the WHO region with the highest alcohol per capita consumption in the world. And the Central and Eastern EU countries are amongst the highest globally. We've just seen that. That is the result of several developments. Russia and surrounding countries, which had been leading, reduced their drinking than the Eastern and Central European region. China, which had been rumored to go up or predicted to go up, did not go up because they actually also reduced their alcohol consumption due to the anti-alcohol campaign. And in the Western European countries, alcohol consumption also decreased. Not clear what happened during COVID, but not all of the data are in yet, but we expect problems. In recent analysis, Lithuania had one of the highest increases in decreases in life expectancy. Lithuanian men in 2020 decreased their life expectancy by 2.2 years. And alcohol has been playing a role there. So, this is a slide on pure alcohol per drinker. Again, you see that overall, these countries are very high within Europe, although they're not the highest. In Eastern Europe, there are way more people who drink heavily because there are also more abstainers. And suddenly, when we speak about drinking per drinker, a country like Turkey also comes in, where there's not a lot of alcohol per capita, but a lot of alcohol per drinker. So we'll have to take those things into consideration as well. I now go into the alcohol attributable harm. Basically, what you see, there is a gradient from west to east. The more you go into the east of the WHO European region, the more alcohol attributable harm there is. And this is based on the SAFER report, and we are currently redoing these data, but it will show very similar results. And why is it so important? Well, I'm showing you a famous picture by Alexander Nemtsov. It is the example on Russia. Alcohol consumption and life expectancy basically were a mirror image of each other. Whenever alcohol consumption went up in Russia, life expectancy went down. And the correlation between the two was 0.9, very high. And now you're saying, well, this is Russia. You were talking about the Central and Eastern European countries. But our analysis show very similar results for the Baltic countries. And the analysis for Lithuania clearly showed that alcohol use was associated with a higher relative risk for disease than in Western European countries. I will show a similar picture later in the presentation when I speak about the policies. And this includes a high relative risk for CVD due to binge drinking patterns. So alcohol in this region is way more important than in other regions. So what can we do? We've shown that alcohol is actually making a huge difference in Central and Eastern European countries with regard to health. Well, the good news is we can do something. The bad news is we do not do it often enough. This is alcohol control policies in 2019 and 2016. The lighter bar is 2019. And you basically see that every country is doing things on drink driving. But when it comes to pricing policy, when it comes to taxation, most countries do not do enough. And the Eastern and Central European countries are participating and could do more, even though we've heard that there had been efforts, for example, in Estonia, in Lithuania during when Aurelius was health minister. But overall, there's not enough. And if you look into the next slide, you will see the picture of the proportion of tax in the final price for all alcoholic beverages. Just to give you a comparison, for tobacco, the regional average is about 75%. So when you buy a pack of cigarettes, 75% of the price will go to the state. However, for alcohol, this is not the case. In most countries and for most beverages, there's way less than 75%. And for some of the alcoholic beverages, for example, for wine, there is no tax at all. This is a very telling picture. It also says that basically we do have a situation where we are doing 20-30% overall of alcohol being taxed, and in the West it's way, way less. So what is the situation overall in the WHO European region? The mean of what you pay for taxation in the European region is 14% for beer, 6% for wine, and 31% for spirits. For tobacco, this is 69%. And the median are even lower numbers. So what we did is we modeled what would be if we increase taxation to a moderate 25% of all alcoholic beverages sold outside of premise. So the tax share should be at least 25%, and more than that, all ethanol should be equally sold. So people cannot drink beer because of the spirits tax being low, being high, or vice versa. It would still be way less compared to tobacco. And we did that calculation, which will appear in the next 2 or 3 weeks in Lancet Regional Health. And we found that with this simple taxation increase, we could save 23,000 deaths every year in WHO European region. And it's not only WHO European region. We could also save in the region I've been talking about, the Central and Eastern European countries. So basically, these are the numbers. In Poland, we could save 1,300 lives, or a word of 1,300 deaths in 1 year. In Latvia, 147. In Lithuania, 117. In Estonia, 81. And in Czechia, 500. And here you see where those deaths would be saved. And you see overall that it is cardiovascular diseases and other categories, mainly alcohol use disorders, alcohol poisoning, where most of the deaths would be saved. So, are these predicted effects real? This is a modeling study. I will now present some of the results for Lithuania, which we have done in an NIAAA project, which is co-directed by Mindaugas Telemakas and myself, and it's funded by the US government. So I'll start with a similar, with a slide, which is showing again life expectancy. It's from the Health Research Institute in Lithuania. And you see the impact of different alcohol control policies. You're seeing that whenever we strengthened alcohol control, life expectancy was going up and poisoning and was going down. Whenever alcohol control was liberalized, for example, by allowing more time where alcohol could be bought, more availability, life expectancy went down and alcohol poisoning rates went up. And you see that these kinds of relationships were not only in the 1990s or in the years 2000, they were continued until now. And I'll give you one example of a policy which was done very recently. It is the 2017 tax increase, where excise tax in Lithuania was increased by 112% for beer, by about the same percentage for wine, and by 23% for spirits. And when we looked into that, and this is from a publication of the project in addiction, we found 1,452 deaths avoided in 1 year only after the tax was introduced. And that's quite a lot for Lithuania. And this means that the actual deaths avoided were way higher than the ones which were predicted from our model. So this is the mortality overall in Lithuania and the secular trends. Mortality overall had been going down until the COVID infection. As I said earlier, it has been going up now, unfortunately, and life expectancy has been decreasing and mortality has been increasing, at least for men in Lithuania. And you see in the red dotted line that this tax increase has actually contributed and has shifted a downward slope even more. So then we were told, okay, but you increase the taxes, but you will lose money. That was not the case. Here you see how much money the Lithuanian government got, and you basically show that overall millions have been gained for government by this tax increase. So there's no reason why governments should not increase excise taxation. They will do something for their health, something for their finances. And the alcohol policy is especially necessary also because of COVID-19. I'm showing you a slide from 73 million US patient records, and you can see that heavy drinking and alcohol use disorders have actually fueled the COVID epidemic in the US, and the same because there's biological reasons, weakening the immune system and having alcohol-attributable diseases contributing, they lead to more COVID cases than you would expect without alcohol. And overall, we have, from a meta-analysis and a systematic review, a clear view that unfortunately during COVID, while the overall alcohol consumption went down in many countries, the heavier drinkers were increasing. And those are the drinkers which are mainly represented in the alcohol-attributable diseases, the alcohol-attributable deaths, and in the weakening of the immune system. So overall, we expect more deaths due to alcohol, due to COVID, and for that reason, alcohol control policies should be strengthened. So what is my conclusion? First of all, alcohol use is comparatively high in the Central and Eastern EU countries. In fact, the two countries with the highest alcohol consumption in the world in 2019, that's the last data, the last year when we had data from all of the countries, were in this region. And in this region, it causes a high burden of disease, higher than in other EU countries. However, while we have high alcohol use and associated burden in this region, we also have alcohol control policies which could change this. And Lithuania has demonstrated that the application of availability restrictions, of a ban of marketing, and of taxation increases has actually led to a lot of lives saved. However, alcohol taxation increase and other pricing policies, even though there had been some good signs in Estonia and in Lithuania especially, are still underutilized, and they're way, way lower than in tobacco. Even if we moderately increase, we could save many lives. And this is especially important during COVID. Unfortunately, during COVID, there had been a tendency in many countries to declare alcohol an essential good and to loosen alcohol policies. Unfortunately, we can see that in those countries where it was really loosened, the US, the UK, Canada, actually alcohol increased and alcohol attributable deaths increased as well. So we have to do this, and we have to stop this trend and take care of alcohol control policies and implement more, and taxation should go first because it is a win-win situation. We win for health and we win for finances. Thanks a lot for your attention.
Thank you very much, Jürgen. It was excellent presentation. I was learning a lot from your presentation, and I will be just starting my presentation, which I hope you will be as well critically analyze. I was not having time to say a few words about Jürgen. Jürgen is an extraordinary person in any dimension. So to say all what I wish to say about Jürgen, it will be taking 30 minutes, but sorry, Jürgen, I don't have 30 minutes. So I have very nice short summary. Professor Jürgen Rehm is senior scientist in the Institute of Mental Health Policy Research and Campbell Marital Family Health Research Institute at CAMI in Toronto. This is a very famous institute which have huge expertise in all what is connected with psychological health and addiction, especially alcohol. This is absolutely leading institution. But Jürgen is leading institution in alcohol control in Europe. Jürgen spent dozens, I will be not telling how many dozens in Europe, but not only in Europe. And he was for 10 years very closely connected with Poland, doing together our famous project in which Jürgen was helping us with this alcohol part. And nowadays, Jürgen was invited us with Stanikas to be part of this Baltic country plus Poland program, which we are just starting to realize. So Jürgen, thank you very much. I'm sorry that you were standing so early, but I hope that it was worth, that it was very important for us and for our conference. So telling this, I probably now will be going to my presentation, which is showing what is going on. Well, very in some way connected with this what Jürgen was just presenting. Can I have my slides? I will be speaking much more from historical perspective. This is what Jürgen was just showing us. It is status of situation in last years. From historical perspective, situation in Poland is much more diverse than in other Baltic countries, or in other Baltic countries and in Russia, they are diverse than in Poland. Situation, unfortunately, in this part of world, in this part of Europe, not only politicians are illiterally from point of view of health, but as well public. So education and action is so important because health became to be our worst part of our situation. I will be just showing you few pictures which are documented this. Unfortunately, Poland, after first decade in 90s, Poland was country in which health gain was fantastically. Jürgen was just saying that life expectancy increased 2 years in Lithuania. In Poland, in 90s, life expectancy increased 5 years. In 90s, health development was going fantastically, fabulous in Poland. And I was very proud because it was very strong connected, for example, with tobacco control. Unfortunately, in the last years, we have very dramatic development. If you take very simple indicator, so-called yearly deaths, that you will be noticed that the first in Poland, and between 1985 and 2002 in Poland, consumption of alcohol was freezing. They was coming from this Solidarność law, which was done by Polish Parliament in 1982. Anyway, we was having freezing consumption of alcohol until 2002, and from 2002, we have huge increase in alcohol consumption. So with measuring alcohol consumption population is very complicated. This is recorded. This is by all adult 15 plus. So they are only indicators. They are not really giving you very precise information about consumption, but giving you some information which if you do properly, you can learn a lot. And after this increase of consumption, we notice linear growth of alcohol attributable mortality. And we was showing this, publishing in Lancet, in JAMA, once again in Lancet, once again in very important journals. So this alcohol health disaster is very good documented from epidemiological point of view. Well, so unfortunately, if you look to this, and I will be next showing you a picture, this number of deaths which our statistical office is noticed in the last period is really, is this going? No, it's not. Anyway, you see that, no, can we go? I am not able to use this to, okay, but you see that in the 2002, the number of Poles which died was 359,000. But in 2090, it was 409. So this increase of annual deaths in Poland was tremendous. Unfortunately, after this increase of or the decline of health, Poland was, as in other countries, having pandemic of COVID, which was once again making numbers of yearly deaths plus 70,000. So once again, numbers of deaths was dramatically going up. So health is very important. If you would like to have a nation which is harmonically developed, have proper human development, you must have not only per capita increase, economic growth, not only education increase. And this is what we have in Poland in the last 20 years or 30 years. Unfortunately, we have huge problem with health. The best indicator, summary indicator, which is showing this, is life expectancy. Historically, health transformation was much later in Poland than in Sweden or in UK. So you see that the last, well, I am not able to show, this pointer is not working. So if you see this last part of this line, no, in this direction, don't disturb my, I need indicator not changing picture. The last part of this picture is showing health transformation in Poland starting much later, 100 years later, than in Sweden or in UK. You must notice that still after war, the life expectancy in Poland was only 50 years. In this time, if you look to if you look to Sweden, and this is develop of life expectancy in different countries, and you see that in Sweden, do we have pointers? Can I have pointer? So you see that in Sweden, life expectancy is steadily going up. And then if you... No to ja robię to. Podtrzymać, aha, i ta kula, no, że ona nic nie pokazuje. Dobrze. If you are looking carefully, that you see that increase of life expectancy in Sweden is continuously. From 1945 until now, every year life is growing. Unfortunately, in Eastern and Middle European countries, and much more dramatic in Russia, we have some disturbance. In Russia, life expectancy in the beginning of 90s was declined 5 years. Similarly, this is what's happened in Poland is very much different from situation in Sweden, but as well in Korea, in South Korea. So if we are looking carefully to crude overall mortality, annual number of all deaths per 100,000 situation in Poland in the last 20 years, but generally very interesting how it was for the beginning after the Second War. So if you look to the last part of this slide, that you see that until 2002, the annual crude death rates from 2002, from 940, is growing to 1,065 per 100,000. So tremendous, dramatically loss of lives. Unbelievably. And this is connected with increase in alcohol consumption, with exposition to alcohol. So it's alarm. We must do something. This is exactly what Jürgen was showing, that that's the same phenomenon is in Lithuania, but going down. Exposition is going down, life expectancy is going up. So this is what's happened in Poland. It's absolutely not... We can accept this. So this is numbers. So numbers are really, once again, shocking. We have additionally, we have excess death from alcohol diseases, nearly more than 50,000. It is disaster. So if we analyze this all causes mortality, taking short period, that you see that after 1990, after democratization, after what we was calling democracy is healthier, in which life it was health gain. Life was improving. Since 2002, year in which consumption of alcohol was growing, health is declining in Poland. It's declining quite dramatically. Okay, I don't have enough time to go slowly with you through this whole picture, but you can do this as we publish this. But I am happy as well to share this with you. So what's happened, that after this, if you look to 2002, without indicator, not easy, so you see that from 2002 we have increase of absolute number of deaths, for example, which was in the last year jumping, and this is connected with Professor Chavez. You not this one. This one, well, oh, now I'm happy, I hope. So you look here, 2002, dramatic increase, and 2020, COVID, another decrease. If you put together two disasters which we are now observing in Poland, increase in alcohol-connected death plus virus, we have increase in number of deaths 110,000 yearly between year 2000 and 2020. This is something which must be controlled. Unfortunately, we are not doing very well with COVID either. So this is another documentation of this phenomenon which I was just showing. What is going on with alcohol history? So usually we are saying that Poland was always drinkers' country, or that we was drinking a lot of alcohol. This is not true. If you compare level of alcohol consumption in France in 1960 or 70, they was drinking 25 liters per capita per year. In this time in Poland, it was only 5, 6, 7. So we was compared with alcohol diseases, with liver cirrhosis, as I was student was calling French diseases, which much, much higher in France than in Poland. What's happened is not that we was always drinking. Well, this is some secret to go or to 50-50. Okay, so if you look to abstinence, do you know how many people are abstinent in Poland? Guess. 30% of Polish population, they declare they don't drink alcohol. And if I remember my younghood, woman was not drinking. They was drinking only in Hochzeit, or how you call in other familiar, but woman was very little exposed to alcohol. This is what we must remember, that history is changing. So you see here, after we became to be socialistic, and we are dreaming then all that we have all available, and what we was having available was potato, sausages and vodka and cigarettes. So you see here how it is good going. And guys from Kielce was making big business, producing alcohol or beefsteak of all these things which are unfortunately unhealthy. So you see that we was having huge increase in alcohol consumption from something 2 liters in 1950 to nearly 10 in 1980. You see here. Then we was having this period of decline. This is Solidarność movement, which was freezing increase and decline of consumption of alcohol in Poland. And then after this, and of course not every people from another country is knowing history of alcohol drinking in Poland, which is completely different than in Lithuania or in another country. So we was having fantastic health situation in beginning of 90s in Poland. We was leader of health gain in the world. But what's happened then, capitalism was coming. And market economy, power of market. So consumption of alcohol was going from 7 or 6 to 12, nearly double. And this is what we are now able to see results in health indicators. So this is history, and to understand what is going on without measuring history is not possible. So as we was after this increase of consumption make some first our publication in Lancet, that you see that we notice linear increase of mortality rates from alcohol attributable fraction. You see this very strong increase here, yeah? The next one, yeah, I am making, so then we was making another, because my colleagues don't believe in in this which we was publishing. So we was making another publication. And this was as well published in Lancet, or no, in JAMA. And we was showing that mortality, whole attributed to alcohol, is quite dramatically growing in Poland. Then we was making another publication, Lancet publication, in which, and this is from scientific point of view, this is why I am now, Poles drinking a lot make me famous, because they publish my paper now, in which I am reported what they are consequences of increasing consumption. So you see that liver cirrhosis was dramatically growing. So the best example for this is that in 2002, we was noticed in Poland 100 deaths from alcohol liver cirrhosis in women. But in 2020, we have in Poland 1,300 cases of alcohol liver cirrhosis in women, from 100 to 1,000 plus. So it is showing, and there are some extra so-called, I am able to destroy any mechanical things from childhood. Anyway, this is this story of liver cirrhosis, which is very interesting scientific from point of view of science, but dramatic from public health point of view. So the next, but people were saying only you are publishing these papers connected with increase of alcohol-dependent deaths. No, there is another group which was publishing some time ago, so we have many new evidence showing this dramatic increase in alcohol attributable diseases in Poland. Unfortunately, in the last years, we notice as well decline of life expectancy. You see this last part of this picture. I don't like to speak today about COVID. Genera will be doing this, I hope, publishing some papers in near future, because COVID is another disaster in Poland. We are not, because our tools, our institution, Sanepid, was not having money, not having computer, not having people, so they was not able properly do with controlling COVID, and you see how it is going. People are speaking about 4 waves. I don't know which one is 4, but we have 1 peaks, one in the middle of November, the second in the middle of March, and probably now we will be another peak, but at a little lower than this peak in November. But this is not my topics. Kasia will be showing us much more. I don't like to go further. This is another COVID. This is for you, Minister of Finance. I will be not speaking about this. Once again, this is map of health illiteracy in Poland, similar as in UK, as Martin was showing. So you see here that in the east part of Poland, people are health illiterate. They don't understand how things are going, so they are not having vaccination. We have still, Genera was telling me that 30% of population age 80 plus, my age group, was not vaccinated. What it means? That they were dying, because COVID, until now, is terminal diseases. If somebody in my age have COVID, he will be dying. And this is why I am trying to be far from you. And I am saying, you are very intelligent people because you have masks. couples. Some yes, some not. They don't believe in virus. And this is, of course, having nothing to do with science. This is something very difficult to understand. Death in old age is inevitable. I will be dying, but thanks God, maybe next 10 years, if I don't meet with virus, and I will be not drinking every day 1 bottle of vodka. Conclusion. I am not able to make conclusion. Senators are able maybe to do this, but really we need in this country conclusion. We must do something that consumption of alcohol will be declining immediately, or we would like to be unhealthy country in the world. Once again, situation is still comparable to another country, but much worse than it was 20 years ago. So it is not that we are number one, but we are in the group of countries with the highest risk, so we must change this. Thank you very much for your attention, and thank you. Zamykamy i przerwa. Nie, dyskusja. Okay, so we don't finish with Andrzej. We have our commentators. I hope that they are ready. Who will be first making? Carlo, you are first in the picture. Can you start reflection, conclusion to this group of presentation? Carlo is marvelous friend. He's the best epidemiologist, cancer epidemiologist in the world, together with me. And my best friend, Carlo, go ahead.
Well, thank you, Vitor. Congratulations to all the speakers. That was very interesting. What probably I learned this morning is the importance of a unified and organized management of disease, which was in most countries largely missing for COVID. So what we have to learn in the future, both for the epidemics, and we will have in the future in other epidemics, humans have had the fights against viruses for a million years, so we can expect it in the near or long-term future in other epidemics. But we have learned, or we should learn, to be more organized and essentially guided in a structured way, which can be open to discussion. We have, for instance, the example of Sweden, which adopted a relatively open policy to manage COVID. Sweden was able to limit the consequence of COVID at a level lower than several other European countries, including Italy and the United Kingdom, without changing policy. Another aspect we should learn from this terrible year and a half is a better organization of family medicine, medicine in the territory, which was lacking or inadequate, even in countries like Italy or like the UK, which had world-class National Health Service, or that was National Health Service, but they collapsed in front of such an unexpected, because the problem was that such an event was unexpected by two serve which every year arrived at the limit of possibility of management for even common condition like viral pneumonias in the the other point, which is policy of health, is the control of tobacco and the control of alcohol. The control of tobacco has been going on with more or less success in several European countries, most European countries, with different time frames, with unjustifiable delays, but thanks to personalities like Witold, even in countries which started later, several successes have been made. What I see with optimism for tobacco and also for alcohol, but for alcohol, the issue, as we will see, is different in Mediterranean countries as in Central and Northern Europe. But what I see as a favorable pattern is that the young now smoke much less than previous generation. We have a prevalence of smoking around age 20 in Italy, which is less than 20% of men and women. And nobody's so stupid to start smoking after age 20. So this generation, the generation born this century, when will be in middle age, will have only a residual number of smokers. So what we have to do now is to stress the importance of stopping smoking about current smokers, which is the key point. And in this sense, probably across Europe, taxation is the key point, because all the possible restrictions in most countries have already been adopted. Witold mentioned and discussed the dramatic problems of alcohol in some areas of Central, and also we know of some areas of Northern Europe. We will see that the pattern is totally different in Southern Europe, where in fact no legislation measure was taken. So my view on alcohol is that apart from legislation, apart from prices, and so on and so forth, there are strict cultural motivation to drink alcohol, essentially because alcohol addiction is much rarer than tobacco addiction. If you smoke even a few cigarettes per day, you become an addicted, while most alcohol users, even moderate to intermediate alcohol users, are really not addicted. It's a sort of attitude. And so there, the strategy may be different or can be different in various countries. Certainly, a control of distribution, control of prices or increase of prices in the situation where alcohol has been and is increasing in a dramatic pace is something important that Jürgen Witold stressed. But I would mention different patterns and different attitudes which have taken place in southern and Mediterranean areas over the last 4 decades, and we will discuss this later after my short talk. Thank you again, Witold, for inviting me. It is very important and very interesting.
Thank you very much. Can I ask Mindaugas?
Yes, of course.
Yes, can you say a few words? But remember that people are waiting for lunch, so for coffee break.
Very brief in my comments. I really liked what Professor McKee said about the shared solidarity and the need for shared solidarity in the field of health. There were some international examples presented there. I think we have quite a good example from the tobacco control. It's FCTC, Framework Convention in Tobacco Control, which might be a good example to follow for the alcohol field. Of course, we all can see a lot of challenges here that might arise when reaching such an international agreements. It's really, but we definitely need more international agreements in tobacco control. Why? Because, well, tobacco is a very international problem, and also to tobacco and alcohol lobbying, which learns one from another. And sometimes not only national examples matter. We need also to follow international rules. I will elaborate more on what Professor Jürgen Rem was telling from our region, and specifically on Lithuania, so I will not comment too much here, but I was very happy to see some of the slides, what the professor showed, continue elaborating on those in my presentation in the afternoon. Regarding COVID crisis, I think well, even though this is a very sad story for many countries, but this is also an example showing how quickly the health indicators and the overall mortality might increase when something bad is happening. And at the same time, this is also a reminder to all of us that alcohol control is also such a similar phenomenon, because it in populations and societies which has a high level of alcohol consumption, so those also, well, alcohol also quite quickly might result in worsening of epidemiological situation, in increasing the mortality, or in contrary, might quite quickly improve the public health situation, which also an example comes from Lithuania, where Lithuania quite significantly improved the situation, and some critics says that okay, it might not be only alcohol, etc. Of course, it's not, but alcohol is a significant risk factor that benefits to improving life expectancy in different societies and in Lithuania. So I will stop here. Thank you very much for having me here.
Thank you very much, Matteo. Matteo?
Here, thank you. I'll be very quick.
Matteo is historian, political science specialist, public health specialist, and my son.
In order of importance. So I'll be very quick to let everyone see. Just a few quick reflections. So we heard today about those 3 ongoing crises or ongoing pandemics, very much from a European perspective. We've heard of one pandemic.
And he speaks Oxford English, not as me.
That hopefully we're seeing weakening in Europe, namely the tobacco smoking pandemic. Jürgen in much detail about one pandemic that is very much ongoing and differ between different countries, namely the alcohol pandemic. And we saw from Witold how the situation in a country like Poland is actually deteriorating still today. A new, or maybe rather recurring pandemic, namely the infectious disease pandemic, in this case, the COVID pandemic. how important appropriate policy tools are in shaping each of those health crises or diseases. Point two is something Vitold also mentioned. So the power of the market, the fact that at least 2 out of 3 of those pandemics we're talking about, social pandemics. They are the tobacco and alcohol pandemic. They're pandemics driven by very powerful commercial interests trying to sell their product as widely as possible. Where I work, the University of Bath in the UK, what we do is we monitor those what we call commercial determinants of health, in which the corporate sector affects our health, and what are the best ways to control and regulate it appropriately. I wanted to point out, we had very much a European perspective this far, but of course this is a world conference, and I know we will hear from speakers from other countries as well. I wanted to point out is that from the tobacco point of view, in Europe, we often see it as a problem that's largely solved, where the situation is improving. But if we look at some of the poorest countries in the world, especially in the World WHO African region, we see the numbers of smokers actually increasing. And mentioned the tactics of the tobacco industry that it used in Europe to promote its products, its aggressive marketing, the highly addictive products, regulation with any means. And we see all of those tactics repeated now in a lot of the low and middle income countries, especially, as I said, the African region, sometimes also fighting back against regulation in ways that are illegal. And recently we published a report showing how British American Tobacco, one of the world's biggest tobacco producers, has bribed officials in Zimbabwe, has been trying to bribe officials from Robert Mugabe's party in order to secure policy advantage. So it's all things we have seen in Europe and North America before, but now we see them recycled in the poorer countries, where the tobacco industry is really targeting with their products. So the one point I'd like to make in the conclusion is that as we focus on those new challenges in health, such as the COVID pandemic globally, it's important that we don't abandon progress on the existing challenges, especially in countries that have less resources to deal with them at the moment. And as Jürgen mentioned, the different pandemics can actually fuel each other. And for instance, alcohol drinking or the health impact of tobacco can actually make a country worse prepared for an infectious disease such as COVID. I think there's this importance of treating all those pandemics, or rather a syndemic, pandemics that interact with each other and add to each other in their health burden, and taking this global picture on how to tackle them, not just focusing on them from a high-income country perspective. So that's those are my reflections on this great panel and great presentations today morning.
Thank you, Matteo. Jürgen, if you have still 3 minutes, if you have hot comments, I sure that you have something special, and we will be having as well later more time, because as I mentioned, our time is finished. Jürgen, start. Oh, Jürgen is no more with us. Then coffee is waiting for you. Thank you very much for your patience, and thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thanks, Mindaugas. Thanks, Carlo.
Thank you, Mateusz.
I stay here mute. Thanks. Nel 100° di evento in 50 anni. Quanti anni? In N anni. Però c'è. Shall I mute him or Peter? Just let me know when I should start talking.
Kinga just wrote to me that there seems to be some technical.
Hello, can you hear me now? Yes, great. Thank you.
Yes, we can hear you.
Yes, perfect. So thank you very much. I welcome you on the second session, recent development on health situation in Central European countries. And because we are a bit late, I would like to ask for a lecture Professor Carlo Lavecchia.
Well, thank you. Thank you, Professor Zatonska. Thank you, Victor, for inviting me. And thank you all for your attention. I'm going to present a partly different story on alcohol of what has been given by Vitold an hour ago, because the current trends in Southern Europe and in Italy particularly, but France is very similar, Spain is relatively similar, and also Greece is relatively similar, are quite different from the patterns in Central and Northern Europe. So if we go back to the 70s, 60s, 70s, and 80s, alcohol consumption in Italy, but also in France, was the highest in Europe. You see here the disappearance data from FAO, and in fact, in the 60s and 70s, the liters of ethanol per day per adult per day, were in fact higher than those reported by FAO, because there was a lot of auto-consuming, so people consuming or selling their own wine, while now this phenomenon has virtually disappeared. So the real decline from about 20 liters per ethanol per adult per day to about 4 or 5, now they are about 4, has been probably higher in the 60s and 70s. The real consumption was probably around 25 to 30 liters of ethanol per adult per day. The other issue is that alcohol consumption in Italy has always been regular. So a lot of alcohol was used during meals. Was also substantial consumption outside meals, but the idea is that most used to drink alcohol and essentially wine, both at lunch and at dinner. So one of the reasons for the substantial fall in alcohol consumption in Italy has been very simple. Has been the fact that due to different working conditions, now we have to work with different rates and different charges as 30 or 40 years ago. Essentially, nobody drinks at lunch now, and so alcohol consumption has been cut by 50% just by eliminating alcohol at lunch. But that's not the only explanation of a phenomenon. Certainly also alcohol consumption outside meals has decreased, and the new generation drinks much less. We have other measures which are generally consistent. This is measures based on interviews from 86 to 2016. You see the fall. They are generally consistent with disappearance data, but my belief is that disappearance data are more valid than interview-based data. And this is the proportion of a population with first alcohol intoxication, first episode of binging before age 13. And you see also here how T cells decreased in it, and all these variables have not been the consequence of any measure. The only measure, in fact, we had was the control of alcohol for driving about 15 years ago, but there was no increase in taxes and no other measures to control alcohol in Italy. You see the dramatic effect on a disease like cirrhosis. Here in the gray area, you have the graph on alcohol consumption we saw before, and these are the rates of cirrhosis in men and women. Already Witold mentioned the different trends in Poland. In fact, this is not real death from cirrhosis, it's death from acute alcohol intoxication in subject with cirrhosis or other disease of the liver, because you cannot see such an immediate, such a sharp effect. This is Italy, and if you go to France, is the same. You see the fall in alcohol consumption in France has been similar than in Italy, and you see the substantial fall in cirrhosis. While I use Hungary because the rise in alcohol consumption was really dramatic. It was the country that in the 90s more than Poland had a substantial excess of alcohol consumption. Plus in Hungary there was this use of drinking fruit-based alcohol with a lot of acetaldehyde. And the consequence, if you look at the absolute values of mortality from cirrhosis, which reached in men 160, so 160 is much more than the top level of lung cancer in all countries. So it was really, in that country, a dramatic situation, which has been leveling off over the recent years. The major alcohol-related cancers are the cancer of the upper digestive and respiratory tract, so oral cavities, strongest. Neoplasma associated to alcohol, esophagus, larynx, and then we have liver and breast. And I consider the association of these neoplasms. If you look at oral cavity and pharynx, you arrive at the relative risk of the order of more than 3 for 50 grams per day. 50 grams, about 4 drinks per day. 25 grams are about 2 drinks per day. You already have a relative risk close to 2. And for very heavy drinkers, which were present in Italy in the 80s, 60s, 70s, and 80s, you arrive at a relative risk of the order of 8. Esophagus is a relative risk about 5. For very, very heavy drinkers, about 2.5 for heavy drinkers, and about 1.7 for, let's say, moderate drinkers, 2 drinks per day. And larynx was exactly half the estimate for oral, so it was about 4 for very, very heavy drinkers, and about 2 for heavy drinkers, and 1.5 for moderate drinkers. You have to consider that only half of the larynx, so the upper part of the larynx, is in direct contact with alcohol, which explain the fact that the relative risk is half that of oral cavity. And to explain the very high association for oral cavity, you have to consider that acetaldehyde, which is the carcinogenic substance of alcohol, is the first metabolite of alcohol, which is carcinogenic, is produced in the oral cavity also by bacteria. The other cancer considered are liver. For liver, it's somewhat surprising because we expected a very strong association, but in fact, heavy drinkers have about 2-fold excess liver cancer risk, and moderate drinkers have only a modest liver cancer. risk assessment. This is a meta-analysis of dozens of studies. We separated the case control from cohort because the idea was that the estimate in case control studies was in fact an underestimate because people with liver condition had stopped drinking before contracting hepatocellular carcinoma, but that was not true. In fact, the association, if anything, was stronger in case control than in cohort studies. And you know the association for breast cancer, I use the Oxford collaborative analysis, which implies that also 1 drink per day, so this is 10 grams, so 1 drink per day, is associated to a 5% excess breast cancer. We saw declines in all major alcohol-related cancers in Italy over the last few decades, and this corresponds to trends in consumption. Of course, there is an impact also of tobacco, but you see the substantial fall, which is a 60% decline in oral cancer mortality in Italian men, while in women we see very little because women started smoking in the 70s, so had an impact of smoking. If we go to esophagus, again, the fall was even larger. It was a 70% fall in esophageal cancer mortality. If we go to larynx, again, it was a dramatic fall in laryngeal cancer mortality in Italian male, again, reflecting partly the stopping smoking among Italian men, but largely the substantial declines in alcohol consumption. Liver is more difficult to interpret. We saw a modest association with alcohol. We also note that hepatitis prevalence has decreased in Italy, but in any case, also for liver cancer, both in men and in women, you had declines in mortality over the last few decades. Breast cancer is also more difficult, even more difficult to interpret, because the key determinants of the fall in breast cancer mortality is better treatment and better diagnosis, but the decline in alcohol consumption may have had some influence as well. Next slide. So the message is that the favorable trends in cancer and other alcohol-related disease we have seen in Italy and other Mediterranean countries following the decline in alcohol consumption is very strong, is very convincing, but this is not reflected in Central and Northern Europe because alcohol remains a major disease of cancer and other diseases in those countries. If we see worldwide, this is Europe, the attributable fraction of cancers in relation to incidence and mortality, and about 6% of cancers in Europe and of deaths from cancers in Europe are still due to alcohol. And in men and in women, again, this is Europe is about 4% in incidence and 3% in mortality. Jürgen Rehm, this is a paper we published a few years ago. Jürgen Rehm updated a few months ago these estimates. We were in fact very consistent. We were glad to see the consistency of his estimate with those we published a few years ago. So thank you for your attention. And as a concluding remark, I really find not obvious to interpret, apart from the fact that we don't drink any longer at lunch, so we cut our consumer for that reason. I can attribute only to cultural and generational effect the fall in alcohol consumption in Italy. At the end of the story, the young generation drink much less than my generation or previous generation, and this is something which has to be recognized to the younger generation of Italians. Thank you again.
Thank you so much for great lecture. And I think that the discussion will be after all lectures or now, because on the chat we don't have any questions. So, Professor Karol Lavecki, do you like the discussion now or after the whole session? Do you have time to stay with us to the end of the session? Or you can...
It's up to you.
Also, okay, we can start now. So please, if you have any question.
I have a question.
Okay.
Carlo, thank you very much. Very, very interesting presentation and very important from public health point of view. For youth in Poland, I hope in Lithuania as well, because showing very clearly the decline of alcohol consumption is strongly, essentially, and surely connected with decline in cancer. Our politicians are always speaking about doing something with cancer, but they forgot that it will be very easy, very cheap, very effective if we change exposition to alcohol. However, it is something which but this is another, not political question. Maybe you have some reflection, because it is something unbelievably that in France and in Italy, but as well in Spain and in Greece, I don't know why, rapidly alcohol was declining. And this is completely different than, because they are in other countries which have the same success as Mediterranean countries have. They are the Scandinavian country. But if you compare what's happened in Scandinavian country, that you know that in Scandinavia, they was introducing all what is possible to stop people to drink alcohol. So they was having pricing, they was having very complicated access to alcohol, they have education and so on. It seems that some special cultural factors which is making different this Nordic population to which Poland is belonging and Mediterranean Italian population. What do you think about this? Why alcohol is very easy to manage by Mediterranean, but so complicated for Nordic country?
Well, thank you, Victor. We had plenty of wine, which is a source of calories historically in poor Italy and poor France. So the idea of drinking and lunch and dinner was also the concept of adding calories to your diet, which is not used any longer. Binge drinking has been present and still is present in Italy, but is relatively marginal as compared to regular drinking, and including the young. So the young who do not drink regularly, most of them do not drink even at dinner, while my generation still drinks at dinner. Even the young very rarely use binge drinking. So binge drinking is not something for which alcohol has been used in these areas of Europe. The idea was to drink at lunch and dinner, essentially for adding calories. That was plus, of course, even a moderate consumption can have some influence of mood. The other point is that even with high or relatively high alcohol consumption, regular alcohol consumption, so somebody who drinks 3 or 4 drinks per day is really not addicted. And so diminishing or eliminating alcohol is not something which you suffer as a moderate smoker may suffer the absence of cigarettes. I used to drink in Italy, but when I go into Islamic countries and so I do not have access to alcohol, it's not something I miss. It's not something I have some addiction sensation. So reducing even relatively high alcohol consumption is possible. As I said, nobody drinks any longer at lunch because we have to work after lunch and we have to respect the safety legislation, which do not allow you to work after drinking. And as I already mentioned, probably the only restricting regulation which came into effort in about 15 years ago was the check on driving, the check of driving, which again has not been adopted during the COVID pandemic, and we did not see any major change during the COVID pandemic. But that was the only measure which, from a legal viewpoint, may have reduced alcohol drinking at night. Thank you again, Vitor, also for inviting me to this very interesting conference.
Well, last question. Do you think that you will be able to put together some short paper and publish in our journal?
Yes, I will try. I believe we already sent an abstract and we will try to expand with some tables and figures and so on. So forth.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah. Bye, Vitor.
Thank you very much again.
Thank you very much, and I understand that you have that you are busy, so thank you very much for being with us. If you like, you stay to the end, but if you have something to do, thank you and bye-bye.
No, I will stay this. I will try to stay this morning. I'm sorry for coming to visit you in Canis. It's a very nice university and place.
Thank you so much. So now we have the next lecture, the health crisis in 2020, an example from Lithuania. Justina Vaite-Visante, Health Research Institute, Lithuania, University of Health Science. It's your time.
Thank you for invitation to participate in this conference. So, as it was presented today, my presentation will be the health crisis in 2020, an example from Lithuania. Lithuania was no exception and faced the difficulties caused by COVID-19 pandemic. Various areas have been affected, like business, tourism, education, or social life. Healthcare and public health have suffered the most. High rates of incidents, complications, and mortality from COVID-19 have caused significant challenges to the healthcare system. In Lithuania, we had 2 lockdowns. First one started in the 16 March to 16 June last year. And the second one started in the beginning of November and ended on 30th of June this year. So in this presentation, I will present the healthcare situation in Lithuania, and data from Lithuanian Department of Statistics and the Institute of Hygiene were used in preparing this presentation. And I will review the main indicators of healthcare attendance, service provided, number of diseases diagnosed, and mortality rates. And I want to focus more on other indicators, not COVID-19 directly. But in the beginning, just a very brief review of literature on what studies have been done to evaluate the impact of COVID. There are only a few different examples to show you how the COVID pandemic has affected different areas and aspects of our life. The pandemic has severely affected health system workers, especially those working in front lines. According to research, professionals were facing anxiety, depression, stress, post-traumatic stress syndrome, insomnia, psychological distress, burnout, and etc. The country has also recorded deaths and illness of healthcare workers. This is only one publication cited here, but those who are interested in this topic will find a lot of systematic analysis and meta-analysis on the subject. Although we do not have data on visits to psychologists, but there have been information in media and society that number of people visiting psychologists has risen during the pandemic. And this is confirmed by studies conducted in various other countries that relatively high rates of anxiety, depression, post-traumatic stress disorder, psychological distress were reported in general population as well. Quarantine has changed people's daily routine, in particular diet and physical activity changed during the period of self-isolation. According to COVID diet study that was performed in Lithuania and in some other countries in Europe, almost half of respondents ate more than usual, increased snacking, and cooked more often at home. Negative changes in eating, physical activity, and alcohol consumption habits were associated with weight gain, especially among those with elevated BMI before. So this was just a short introduction. In the next slides, I will present situation in Lithuania based on various health-related indicators. With the start of quarantine, access to healthcare for the population was restricted. This was done to stop the spread of the virus so that COVID-infected people do not come to healthcare facilities, and by distributing healthcare so that more services were provided to treat patients with COVID. Doctors consulted by phone, but some scheduled surgery and other tests were postponed. Thus, we see how, on average, the patients were visiting doctor more than 9 times a year for several years. But in 2020, the number dropped to almost 6 times per year. In these tables, you can see how the number of surgical operations and other procedures performed in hospitals changed last year. For instance, transluminal coronary angioplasty is a minimal invasive procedure that opens blocked coronary artery to improve blood flow to the heart muscle. The numbers of these procedures were decreased. There has also been decline in other procedures for treating cardiovascular disease. Colonoscopy is used to detect changes or abnormalities in the large intestine and rectum, for instance, to detect colon cancer. Even a decrease in such a simple procedures like treatment of appendicitis was observed as well. There are some examples of number of adults suffering from certain disease. We know that disease, immobility does not necessarily mean that decrease in the number of sick people. The decline in healthcare could lead to a decline in both the number of disease diagnosed. So late diagnosed disease are more difficult to treat. We can predict that this will cause additional challenges for the healthcare sector in the future as well. And this one more example with decrease of disease diagnosed. Unfortunately, child healthcare was no exception. The number of services provided to them also decreased, as did the number of diseases diagnosed. Timely detection and treatment of children disease is essential to minimize disruption to their growth and development. For example, untreated scoliosis can cause back pain, breathing difficulties, weakness, work disturbance, and etc. I will present just several of disease, then the numbers that were decreasing last year. I'm sorry, I can see commas. There should be points in this presentation. Prevention was also severely affected during the pandemic. The implementation of screening programs is a very important area of personal and public health care. Effective implementation of these programs detects cases of cancer early, that makes them easy to treat, increases patients' chances of survival, and improves the quality of life. There are also significant savings in healthcare costs. Although cancer screening programs have started in Lithuania quite a long time ago, but indicators of participation are still insufficient. So far, we only have data of implementation of cervical and breast cancer screening programs in 2020. Fortunately, participation in the cervical cancer program does not appear to have decreased significantly, even increased slightly. But participation in breast cancer screening programs has declined drastically. Breast cancer is the main oncological disease among women, not only in Lithuania, but in other countries as well. And during the pandemic, oncologists were very concerned about delays of diagnosis, about those delays of diagnosis. We will review the indicators that better illustrates the challenges that Lithuania healthcare system faced last year. In Lithuania, the total standardized mortality has decreased in recent years, but in 2020, the mortality of men and women increased slightly. Lithuania is distinguished by large inequalities between male and female mortality. Standardized mortality in men in 2020 was almost twice as high as among women. In Lithuania, like in other countries, cardiovascular diseases is the leading cause of death. Unfortunately, although the circulatory system mortality rates have been declining for several years, they have risen again in recent years. In 2020, about 46% of men deaths and 59% of women deaths were caused by disease of the circulatory system. In the following slides, I will give some examples of the main cardiovascular diseases, more precisely the changes in standardized mortality rates. Mortality from hypertensive and hypertensive heart disease has been increasing for several years, but the larger jump was observed last year. There was almost no change in myocardial infarction. Mortality from ischemic heart disease has been declining for several years, but has risen a little bit again in recent years. The downward trend in standardized mortality from cerebrovascular disease, stroke, and cerebral infarction was also slowed in recent years. This is the diseases I mentioned in last sentence. Standardized mortality from other major diseases such as respiratory system and cancer has not changed significantly. A small increase in mortality from disease of digestive system was observed. And almost in the end, to sum up all this, it's life expectancy. For many years, even before 2016, which are presented in this table, the average life expectancy in Lithuania has been increasing. A small increase in mortality from diseases, unfortunately, there's still a 10 years gap between men and women. However, in the last year, in 2020, life expectancy was shorter compared to 2019. We can guess that both COVID situation and other causes of deaths contributed to decrease of this indicator. As I mentioned earlier, cardiovascular diseases is the leading cause of death in Lithuania, but in 2020, one more cause has emerged, it's COVID-19. And the COVID deaths accounted for 5% of all causes of deaths in 2020. In total, we had 2,266 people who died of COVID in Lithuania last year. The mortality rate was a little bit more than 81 per 100,000 population. The majority of deaths were among elderly people or those who chronic non-communicable diseases. And in 2020 total, a little bit more than 114,000 people became ill with COVID. And my key message would be that challenges facing the healthcare sector in 2020 will have long-term consequences. Late diagnostic and treatment of diseases will require more difficult treatment and will increase healthcare expenditures in the future. Although the vaccination of population helped to control the pandemic, but the rising morbidity and hospitalization rates in the autumn of this year show that the health situation in Lithuania is still complicated and still facing the challenges. So thank you for your attention. And sorry, there's some problems. And those who are more interested in this information or have more questions, you need some data, you can email me and I will try to answer you or send you an extra information.
And I think that I would like now I yield the floor to the second chairman who is with us. So please, Midgaudas, sorry.
Hello, thank you. Yes, and now we will move to the second half of our session, and we will have a presentation from my dear colleague from Latvia, Dr. Ines Gobina, who will present the overview of gender disparities and health status in Latvia. So I would like now to give the floor to Ines.
Thank you, Mindaugas. So, how do I need to share my screen?
Yeah, we see, I think. Yeah, everything is okay.
Yeah, great. So dear conference organizer, dear participants, I would like to share some evidence and perspectives on gender differences in health status in Latvia. Gender or sex inequalities in health continue to be a prominent topic today. And in public health, traditionally, we technically provide sex differences in health status reports. However, they are not sufficiently covered and interpreted very often. Sex refers to biological traits, and equality starts from the very beginning, actually. We may find that the sex ratio of birth is not equal due to biological reasons. And also in Latvia, births are male biased. But we know that in all parts in Europe and in many other countries today, women used to live longer than men. In order to understand the underlying factors explaining those differences, we must also examine gender differences in health status. And gender refers to the socially constructed roles, behaviors, expressions, and gender identities, which could be more even than two. However, let us simplify the matters by making a distinction between man and woman at this point, okay? Relevance of gender policy has been recognized on the EU level. Each year, the European Institute of Gender Equality scores the EU member states to see how far we are from reaching the gender equality by using the Gender Equality Index that measures the concept of gender equality on different core domains, including health. Latvia ranks 7th in the EU on the Gender Equality Index, and actually Latvia's score is the highest in the domain of health. Although this is the next slide. Yes, this is one of the lowest scores in the EU level. The domain of health measures gender equality in health status, health behaviors, and access to health services. Health status examines the disparities in life expectancy as well as self-perceived health and healthy life years. In Latvia, similar to other countries, women perceive their health worse than men. There is no gender difference in healthy life years at birth in my country, but the largest gender disparity is in life expectancy. Latvia has one of the lowest life expectancy rates in the EU and with one of the greatest gender differences. Preventable mortality is another health indicator being used in public health today. To death that can mainly be avoided through effective primary disease prevention interventions, and the joint OECD and Eurostat list of preventable and treatable causes of death is being published. Lung cancer, ischemic heart diseases, cerebrovascular diseases, alcohol-specific disorders and poisonings are the most prevalent causes of preventable death affecting both genders in the EU. The recent data indicate that the rate of preventable mortality and gender disparity is large in Latvia. So in Latvia, the problem of gender disparities in health status appears to be obvious, yet it is not enough studied. And we wanted to examine gender differences in life expectancy trends, as well as selected preventable causes of death affecting both genders under the age of 75 over the last 2 decades, in order to gain a better understanding of trends in gender disparities in health status over a longer time period. And there are some results I wanted to share with you. Between 2000 and 2020, life expectancy increased significantly for males from 65 to 70 years and from females from 76 to 79 years. While a significant gender gap still persists, it has decreased from 11 to 9 years. In this period, under the age of 75, all-cause mortality declined significantly for both genders, with the greatest decline occurring from 2006 to 2014, while mortality in males remained consistently twice that of women. We can observe significant changes in lung cancer mortality. And lung cancer mortality has decreased for males, whereas increased for females. And the gender mortality rate difference decreased from 7 to 4 times during this period. We know that mortality in lung cancer is strongly associated with the smoking behaviors, which appear to have distinct and shifting gender patterns for already longer time. In general, the mortality from ischemic heart diseases and cerebrovascular diseases has significantly declined for both genders, although with a gender difference remaining still stable. Mortality from intentional self-harm significantly decreased for both genders during this time period, with a gender gap continuing to be large. Additionally, deaths from avoidable preventable death causes like accidental injuries and transport accidents decreased significantly for both genders, with males experiencing a greater rates of mortality than females. Nevertheless, the gender disparity narrowed during this time, particularly for mortality from transport accidents. From 2000 to 2020, alcohol-related disorders and poisoning significantly increased for both genders. From 2000 to 2012 during this time. But both men and women experienced some subsequent decline till then. Thus, the trends in alcohol-related disorders mortality follow similar gender patterns, which should be investigated further in relation to changes in alcohol-related policy. This is a very preliminary data analysis that provides some overview of gender disparities in health status in Latvia during the last 20 years. However, it provides a clear message that while some indicators of health status, such as life expectancy, all-cause, and some preventable mortality have improved significantly over the last 2 decades, this is significant large gender disparities in health status continue to exist. The male-female survival paradox is very well documented today. It's nothing new. Women used to live longer than men, but experience more years of disability than men. The biological processes behind sex disparities and life expectancy, such as sex differences in physiological dysregulation patterns, have been investigated. However, authors agree that those appear to be diffuse and hard to pin down, and we need to look for other explanatory factors. We could argue that disparities in health behaviors contribute to the gender disparity in life expectancy and the majority of preventable mortality, of course. For example, changes in cigarette smoking are the most recognized factor causing changes in gender gap mortality in developed countries. However, studies show that also among non-smokers, women used to live longer than men. One of the well-known studies I wanted to share with you hypothesized that Utah, the western state in US, male-female survival difference is among the lowest and smaller than that in Sweden and Denmark. That is because that many residents in Utah are active in Mormon church, whose men have healthier lifestyles, but women have elevated fertility. However, sex difference in cohort life expectancy was similar or even larger in Utah in one comparison to Denmark and Sweden. And in Utah, the changes over time in sex differences in cohorts life expectancy was approximately 2 years smaller for active Mormons than for another religious or non-religious groups, suggesting that yes, lifestyle is an important component of overall changes. However, in Utah, male-female differences in life expectancy remain substantial, and hypothesis was not supported. Those authors suggested that lifestyle factors alone were not sufficient to explain the total differences found in life expectancies. They proposed that the interaction between biological, social, cultural, environmental factors should be better understood. And I totally agree that we must not oversimplify the matters. However, by knowing the evidence on gender differences in health behaviors in my country, I suppose that the gender disparities in health behaviors could account for a relatively large proportion of gender differences in health in Latvia. However, it should be investigated more into the details, of course. So gender equality in health status is a precondition of sustainable development, and health policy should incorporate a gender perspective. And it seems that we have not sufficiently addressed gender equality issues in health in Latvia. However, I believe that we must first improve our understanding by analyzing gender patterns in health more carefully and extensively in order to identify the underlying individual environmental factors that account for the majority of variations in health among our men and women. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you very much, Ines. And I think now we would have a good opportunity to ask questions. If there are any in the auditorium, I will ask Katarzyna to indicate if there are any questions to Ines.
So, no, I'm sorry, we don't have any questions on the chat.
Okay, no questions currently, then we will keep this moving forward, and we will raise, of course, discussion questions during the discussion after. So now I would like to give the floor to Katarzyna herself to to make her own presentation about the coronavirus situation in Poland and how Poland was affected by the epidemics.
Thank you.
So you have the floor.
Thank you. I'm sorry, my lecture is in Polish, but I know that it will be translated, so I will start in Polish. Wpływ pandemii COVID-19 na stan zdrowia ludności Polski w 2020 roku. Zaczynając od początku, kalendarium COVID. W ostatnich miesiącach 2019 roku nowy szczep koronawirusa SARS-CoV-2 został odkryty w Wuhan w Chinach i zmienił naszą rzeczywistość do dnia dzisiejszego. 11 lutego 2020 roku Światowa Organizacja Zdrowia nadała chorobie powodowanej przez SARS-CoV-2 nazwę COVID-19, a następnie miesiąc później ogłosiła światową pandemię. 4 marca został potwierdzony pierwszy przypadek infekcji SARS-CoV-2 na terenie Polski. 9 marca polski rząd ogłosił
spotted in Poland. And later on,
analiza, którą ja Państwu dzisiaj przedstawię, dotyczy
2 weeks later, there was the first lockdown here in Poland. I will be reporting on 2020. Again, what does it look like globally? There were more than 237 million COVID-19 infection. More than 5 million people died due to the COVID-19 pandemic. We estimate the number of infections to be 3 million in Poland, as well as 75,000 deaths in Poland. As I've said, we estimate, or we have been estimating, because in fact, both when it comes to morbidity and mortality, the data are undercalculated, and there were methodological problems related to statistics and to conducting research here in Poland. Unfortunately, the Polish statistics and the Polish science, while it should be evidence-based, is lacking certain methodological cohesion in Poland. In some Polish regions, there are daily reports on incidents. However, we cannot put that into in comparison with the general population. We don't have data on sample inclusion, on patient inclusion, on what counts as COVID-19 death and not. And therefore, calculating deaths and adequate research is difficult in Poland. Similarly, in general, to the global attempts to calculate COVID-19 mortality. That is why WHO issued a definition on the classification of deaths as COVID-19 induced. In general, we calculate a COVID-19 death as such when there is a probable or a definite COVID-19 induced death, unless there is a very clear alternative, such as, for instance, trauma. If you calculate a death as COVID-19 induced, this particular death cannot be attributed to another disease, such as, for instance, malignant neoplasm. In Poland, some deaths were not calculated as COVID-19 induced, but at the same time, these cases were very frequently cases where a patient was a COVID-19 patient, but at the same time he or she suffered from cancer, and therefore this should have been a COVID-19 death.
mieliśmy niedoszacowanie umieralności covidowej.
For this reason, COVID-19 mortality in Poland was underestimated. World literature assessed this underestimation as 2.9. Therefore, we underestimated by 2.9. To give you an example, in general, in Poland, some reports mention 30,000 people as the number of deaths, whereas this is a huge underestimation. In fact, we can be compared only to Russia, where the underestimation is as high as 6.5. By the same token, we took some attempts in Poland and generally worldwide to be able to adequately report on COVID-19 and its mortality. In fact, when it comes to Poland, we have the social data registry, and this registry is considered the only reliable source of statistical information in this country. Apart from that, excess deaths are the only adequate, comparable index of mortality among countries. Excess deaths are calculated by comparing the number of calculated COVID-19 deaths with the general mortality in a given time, in a given interval. This slide shows you average weekly mortality in 2015-2019. This was 8,000. Now, let us add deaths in 2020 to this. As a result, you can see that the average number of deaths increased, and there are excessive deaths starting from October 2020. Of course, we can speculate whether the excessive deaths are COVID-19 induced. Coming back to today's lecture on alcohol-induced deaths, we can think about those alternative mortality causes, death causes. At the same time, we have to bear in mind the number of COVID-19 cases, the incidence, and we therefore can say with a certain precision that the excessive deaths towards the end of 2020 are very much COVID-19 related. The first lockdown was launched in March 2020 here in Poland. There was no increase in deaths visible in data. However, starting in October, November, there were excessive deaths well calculated here in Poland. And in fact, the number of them was as high as 8,746.4 deaths only in one of the weeks of the pandemic. This number includes both men and women. However, this slide has just shown you the number of deaths, excessive deaths in female population. This was almost 4,000. This slide, in turn, shows you excessive deaths according to age. The greatest increase is visible, when it comes to the population age 75 or more, 85 or more. These two populations are particularly affected by COVID-19. This trend stays in both sexes, while men are more affected by COVID-19 than women in this regard.
Myśmy ten slajd dzisiaj już widzieli, prezentował go również pan profesor Zatoński.
I am re-showing you this slide as Professor Zatoński has already demonstrated that in 2020 more than 500,000 deaths were reported in Poland, whereas in 2016-2019 the number of deaths was 403,000. Therefore, the excessive deaths do exist. In 2020, a number of researchers from Oxford published a meta-analysis comparing mortality between the populations of particular countries. In fact, Poland was characterized by excessive deaths as high as 14.4%. Poland is followed by the United States, Spain and Belgium. At the same time, there were countries with no excessive deaths, including Scandinavian countries. As well as Lithuania, for instance. If you look at the graph, this shows you that Denmark, Norway, Finland are characterized with no excessive deaths. To sum up, Poland was characterized by one of the highest excessive death rate in 2020 globally. At the same time, analyzing the development of COVID-19 pandemic in Poland constitutes the key element of understanding excessive deaths and the increase of deaths in this country. The effect of COVID-19 pandemic has already been demonstrated here and is visible in 2020.
That's it.
Thank you very much. And now we will have a brief discussion with our presenters. And if we do not have more questions raised for Professor Katarzyna Zatońska on her own presentation, so perhaps we could move to a broader discussion. And for a broader question, I would like to ask from our colleagues from Poland and Latvia about what are the changes and lessons learned from the governments in your own countries when the data on excess mortality appeared from 2020, and I know that from Lithuania our government recognized the mistake of closing down, nearly closing down the healthcare sector for other diseases. And as Justina very well indicated, we have mortality from COVID. It was around 2,000 cases, I think, in Lithuania, and the excess mortality in Lithuania was over 5,000. So the result of excess mortality was considered because of the closing down of many services that were really needed for the society. And what are the experiences from Latvia and Poland? So Ines, let's start from you.
Thank you, Mindaugas. Actually, I'm working, my colleague, on a paper on excess mortality last year. In general, all-cause excess mortality and excess mortality from non-communicable diseases, and we found that there was an increase, statistical significant increase of mortality from cardiovascular diseases. as well. And by knowing evidence from other countries, we may still experience, unfortunately, for the next 3-5 years, the impact of COVID-19 pandemic, in the sense that from non-communicable diseases would increase. Hopefully, when we will manage this pandemic, so this consequences will be followed in longer time span. But as you said yourself, that also it was found a mistake from our government as well, that we managed to close planned health services last year at spring, which might affect not only the availability and accessibility of health services for our people, but also that might increase anxiety and a fear from COVID-19 on them as well. Yeah, let's see. So the planned health services are closed today in Latvia from the last week. So we have a lockdown due to COVID-19, and we can expect even more excess mortality this year, and the consequences will be studied, of course.
Thank you.
Can I?
Yes, sir.
Well, this is very important topic, however, very complicated as well. So the first, we have few evidence, very good documented by good epidemiologists and by good statistical system. So country in which statistical office and statistical system is working nearly perfectly is Norway. And in Norway, if you look carefully, they was developing system in which they was recorded every day changes and using number of tests and all necessary information to trying to understand what's happened in Norway. And if you take situation in Poland and compare with situation with Norway, so in Poland, and this is no question that this is, well, we have good arguments to think that it was something 70,000 of COVID death in Poland. But in Norway, it was 700. So we have two numbers, one for country in which this system and then organize epidemiological analysis was doing very well, and this is Norway, in which number of deaths was very limited. But this is not only Norway, it was the same in Korea, in South Korea. It was same with Australia, it was same with New Zealand. So number of COVID deaths was very, very small. So question is how this additional COVID deaths is working, how we can believe in this. So this is many, especially clinicians, they are claiming that in this group of death, extra deaths in Poland, the 70,000, there's this big proportion of, you say, cardiovascular deaths, which if you are if you are analyzing this carefully by only this common sense, Kasia, can we come back to your slides to show? No, we are not able to come back. So if you look to this timeline, how is possible that rapidly in September, the number of deaths, and they claim that it is, what, say, 20,000 or 25,000 cases, are going up? How it is physically possible that number of cardiovascular deaths rapidly increase 40%? This is nonsense from biological point of view. So we really need for every country very specific, very careful done analysis. Because from medical point of view, there are only few medical conditions in which you can say that deaths, and they are mainly coming from surgery. That surgeon was not able to start the intervention immediately if you have appendicitis. So then you need to make your intervention as quickly as possible. So usually we say this procedure, this is 48 hours. So if this patient will be not having this intervention, that he have very big chance to die too early, and this will be not directly, but indirectly connected with COVID, and then he must have this testing, and surgeon is not able to start procedure. But with cancer, for example, I was spending my life with cancer, and I don't see any reason that somebody which have advanced lung cancer will be dying immediately. This is process. So I don't think that we have some. So we must be very carefully to listen to this strongly clinical supporting idea that this extra deaths are connected with chronic diseases. There are not many evidence for this, and this will be really nice, carefully to discuss, especially to discuss with clinicians which are claiming that if they will be having that the part of this death is not, they are not connected with COVID, but they are connected with cancer, with cardiovascular disease. Anyway, this is very complicated topic which is still not resolved. However, in Norway, for example, but similar in UK, in good epidemiological analysis, they was not able to find any excess of cancer deaths or any excess of cardiovascular deaths in 2020, because 21 is different. So once again, this is fascinating topic, but we will be as well today not able to resolve this problem. But this is what is for discussion, and sorry that I am so long.
Thank you very much. And we have one question from Professor Leif Edvard Arrow. Some countries had negative values on excess death. How is that possible?
Well, how it is possible? We have in Poland, but as well in Lithuania, in Estonia, in the last 20 years, very strong trend of cardiovascular diseases decline. And decline of cardiovascular disease was not stopping in most of the country because COVID. In the fact, in Poland, we have COVID, but mortality for cardiovascular diseases generally is beautifully going down. So if you have minus in cardiovascular diseases and plus in, then is of course 100 minus 50, it will be 50. So you can have minus excess deaths because in other chronic condition was going down much quicker than infection diseases in the same time. So this is answer. This is answer life. At least I try. Ask your Norwegian colleagues as well. Where is life?
Oh, it was on chat.
He just online. I don't know what he's meaning. Anyway, Midaugas, what is your group feeling?
I just want to add that our region is also considered as rich of data, and we also have a lot of material to analyze.
Yeah, in hospital.
Yeah, also the mortality statistics are very good, and we have a lot of different databases that we just need to use more widely, and this is also a challenge for the academia. And we just need to do more analysis, to write more articles, and to present the results to politicians. And it should be, all the future decisions should be much more evidence-based. And of course, this is up to us to use the data. And
Can I have ad vocem? Absolutely, yes. You have beautiful data, and you can publish this in Lancet or I don't know, JAMA. If you use this hospitalization data from Lithuania and try to answer this question. This is very important question, not only from politician point of view, but as well clinician point of view. I don't like to make things more complicated. You know what's happened in Israel as they was making 2 years strike by doctors? Life expectancy was growing very quickly up. So you must remember there are many aspects. One of the aspects, I remember US statistic in which they were saying, which is the #1 cause of the death, cardiovascular diseases. What is the second, in the second position, is stay in hospital. Hospital is producing many extra deaths. So we must be very careful and scientific. Maybe we make a mistake, but why? What? You can resolve many of these problems in Lithuania with your fantastic this hospitalization data, which are able to give many answers. Sorry, I am too talkative. No more.
Yeah, it is very interesting to listen to you, but I think we have to little by little go to the end and to conclude the parallel session. And I think we could just have the final words from Professor or from Professor Katarzyna in summarizing the session.
Thank you. I think that it was very interesting, and a lot of problems from our reality we can hear. So, yeah, that's it. So, thank you very much to all speakers from all presentation. Our time is up. So, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you. And now we will have a lunch break.
Yes.
Akademia Kaliska imienia prezydenta Stanisława Wojciechowskiego. Uczelnia profesjonalistów. Akademia Kaliska jest kontynuatorem Państwowej Wyższej Szkoły Zawodowej utworzonej w 1999 roku. Historyczny, debiutujący rocznik liczył 279 studentów. Pierwszymi kierunkami kaliskiej PWSZ były zarządzanie biznesem, technologia maszyn, elektroenergetyka. Uczelnia z każdym rokiem dynamicznie się rozwijała, otwierano nowe instytuty i wydziały, przybywało studentów i wykwalifikowanej kadry. Uczelnia rosła w każdym aspekcie, a za tym szła jakość. PWSZ wielokrotnie zajmowała najwyższe miejsca w rankingu perspektyw. Prawdziwy przełom nastąpił w 2020 roku. Państwowa Wyższa Szkoła Zawodowa staje się Akademią Kaliską, uczelnią z prawem do doktoryzowania w 2 dziedzinach: nauk o zdrowiu w dyscyplinie nauki medyczne i nauk społecznych w dyscyplinie nauki o bezpieczeństwie.
No, jesteśmy po pierwszym roku funkcjonowania jako w pełni akademicka uczelnia. Trochę jest ten rok dla mnie zaskoczeniem pozytywnym, ponieważ spodziewałem się, że trudniej będzie rozruszać w naszej uczelni badania naukowe. Okazuje się, że dorobek naszej uczelni liczony współczynnikami wpływu, czyli tak zwanymi impact faktorami, w czasopismach notowanych na liście filadelfijskiej, no jest bardzo dobry w porównaniu nawet z bardzo dużymi, tradycyjnymi, prestiżowymi uniwersytetami w Polsce.
Dziś Akademia Kaliska imienia prezydenta Stanisława Wojciechowskiego kształci na 21 kierunkach studiów pierwszego stopnia i 10 kierunkach studiów magisterskich. Kształcenie odbywa się w ramach 31 specjalności. Oferuje również studia podyplomowe, w tym Master of Business Administration. Uczelnia dysponuje 15 obiektami. Jej najnowszy nabytek to budynek po dawnym Banku Gospodarstwa Krajowego. Po gruntownej modernizacji tej architektonicznej perełki znajdzie się tutaj rektorat dumnie brzmiącej Akademii Kaliskiej. Uczelnia prowadzi 2 unikatowe i innowacyjne centra naukowe: Centrum Badania Doskonałości Kół Zębatych oraz monoprofilowe Centrum Symulacji Medycznej. Akademia Kaliska coraz silniej działa w środowisku naukowym, przeprowadzając badania, a także organizując konferencje. Najsłynniejszą z nich była pierwsza Światowa Konferencja Zdrowia Rodziny, w której brali udział naukowcy i praktycy z całego globu. Uczelnia doskonale odpowiada na zapotrzebowanie lokalnego i regionalnego rynku pracy, współdziała z wieloma silnymi przedsiębiorstwami i instytucjami, zapewniając swoim studentom praktyki, a absolwentom stabilną i dobrą pracę. Ciekawą propozycją dla młodych ludzi są studia dualne. Zajęcia już od 2. roku studenci realizują bezpośrednio w przedsiębiorstwach, gdzie mogą na bieżąco konfrontować zdobytą wiedzę z realiami panującymi w firmach. Na przestrzeni 20 lat uczelnia rozwinęła się w silny i ważny dla całego regionu akademicki organizm i ambitnie wyznacza sobie kolejne cele.
W tej chwili przygotowujemy się do rozpoczęcia naborów w przyszłym 2022 roku w październiku na Wydział Lekarski. Najtrudniejsze, mnie się wydawało, będzie zorganizowanie kadry, ale w tej chwili już kadra na ten Wydział Lekarski, która będzie pracowała i prowadziła zajęcia, w 80% jest zatrudniona w naszej uczelni. Również planujemy i jesteśmy bardzo zaawansowani w procedurze uzyskania praw do kształcenia studentów na kierunku lotnictwo i kosmonautyka.
Uczelnia nabrała wiatru w żagle i nie zamierza się zatrzymać.
Czekaliśmy w Kaliszu 20 lat na utworzenie uczelni akademickiej. Powstała Akademia Kaliska. Mamy plany, aby na utworzenie prawdziwego Uniwersytetu Kaliskiego czekać przez okres o wiele krótszy aniżeli 20 lat.
Akademia Kaliska konsekwentnie idzie po więcej. Akademia Kaliska imienia prezydenta Stanisława Wojciechowskiego. Uczelnia profesjonalistów. Akademia Kaliska jest kontynuatorem Państwowej Wyższej Szkoły Zawodowej utworzonej w 1999 roku. Historyczny, debiutujący rocznik liczył 279 studentów. Pierwszymi kierunkami kaliskiej PWSZ były zarządzanie biznesem, technologia maszyn, elektroenergetyka. Uczelnia z każdym rokiem dynamicznie się rozwijała, otwierano nowe instytuty i wydziały, przybywało studentów i wykwalifikowanej kadry. Uczelnia rosła w każdym aspekcie, a za tym szła jakość. PWSZ wielokrotnie zajmowała najwyższe miejsca w rankingu perspektyw. Prawdziwy przełom nastąpił w 2020 roku. Państwowa Wyższa Szkoła Zawodowa staje się Akademią Kaliską, uczelnią z prawem do doktoryzowania w 2 dziedzinach: nauk o zdrowiu w dyscyplinie nauki medyczne i nauk społecznych w dyscyplinie nauki o bezpieczeństwie.
No, jesteśmy po pierwszym roku funkcjonowania jako w pełni akademicka uczelnia. Trochę jest ten rok dla mnie zaskoczeniem pozytywnym, ponieważ spodziewałem się
Hello, everybody. Mateusz, do you hear me? Hello?
Yes, I can hear you.
Okay, great. Welcome, everybody, to the next session on smoking and tobacco-related health burden. Mateusz, I was asked to co-chair this session with you as we don't have connection. Oh, we have Professor Zdrojewski. You are with us. Hello? Let's wait a moment. Maybe there are some technical problems. Do we have connection with Professor Zdrojewski?
Kasiu, zaprać któregoś z tych techników.
Just a minute, one more minute. Please wait. Hello?
I can definitely see Professor Zdrojewski.
Yes.
I can't hear him yet.
Yeah, we can see him either, but we can't hear him. And I'm not sure if he can hear us.
Oni za szybko wychodzą, ci technicy. No dobrze, to zaczynajmy to, aby wy kombinujcie, żeby się podłączyć.
Mateusz, can you present the first speaker?
Sure. Okay. So waiting for Professor Zdrojewski, I will kick off this session on smoking and tobacco-related health burdens, and we'll have presentations on Poland, Lithuania, Latvia, and the presentation of health inequalities angle as well. And if I understand correctly, the first speaker will be Professor Zatoński. Yes, Kinga, is that correct?
Yeah, that's right.
Okay, brilliant. So we'll have Professor Zatoński, who's of course a co-organizer of this conference. He's a member of faculty at the University of Galicia. And of course, he was a long-time director of the Division of Epidemiology and Prevention at the Warsaw Cancer Center and Institute of Oncology, and the founder and president of the Health Promotion Foundation, a leading Polish public health NGO. So feel free to start. I understand your slides should be up soon.
Okay.
Let's go.
Well, ty mówisz, że to działa, ale ten gruby.
Tak, zielony.
So, this is lung cancer story in Poland. In the beginning of 80s, Poland was country with the highest level of cigarette smoking and lung cancer mortality. It was reported by many international bodies. Well, in this time after war, there was 4 fields which was having very important or deciding importance in shaping health of Poles. The first was infant mortality and infection diseases, which was after the war very high in Poland, and half of population was dying from infection diseases. All infant mortality was extremely high, comparable with African countries. So in Poland, 150 from 1,000 born children, 150 was dying before the first year of life. But then chronic diseases became to play more and more important role, and it was mostly tobacco-related diseases. Control became the huge strategical priority, and alcohol-related disease, especially now. So very important was dietary changing, which was shaping what is going on in health in Poland. So if you look to these indicators, cigarettes consumption in Poland before war was relatively low, maybe similar to what is now in your country, Professor Chavez. So you see that it was something few hundred per capita per year. But after war, after 50 was going linearly from something 1,000 to nearly 100 billions of cigarettes yearly. So very quickly, in few decades, we became to be leading smokers, cigarette consumption country. Similarly with alcohol. Alcohol after war was something 2-3 liters per capita. And it was once again linear, growing from 3 to 9, reaching the highest level at the end of 70s, liter per capita. Similarly with energy intake in Poland, we was having very low, our diet was very rural diet, potatoes, some vegetables, but not this sophisticated vegetables, but this which was in this time we was able to have in Poland. So this total energy increased very dramatically in Poland. Well, increase of these items was connected, and control of infection diseases and infant mortality, that you see that cardiovascular diseases became to, and this is this red line, linearly going up in Poland. So Poland very quickly, from country with low risk of cardiovascular diseases, became to be country with some of the highest level of cardiovascular mortality. Similarly, cancer, mostly tobacco cancer, lung cancer, laryngeal cancer, and this few small localization tobacco produced by tobacco cancer was going very quickly. Number 3 factor, which was increasing mortality in adult population, was injury. Injury in Poland, as you see, was double, nearly double between 1960 and 1990. So this was situation of health in Poland, and this is very interesting picture, which is showing that this so-called probability of dying in young and middle age, this 15-year-old boys in Poland was having not only 2 times higher level to die before 60 that boy in Western Europe, but this was having, if you look here to India, to China, this premature mortality, adult mortality was in Poland higher. Only in sub-Saharan Africa, this risk of dying before 60 was higher, because in fact, if you look to this graphs, you see that it was mostly in sub-Saharan Africa, it was mostly infection diseases. In Poland and in Western country, it was mostly chronic disease. Anyway, we was finishing this so-called socialism in Poland with the worst health indicators in the war. So together with Hungary, we was having the biggest proportion of people dying before 60, dying before 15 and 60. So it was starting situation. Well, in 80s and 90s, very quickly, this climate and politics, public health politics was changing. So let's coming for 1 second to this picture of level of smoking in Europe. Do you see that in 1980s, Poland, red, was having the highest level of smoking, and nearly half of population, they were smoker. It was not equally distributed by sexes, but it was something 70% men, 30% of women were smoking, and it was highest in the whole region, you see that I was showing before this graph showing increase of consumption of tobacco. So what's happened? We was able, and I don't have time to describe you all this political package which was realized in Poland in 80s and in 90s. But as you see, we was able in the beginning of 90s to change this trend of going up to trend going down. And you see that between 1990 and 2010 is fantastic decline of tobacco consumption from 100 billion cigarettes per capita per year to something 40 billion. So 60% consumption of cigarette was going down. You have the number of smokers, 60 millions in 1960 and 2019 nowadays is something 6.8 million of smokers. Still big number, but comparing with starting point, similarly with this frequency of smoking male, something between 60–70%, now to 25, and female from 30 now to less than nearly 15. So fantastic progress, fantastic achievement. Many countries was giving us anyway, it was recognized in all Europe, including European Union country. Poland became to be, we was calling some wonder in Vistula, because the increase of life was fantastically in 90s in Poland, and I was thinking that it's never stop. I was thinking that we will be able to continue this many years more. And from point of view of this tobacco-dependent diseases, it's exactly how it is going. However, if you compare what's happened with... Nie chcę iść do tyłu, dlaczego Kinga?
Czerwonym działa?
So you see that tobacco exposition is going down, but from 2002, after changing strategy of coping with alcohol consumption is going up. So we have in Poland very peculiar situation that tobacco diseases are fantastically going down and alcohol diseases in fantastic going up. So what we are now observing from epidemiological point of view is that if you look to lung cancer, and lung cancer is the best indicator of what is going on with tobacco consumption. So you see that in both sexes, in male situation, they are this green. From the beginning of 90s, we have very nice decline, and delay 1 decade, we have as well beautiful decline in female situation, but we are still having the long way to go. So we are using, as you see, special population, this population in middle age, which are giving you the best indicators which give you prediction what's happened in the future. So if you, I don't have time to speak about this, but you see that we have cohort effect. So lung cancer decline is relatively quickly changing mortality and morbidity curve. You see in this 2044 age group, very nice decline from 8 per 100,000 to 2 per 100,000, or 1 per 100,000. Then you have the same, but a little delay development in older age group, middle age, and then old age as well. So, and similarly, in female, but only until now in this younger age group and the middle age group. Still older age group, and this is this cumulation effect, destroyed DNA in this older population need much more time before it will be going down. So if we compare what was historically going on in Poland and compare this with Hungary, so Poland is a country in which in the 80s this anti-tobacco intervention was taking place, but not in Hungary. So you see that this curve of lung cancer mortality start to go down in Poland, in Polish men, but still going up many years in Hungarian men, reaching the highest level, highest level of lung cancer mortality in the world, in the fact, in women, in Hungary. So especially you see this phenomenon in women, Hungarian women, reach level of lung cancer never recorded in another woman population in the world. So you see that how beautiful is difference in this epidemiological indicator from point of view of intervention strategy. Well, this is another picture which is comparing lung cancer in male in Poland and United States. What you see in this picture is that the level of lung cancer in Poland was nearly 2 times higher than United States. So we have the same time pattern, but the level, this top point was much higher in Polish population than in United States population. And in United States, this decline starts much, maybe 10, 20 years yearly, but the decline is as steep in America as in Poland. So it's still gap, but this gap is not so big as it was in the 90s. So this is another comparison, but we can have another comparison with, this is with United Kingdom. So this red, it is Poland, and we compare with United Kingdom. So you see that the highest level of lung cancer in the middle age group in Poland was higher as well as in UK. And UK historically is called country with the highest level of lung cancer burden in the world. But in the fact, the biggest burden was in Poland if we compare Polish data, especially for this a little younger age group. So you see similarly with women. In women, the level in Poland and in UK is very similar. So this peak is in both countries very similar, but this decline was starting a little early in UK than in Poland, and this decline is, well, this is some mathematical comparison showing that this decline of lung cancer in Polish male is quicker than in UK, and similarly, this decline in female is quicker in Poland than in UK. So if we, this is analysis which we was taking from Global Burden of Diseases published in 2016. So you see that generally in male population we have decline in smoking in the last 20 years between 1990 and 2015. This decline is nearly in all European countries. Male in all European countries we observe decline of smoking. But in female population, there are still some countries, as Russia, Portugal, Bulgaria, Greece, Cyprus, in which the level of smoking is not essentially declining. So, situation is now, in 1980, I was showing you that Poland was #1 in tobacco consumption. Now we are in the middle of this rank list. So we have still a long way to go, but of course, compared with 80, we was able to reach nice success, and we are going very well. I think that I finish here, and this is a story which is showing that public health is working, that public health can be very effective, and we need to continue our policy connected with tobacco, and then we have guarantee that this health or the diseases connected or attributable with tobacco smoking will be going down in Poland. So thank you very much for attention, and if there are some questions, I will be happy to answer.
Thank you very much.
Yes.
I want to first make sure whether we have Professor Zdrojewski with us now.
Yes, I have joined just at the beginning of Professor Zatoński's speech, so thank you very much for the invitation, and I am with you. So if you could, Mateusz, to introduce next speaker, and I can do this with the third speech.
Okay, perfect. Okay, so I think we'll leave the questions for the very end after all the speakers have presented. And our second speaker today is Dr. Vaida Liutkute-Gumaru, who's a researcher at the Health Research Institute of the Lithuanian University of Health Sciences. And Dr. Liutkute-Gumaru has almost a decade of research experience in non-communicable disease prevention, and has been actively involved in the work of Lithuanian Tobacco and Alcohol Control Coalition. So we've got both the research and advocacy angle here, and the promotion of evidence-based tobacco and alcohol control policies. So Dr. Liutkute-Gumaru, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much. Good afternoon, everyone. Looking forward to see my slides so I could navigate them.
Okay, let's see if we're going to get them, hopefully, soon.
Oni śpią.
Czy możemy prosić slajdy pani dr Gumarow? Dziękuję.
Just one more second. I think it's still been quite smooth for a hybrid conference this far, so let's keep our fingers crossed that it's going to stay like this.
Not a problem. We can wait a minute or so. Okay, something is changing. Okay, I can see my slides. I hope you can see those too. Mateusz, can you confirm?
I can't see them on the main screen yet.
Okay.
Unfortunately, still don't see them.
Vaida, you can go ahead. We can see.
Now they're up.
Perfect. Very good. So thank you for the opportunity to present in the Second World Conference on Family Health. My name is Vaida Liutkute-Gumaru, and it is my honor to be in the same session with Professor Witold Zatonsky and other colleagues from Latvia and Poland and talk about smoking-related harm. And first of all, I'd like to congratulate conference organizers on the decision to have separate session on smoking. First and foremost, smoking harms all the family, and luckily often it is the family that motivates smokers to quit. So due to very limited time to present, I will focus only on smoking trends in adult population in Lithuania and briefly talk about smoking attributable harm. In 2019, 66% of population in Lithuania did not smoke. 19% smoked every day and 5% sometimes. Compared to 2014, the proportion of population smoking daily decreased only from 20 to 19%. And if compared to 2005, from 25 to 19%. The highest decrease of daily smoking was observed in the age group of 25-34-year-olds. Proportion of daily smoking in 2019 compared to 2014 decreased from 29 to 21% in this particular age group. But it's important to note that this data does not represent smoking of inhalant delivery systems that are becoming more and more popular among young adults. In Lithuania, as in many other countries worldwide, population smoking rates are falling, as was mentioned by a professor a couple of minutes ago too. So, however, as WHO alerts, we may still miss the global target of reducing tobacco use by 30% by 2025. The global decline in tobacco use has mostly been driven by a reduction among women. However, women in the European region are more likely to smoke than their counterparts in any other region, suggesting a worrying trend. And Lithuanian data provided in this slide, I think, well illustrates that. As you see, smoking is still more common among men than women, but smoking rates in the latter group are hardly changing. Proportion of daily smoking men 50 years period from 2005 to 2019. Meanwhile, smoking daily decreased from 42 to 30% in men. Unfortunately, do not have many data on smoking rates of other than regular cigarettes, tobacco products, but slowly this data is built into the existing national population service. We know that about 5% of men and 2% of women are using e-cigarettes and other electronic devices daily or occasionally. Comprehensive data on the habits of smoking of inhalant delivery systems, and Health Research Institute is initiating such. So hopefully we'll have such data pretty soon. Talking about smoking, another important indicator is use of illicit cigarette. This is a serious threat to public health because it undermines tobacco control policies, causes substantial loss in tax revenues, increases availability of tobacco products, cheaper prices. Tobacco industry engage with policymakers and helps them to be perceived as a legitimate stakeholder in a policy debate. Non-existence of public transparent data on illicit tobacco is a global challenge for tobacco control research, and it is especially so, I would say, for our region, as Latvia and Lithuania, in industry-funded studies for decades, countries that have the highest number in EU. Illicit trade argument was constantly used to prevent or postpone any evidence tobacco policy in Lithuania. Our state public health prevention fund that is maintained with money collected from alcohol and tobacco excise taxes commissioned research project to estimate illicit trade in Lithuania. Research Institute smoker survey asking them to show their latest purchased cigarette pack, as well as empty pack survey collecting discarded packs of tobacco products in the street. The survey showed that the estimated proportion of illicit cigarettes was 10.7% in 2019. Illicit cigarettes are more often smoked by men, by older and less educated persons, and the ones who live in rural areas, as well as have lower monthly income and are heavy smokers. So empty pack survey, meanwhile, showed higher proportion of illicits, field workers walked more than 350 3-kilometer long roads in randomly selected cities and towns in Lithuania. We collected more than 5,700 packs of cigarettes and considered that all packs that do not have Lithuanian tax stamp or health warnings as required per national law are not intended for our market. We found that 31.5% of packs were not intended for Lithuania. We can also call them simply foreign packs. This number, of course, included legal and illegal flows into the Lithuanian market, as there is no easy way to determine if pack was brought into the country by tourists or traveling Lithuanians or illegally. But 82% of packs that were not intended for Lithuania originated from Belarus, the famous Milan factory in Grodno. The highest share of cigarettes packs not intended for local market was found in municipalities bordering Belarus and Poland. The between method differences were observed by other authors too. And then, regarding smoking burden in Lithuania, the last comprehensive estimation of tobacco attributable socioeconomic harm was performed, to be honest, quite some time ago. Therefore, I will present estimates from the period of 2003-2013. This was the first analysis of such complexity that included both active and passive smoking and analyzed smoking attributable burden not only among adults, but among children too. Considering previous estimations, this analysis for the first time included smoking attributable prenatal death and smoking caused fire death. Besides smoking attributable morbidity, cases of disability and incapacity to work, as well as direct healthcare costs, social security system costs, cost of smoking employee, and indirect mortality costs. Estimations were done using the prevalence-based population attributable fraction methodology and overall included 33 diseases or disease categories that have a significant association between active and passive smoking and mortality risk. So according to the results of the study, the number of smoking attributable deaths was estimated to be around 70,000 in 2003-2013 at a rate of more than 6,000 smoking caused death annually. Smoking caused 1 out of 4 deaths in men and 1 out of 30 deaths in women. And 89% of all smoking attributable deaths were male deaths. Smoking accounted for nearly 15% of all deaths, 25% of all men, and 3% of all women deaths in 2003-2013. Inpatient healthcare services due to smoking attributable diseases were on average provided to around 71,000 people each year. 20 men and 1 in 44 women use healthcare services due to smoking attributable diseases. More than half of smoking attributable morbidity cases among adults were caused by ischemic heart disease and pneumonia influenza combined. More than 2/3 of all smoking attributable treatments were outpatient treatments. It was estimated that smoking was responsible for 3% of all morbidity cases, which 5% of all male and 2% of all female morbidity cases. For this high socioeconomic harm, which according to our conservative estimates amounted to nearly 53 million euros in Lithuania in 2013, 0.7% of GDP. Averaged to 322 euros per capita or 1,534 euros per smoker. The economic burden was 4 times higher among male. Estimates include both direct and indirect costs, and the latter ones include lost productivity not only due to sickness or premature mortality, but smoking breaks, and presenteeism. direct active smoking attributable healthcare costs covered by the government reached 37.4 million in 2013, with more than half of these costs, 67%, given for inpatient hospitalizations. The estimated smoking attributable expenditure represented 3% of the total 1.2 billion compulsory health insurance fund budget in 2013. Passive smoking would add another 6 million euros. So overall smoking attributable costs represented almost 4% of the total healthcare expenditure in Lithuania. Let me briefly summarize that smoking in Lithuania continues to cause high socioeconomic harm that amounted for almost 3% of GDP in 2013. And despite significant progress in tobacco control, implementation of evidence-based tobacco control policies, tobacco taxation policies in particular, in Lithuanian case, should be further strengthened, and industry-independent data on illicit trade is very much needed in our region. I do apologize for speaking so fast and appreciate everyone listening. Thank you.
Thank you for the concise but comprehensive presentation, especially showing both the health and economic burden smoking continues to have in Lithuania. And we'll move to our next presenter now, who's Dr. From Latvia. Dula works in the Center for Disease Prevention and Control of Latvia. She has been involved in a wealth of epidemiological projects, from the health behavior monitoring surveys of the Latvian adult population since over 20 years now, the health behavior study of school-age children also since 20 years, a member of the National Tobacco Control Council, and she's going to tell us about the burden of smoking whenever you're ready, and hopefully your slides will be up soon.
Wystawiają, nie uważają, tak? Czemu?
Thank you.
Yeah, we can see you.
Yeah. Yeah. Thank you. Good afternoon, everybody. I'm also very grateful and delighted to be invited in this conference to speak about tobacco smoking trends in Latvia, which has been also my field of interest for almost 25 years, and it has been very interesting to hear about experience in Poland and Lithuania, and now I will tell what we have for the beginning. It's like health data, top 10 causes of death in 2017, and this percent of change since 2007 for all ages in Latvia. And as you can see, lung cancer has not changed its fourth place, and ischemic heart disease has been on the first place all the time. Also, top 10 causes of years of life lost in 10 years. We can see practically the same situation those ischemic heart diseases, stroke, cardiomyopathy, and lung cancer has stayed in the same relative place. All incidence rates has been decreasing in 10 years, but relative place of particular disease in importance stayed at the same place. Top 10 causes of disability adjusted life years. We can see especially for lung cancer and ischemic heart diseases, they have been decreasing during 10 years, but still cardiovascular diseases and cancers, they stay as main causes of disability adjusted life years in Latvia. And about top 10 risks contributing to DALIs. We can see tobacco is on third place and has not changed its place from 2007 to 2017. And now about just some data about prevalence of cigarette smoking. This is our longest lasting survey in Latvia, health behavior survey of school-age children. And here we can see for 15-year-old school children how situation has changed from the beginning of 90s last century to 2018, and we have experienced especially for girls, but also for boys, a big growth, and then finally in 2014 and 2018, we finally experienced a real drop of smoking rates for both boys and girls. We have been waiting for this quite a long time, and finally it happened in 2014. For smaller age groups, 13 and 11-year-olds, those figures are now really negligible. Regarding second-hand smoking prevalence, it is a field where we can tell we have some really positive results. It is data from Health Behavior Survey of Latvian adult population and this age group 15 to 65. And you can see how this second-hand smoking prevalence at work has been decreasing, and practically for female it is non-existent now, but for male it is still 6-7% despite of strict legislation. What we are observing is second-hand smoking prevalence at home by gender groups, the same time period from 2010 to 2018. It has dropped by 20% point for male population and 16% point for female population. And we can here it is not regulated by law, but still we can observe this second-hand smoking is really decreasing. And here it is our daily cigarette smoking prevalence. We have been waiting just for this health behavior survey of Latvian adult population. We have been doing it since 1998, but we changed methodology in 2010, so we cannot compare those results. So we observed about 50% of male population were daily smokers and about 20% of female population, this age group 15-65. And we were almost desperate. So much has been done in legislation, in health promotion, in rising the prices for cigarettes, and still smoking rates were not decreasing. And then finally, in last survey in 2018, we observed a considerable drop of smoking rate. And it was for all age groups and for both sexes. It was not like just for younger age group or for more or less educated. It was a real drop for all. So finally, we have some hope. Something has been changing, and I must tell about other tobacco products like electronic cigarettes, shisha, and heated tobacco. It has not a very high prevalence rate in Latvia. About 5% of population is using it, mostly, of course, young persons, this youngest age group. But it's not the main concern. Right now, still traditional cigarettes are the mainly consumed smoking product in Latvia. We have been lucky to have this study, burden of smoking in Latvia, current situation and policy options for tobacco control, which has been conducted by help of WHO in 2020-21. And we have really fresh data on burden of smoking and exposure to second-hand smoke, and some proposals how what should be done in this field. Study was done by researchers from Spain and Italy. They used Eurobarometer data, so it's maybe why those figures are rather more higher than our monitoring data. But still we can see here this middle age group 35-64, the smoking rates are the highest for male and also for female population. This exposure to second-hand smoke, it also shows higher figures than we have in our monitoring data, and especially high for female population. Distribution of adult deaths attributable to smoking and exposure to secondhand smoke. We can see about a quarter of all the deaths in male population and about 12% in female population are attributable to smoking. The distribution of diseases, disease cases attributable to smoking in 2019, we can see here those figures, and for a small country like Latvia, it's a considerable amount. Here is the distribution of disease cases attributable to smoking for children age 0 to 14, mainly otitis media and lower respiratory infections. And loss of QALY attributable to smoking is much higher for male population, almost 3 times higher. And also different kind of costs have been calculated, and medical costs also for male population are higher than for female population. And main options for tobacco policy in Latvia are pointed as comprehensive smoke-free air laws, but we have been evaluated like almost everything has been done except maybe at homes and families. The second-hand smoke still persists. Regarding excise duties, we are fulfilling EU regulations, but unfortunately, this rise of prices is lagging behind of inflation. Regarding advertising and display bans, I can tell in Latvia has been done practically everything what has been advised. Regarding plain packaging, it's I must tell no hope, and financial coverage and cessation policies here we are really lagging behind other countries, because those tobacco taxes, they are not earmarked for health promotion and cessation policies, unfortunately, which should be done. And there in this study also has been calculated changes in smoking prevalence for 5-year period and 15-year period, but I must tell those the prognosis already they start to fulfill even with higher speeds than has been prognosed by authors of study. So thank you for attention.
Thank you very much, Dr. Pudule. Thank you for sharing the situation in Latvia and the policy challenges. It was good to see that there's an onset of decline in your latest survey, and hopefully this will be a sustainable decline. So before we move to the discussion and to Professor Zdrojewski's comments as well, we will have one more presentation on health inequalities in Poland. And we've got a person who's very well placed to present on such a topic, as Kinga Janik-Koncewicz is not only a research assistant at the European Observatory of Health Inequalities at Kalisa University, but also a lead assistant editor of the Journal of Health Inequalities, in addition to being the project director at the Health Promotion Foundation in Poland. So Kinga, feel free to start whenever you're ready.
I'm pleased to be here today with us, and thank you all speakers and our organizers to have such a good conference in hybrid way. So it's very new for us, but it's going quite well. Okay, so let me start. Just a quick reminder about health inequalities. These are unfair and avoidable differences in health across the population and between different groups within society. And they arise because of the conditions in which we are born, we grow, live and work and age. And these conditions influence our opportunities for good health and well-being. And there are four main dimensions in which we can consider health inequalities. First is socioeconomic status and deprivation, like poor education, unemployment, and other. Equality and diversity, like age, sex, race, sexual orientation, or disability. Then are vulnerable groups of society, like migrants or homeless people. And the last one is geography. These are, of course, only four dimensions. There are other, but today I would like to present health inequalities considering three dimensions: education, age, sex, rural and urban conditions. So first of all, we have to remember how we can measure difference in health status. First of all is life expectancy, the most important health indicators. Then we have mortality and morbidity rates. And of course, we can measure exposure to risk factors, especially behavioral risk factors like tobacco smoking, alcohol consumption, and others. And let's start with the European view on health inequalities and on life expectancy. So first of all, please remember about mentioned today by Professor Zatonski, the Closing the Health Gap in European Union project. It was three projects funded in part by European Commission and Polish Ministry of Science. And many of speakers today present at the conference were involved in this project, like Carlo, Jürgen, Leif is with us, Iveta, and many others. I hope you are with us. And just to summarize what was the main aim of this project, we tried to analyze and compare health inequalities between 15 countries of so-called old European Union with 10 countries of new accessed countries, like Bulgaria, Czech Republic, and present today Latvia, Lithuania, Poland, and Estonia. And among main key points from the project concerning life expectancy, there was we found a huge difference in life expectancy between EU 15 and EU 10 countries, both in men and in women. And the main reason for that was found tobacco and alcohol consumption. And let's move to 2018 and let's see how life expectancy is looking now. So still we have huge differences between Western and Eastern part of European Union, with Poland let's say in the middle of the bottom, if I could say like this, with life expectancy at almost 78 years. And here you can see the differences in men and women, but I would like to show you how these sex differences look like. we have a huge difference in life expectancy between men and women in Poland and other Eastern European countries, with Latvia at the top, and Ines told us about this today. Let's move to Poland. Life expectancy is 73 years in men and almost 81 years in women. So we have 8-year difference. And look at the other dimension. We have here a comparison of life expectancy in men and women by region or voivodeship in Poland. So we have in men difference by 3 years and in women by 2 years according to region where people live. On the other hand, you can see here, this is the difference in life expectancy at birth if we compare rural and urban area. So we have some regions in Poland where, for example, Mazowieckie, where we live, where men in urban area live 2 years more than men in rural area. And the same situation in women. And now let's move to exposure to risk factors, and first is tobacco smoking. We talked about prevalence of tobacco smoking in Poland, and now we have the 27% of daily smokers male and 18% of daily smoker women. When we consider the sex difference, we can see that we know that prevalence of smoking was going down in Poland since 70s, and you can see as well the sex ratio was going down. So in the 70s we had 3 times more men smoking than women, and now this difference is it's going down, and it's almost 1. And if we consider daily smoking by age, we can see that there are no differences in smoking men and women in adults, middle-aged adults, but there are differences in younger adults and people 65 years and older. Daily smoking by education, very strong factor shaping the situation, the prevalence of smoking in Poland. There is very clear situation in men, and you can see that the higher is education level, the lower is percentage of smokers. But in women is quite a different situation. We have the highest percentage of women smoking in vocational group, and the lowest in secondary and the lower in secondary and the lowest in women with higher education. But it's very interesting that women with primary and higher education are at the same level. And now move to health burden according to tobacco smoking. So Professor Zatoński told us about lung cancer mortality in Poland, and I would like to show you just the sex ratio men to women in age groups. So the older is age group, the sex ratio is higher. And lung cancer mortality by education, it is also very interesting that the higher is education level, the lower is mortality from lung cancer in men. But in women, it's a little bit more complicated. So the lowest mortality due to lung cancer is in the group with higher education, but the highest is in a group of upper secondary education, not the lowest one. And if we consider educational inequalities in lung cancer mortality, here you can see the rate ratio of lower secondary or less versus higher education level, which give us a proxy of educational inequalities. And as you can see, in men, in fact, between 2010 and 2018, only in the youngest age group, 20 to 44 years, we have the decline in the rate. So we can say that in this group, the education inequalities went down. But in the other age groups in men, there are no substantial changes. But in women, and it is very considering that we have the almost 10 times higher inequalities in the youngest age group, and in other age groups, the inequalities are going up as well. Okay, let's move now to alcohol consumption. So these are results from European Health Interview Study from 2019, and we can see here that we have more abstinence among women, of course, and more alcohol drinkers among men. And we have, when we consider age groups, we can see that the highest alcohol consumption is among young and middle-aged people versus the youngest and the oldest one. And if we consider education, this is very quite interesting from epidemiological point of view. You remember that I showed you the slide with information that the higher education, the lower prevalence of smoking. But here you can see that alcohol consumption prevalence of alcohol consumption is rising with the education level. So the highest is among people with the highest education. The opposite situation to tobacco smoking. And the burden of alcohol consumption. Let's move to alcoholic liver cirrhosis mortality in Poland. I'm sorry, some technical problems, but I'm here. So I would like to show you the sex ratio, which is going up with going up the age group, the same situation as with lung cancer. And concerning education, you can see that the highest mortality from alcoholic liver cirrhosis is in group of men with the lowest education, and it's going down with rising education level. And here we have the same situation in women. So the lowest education, the highest mortality, and the highest education, the lowest mortality level. But here we can compare the rate ratio. So once again, lower secondary or less, so the lowest education level versus the highest education level. And in men, you can see that inequalities went down, but in women, it went up substantially. And to conclude, Poland is a country of wide gender, educational and geographical inequalities in access to health. Life expectancy in Poland is lower than EU average, and difference between men and women averaged 8 years in 2019. Alcohol consumption and tobacco smoking have been playing substantial role in determining life expectancy in Poland. While tobacco smoking trends have been decreasing, rising alcohol consumption has become a key factor in this situation. The volume of ill health burden in context of tobacco and alcohol, of course, is higher in men than in women in Poland. However, women in Poland have experienced higher pace of increase in alcohol attributable mortality and increase in educational inequalities in alcoholic liver cirrhosis mortality. Thank you very much for your attention.
Super.
I think it was fascinating to hear about these differences in sociodemographics underpinning the different risk factors in Poland. So we will move to the discussion now, and I would first maybe invite Professor Zdrojewski, who has been waiting so patiently for an opportunity to share his reflections and any questions or comments he might have for the panelists.
First of all, congratulations on excellent presentations, very clear and very complex. So it is not easy to make any hot comment on that. Very important and complex data on our country, Latvia and Lithuania. I represent the field of area of cardiovascular diseases, so I can add something maybe interesting for you. How does it look like from the field of the cardiovascular diseases, not only lung cancer and those kind of problems. So European Society of Cardiology has published last month, so this is very fresh topic, and I was the reviewer of this document, the new preventive guidelines for clinical practice for all physicians and cardiologists in Europe. And the main sentence and issue is one, that all smoking of tobacco should be stopped, and that tobacco use is strongly and independently causal of cardiovascular diseases. So our distinguished lecturers presented excellent historical data, but I would like to concentrate more on the present time, on electronic cigarettes and heated tobacco products. This is very important from the young generation point of view, and we should have more focus on that. Another issue from cardiological point of view is the weight gain after cessation after stopping smoking. So the European Society of Cardiology also presented a very clear statement that smoking cessation is recommended regardless of weight gain, and this weight gain does not lessen the cardiovascular benefits of smoking cessation. I am talking about this because many patients, especially female patients, are asking about that, and that this is a problem. So we have no doubt that the benefits of smoking cessation are absolutely our main aim. And what about electronic cigarettes? I would like to ask our guests from Latvia and Lithuania, what about the electronic cigarettes? They should be a substitute that allow older patients to stop smoking, but they should not be used by young generation. But I am afraid the process is going in the opposite side, that there are more and more popular in our countries among youngsters, and not about in older smokers, let's say. So in our European Society of Cardiology preventive guidelines, there is a question mark on, are the electronic cigarettes less harmful than conventional tobacco? Are they effective of smoking cessation? And our response is very clear, that nowadays we need more research to give any detailed and very clear answer on that. So in our opinion, in European Society of Cardiology opinion and European Heart Network position paper also published 1 month ago, electronic cigarettes are addictive. Their use should be subject to similar control as standard cigarettes, and especially flavored that appeal to children. So this is a cardiological point of view. So heat not burn cigarettes contain tobacco and should be discouraged. This is our point. So users of heated tobacco products and e-cigarettes suffer from similar devastating effects on cardiovascular health. So Professor Zatoński was the main speaker in our parliament 2 weeks ago because there is a hot discussion in Poland, in government and parliament, about the taxes and increase of taxes. So the point of European Society of Cardiology and of the European Heart Network is that taxes and excise duties on heated tobacco products should be at the same level as for conventional cigarettes. This is our clear statement, and I am really interested how does it look like from the point of experts from Latvia and Lithuania, electronic cigarettes, young generation, and taxes for all tobacco products.
Maybe I can answer because I participate in parliament during those discussions on tobacco control law, and I must tell there is very strong lobby from side of electronic cigarettes and heated tobacco, and one more bad thing, those nicotine pouches. Which are not for smoking but for chewing, and those are really bloody battles in parliament because lobby is so strong, and even parliamentarians are telling, we prevent by using electronic cigarettes, we prevent lung cancer. And not taking any attention to cardiovascular diseases. And those are doctors in parliament who are speaking such ways. So in Latvia, those really are bloody battles, and but practically for electronic cigarettes and heated tobacco products, the same regulations apply as for conventional cigarettes. But for us now, a very big problem are nicotine pouches. And as I see it, it could be good to have more collaboration and common policy because our industry is telling, okay, if we will raise taxes, our people will buy cigarettes in Estonia, Lithuania, or Poland, or everywhere because they are cheaper there. So maybe we must have some common approach and collaborate more in this field of legislation and taxation. It could be very beneficial for public health. Thank you.
Vaida, would you make some comments? I can only add to Iveta that we had the same bloody battle in our parliament 2 weeks ago, and there were some doctors, one cardiologist who surprised the chairman and the presidium of our Commission of Health because he was simply lobbying for cigarettes. So that was tragic for me. That was dramatic. I didn't know how to react, simply. Vaida, how is...
What was told already by Iveta and by Professor Tomasz. Unfortunately, discussions active and more hotter every single month. On top of that, unfortunately, we have questions on alcohol policy and cannabis as well. So that also is alert, and especially seeing that, for example, as Iveta shared, we see the same trend in our 15-year-old school children, that trend is decreasing, but unfortunately increased. We see studies showed. So that's also something that all public health community, I believe, is alert. But I do appreciate you sharing strong position of cardiologist community. I guess every single public health expert and yes, I would say that I would add that another challenge is that do tend to merge, and in Europe as well, is who previously used to only tobacco, exploring possibilities towards heated tobacco products, vaping, vapors, or electronic cigarettes, or even investing into cannabis business. So this is going to be another challenge. As we can see, those industries are really merging.
Thank you, Vaida. May I ask my co-chairman, Mateusz, on the situation in England and the taxes and electronic cigarettes in young generation, because in Poland it is growing up.
Yes, thank you, Professor Zdrojewski. Yeah, I mean, as most of you probably know, the UK is quite exceptional when it comes to e-cigarettes, because there hasn't been a large uptake among the youth, whereas they have become fairly popular among kind of middle-aged smokers, and they are largely seen as a smoking cessation tool in the UK context. But we've had a lot of discussions with this as part of the sort of Bloomberg initiative on how to interpret this British example in view of other countries, low and middle income countries. And of course, the UK is quite exceptional in that it's quite far advanced in the introduction of the Framework Convention tobacco control measures. In fact, it's probably they're having fulfilled most of the articles, and also cigarettes are extremely expensive. The taxation on cigarettes is, I think, the highest level in sort of the European WHO region. So we've got a very, and of course, smoking rates are also very low in the UK. They're, I think, 12 or 13%. So it's a different population of smokers we are dealing with there than I think in most of the countries we talked about today. I think we've been very cautious to recommending the UK approach in any other country at a different stage of the tobacco epidemic, and is also at a different regulatory stage from other countries. The industry, of course, has been very active at trying to confuse the difference between the different novel products, especially e-cigarettes and the heated tobacco products, and sort of try to present them as both harm reduction tools. Whereas, of course, most of the evidence we have on heated tobacco comes from the tobacco industry itself and is not credible at all. Therefore, I think it's important also in the UK context to distinguish between e-cigarettes and other novel products. Iveta also mentioned nicotine pouches, which the industry is very active in promoting in low and middle income countries as well. So it's a complex picture, and I think that the one conclusion there is that context really matters, and any intervention in order to be effective has to take that into account. And perhaps there is place for strictly regulated e-cigarettes as a sort of medical tool helping cessation, but definitely opening up the market in countries that still have high smoking rates to a new product that can be advertised, that can be targeted to kids. The wrong way to go about using it well from a public health perspective.
Thank you very much, Mateusz, for this from many perspectives and answer. And I really do think, like you, that we cannot simply follow the way we should find in this part of Europe our own methods to fight. If I may broaden a little bit our discussion from cigarettes and electronic cigarettes on other risk factors in our countries, because Dr. Iveta is taking part in health behavior monitoring, in health behavior study on school-age children. And in Poland, unfortunately, during last decade, we observed reduction of physical activity in children. How is it the same in your country? And what the results of the project say? Because this is very dramatic information for us in our country, that young generation, they are smoking more e-cigarettes, cannabis is going more and more popular, and they are less and less physically active. So what will happen in 10 years, in 20 years, or even in 5 years?
I must tell, in Latvia, this physical activity among school children is steadily going down, and for example, girls, 15-year-old, they just 15% of them fulfill requirements of WHO. This 1 hour of physical activity per day. It's really frightening situation.
It's the same in Poland.
Yeah. And now what we are doing in Latvia, we are working with communities and trying to involve them in different kind of physical activities outside school, just to involve families and to build environment which stimulates physical activity. And some communities are really active in it, so we just hope maybe this all family approach somehow can help in this situation.
So we are facing the same problems in this part of Europe.
Actually, yes.
Mateusz, there is 3:30, so I don't know whether we may continue, or this is time for chairman and to make a summary.
Yes, thank you very much. Yeah, I believe we should be wrapping up since our time has run out, and of course there's more sessions coming in half an hour. I just want to make sure whether Kinga or Vito have any kind of last words as well as we wrap up the session.
You are fine. Thank you, Mateusz.
Well, can I say more?
Jest pan podłączony.
Well, I think that it's very big misunderstanding about this things which are calling e-cigarettes. They are not having nothing to do with cigarettes. They have nothing to do with electronics. They are nicotine delivery device. And this is a special topic. I don't think that we would like that we have enough time to discuss this. This is a very complicated topic. Nowadays, the fight is not for health, but the fight is for a little money from a group of people which would like to sell something which is, I don't know, they were thinking 10 years ago that they will be making huge business, but fortunately, in Poland, it's not happened, and this data from Lithuania and from Latvia are showing that in any Central East European country, nicotine delivery device in adult population was not, they are not very popular. In Poland, the level of people which tell that I was once in my life using nicotine delivery device is 2%. 2% of population. So it is another problem. The problem is that it's really tragic that children, and this is exactly as Iveta was telling us, are using this nicotine delivery device not only to deliver nicotine, but deliver in other narcotics. So this is way to be familiar with something, and it is working very good in Polish population, because nearly every 1 in 3 children are using this nicotine delivery device, and nicotine is very toxic for brain. It's not toxic so much for cardiovascular system, but it's not very important from cancer point of view, but have acute as well chronic effects in human brain, especially if this human brain is in the period of development. So this is another problem, and I think that the first we must finish war with conventional cigarette, because between us speaking, I never saw in my life that somebody was dying from nicotine delivery device, from e-cigarettes. Nobody was. They are, in the fact, they are not killing. They are killing children's brain, but they are not really the most important factor for cardiovascular diseases risk. They are conventional cigarettes, and I am very happy that nowadays all cardiologists say yes, conventional cigarettes are the most dangerous things which is preventable. So we can, because industry would like us that we discuss about something what is not important from health point of view. This is a problem for politicians, for for psychologists, for psychiatrists, because this damage which this nicotine delivery devices are doing in children's brain, it's criminal. It's something which we can tolerate. And as Mateusz mentioned, for example, in UK, they was able to keep level of use of this nicotine delivery device in children in very low level, but not in Central Europe. In Central Europe, nearly in all our country, this is very attractive product for children, and this is not problem for cancer people. This is something marginal, absolutely marginal, and I'm sorry, Tomek, to say this is marginal for cardiovascular diseases burden. It is some harm, but if you compare tobacco smoke and nicotine delivery and pure nicotine, this is another rank of danger. So let's organize another conference about nicotine delivery device, and we must understand, and I would, you say historical. Well, this is historical. It's historical to stop smoking human, then we stop cigarettes, lung cancer. We will be eradicated. And if we stop, if population will be stopping smoking, and this is in Australia or New Zealand, they have huge progress in cardiovascular diseases, because this is the most important factors which was killing people by damage in this cardiovascular system. Anyway, it's complicated, but much more. They was asking me how big must be acciza or the tax. This is nonsense. This is something joke. This is not for discussing for medical doctor, because this is not my business. This is business of state, are our politicians taking decisions that bring our children from the beginning will be attacked by nicotine, but officially and regularly selling this it can be banned as it was banned in many places in the world. Sorry.
Thank you for this brief comment to finish off. I believe we need to wrap up now. I see we've had some new panelists join us in Lithuania as well. But this has been an extremely informative session and fantastic overview of 3 countries. So thank you to all the speakers, and thank you to Professor Zdrojewski for his reflections and comments and instigating an important discussion as well.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Best greetings from Gdańsk.
Aby zapewnić absolwentom gruntowne przygotowanie zawodowe i odpowiednią praktykę, uczelnia nawiązuje i podtrzymuje kontakty z przedsiębiorstwami, samorządami terytorialnymi, instytucjami życia publicznego oraz ośrodkami akademickimi w regionie, w kraju i za granicą. Dzięki życzliwości zaprzyjaźnionych przedsiębiorstw i instytucji studenci mogą odbywać praktyki zawodowe, a po ukończeniu nauki wielu znajduje tam zatrudnienie. To szkoła napędzana ambicjami i marzeniami, które dzięki konsekwencji udaje się realizować. Prawie na całym świecie najkorzystniej i najwygodniej studiuje się w średnich miejscowościach. Małe uczelnie cieszą się szczególnym wsparciem środowisk lokalnych i regionalnych, w tym środowisk gospodarczych, administracyjnych i ośrodków opiniotwórczych. W tej niewielkiej, w porównaniu z uniwersytetami w większych ośrodkach szkole wyższej, student nie czuje się anonimowy. Łatwiej staje się członkiem studenckiej społeczności, która potrafi nie tylko razem uczyć się, ale także bawić, na przykład podczas juwenaliów. Na wsparcie liczyć mogą osoby niepełnosprawne, na pomoc obcokrajowcy, których jest coraz więcej. Przyjeżdżają z Rosji, Turcji, Portugalii, właściwie z całej Europy. W Kaliszu znajdują nie tylko znakomity ośrodek dydaktyczny, ale także miejsce, w którym warto spędzić najlepsze lata swego młodzieńczego życia. Studia w Kaliszu to dla naszych absolwentów dobry początek przyszłej kariery zawodowej, mówi z przekonaniem obecny rektor uczelni. Początkowo kaliska uczelnia miała sprostać potrzebom lokalnego środowiska, a bardzo szybko stała się ważnym ośrodkiem kształcenia młodzieży nie tylko z Kalisza i południowej Wielkopolski, ale też z innych regionów. Aby zapewnić absolwentom gruntowne przygotowanie zawodowe i odpowiednią praktykę, uczelnia nawiązuje i podtrzymuje kontakty z przedsiębiorstwami, samorządami terytorialnymi, instytucjami życia publicznego oraz ośrodkami akademickimi w regionie, w kraju i za granicą. Dzięki życzliwości zaprzyjaźnionych przedsiębiorstw i instytucji studenci mogą odbywać praktyki zawodowe, a po ukończeniu nauki wielu znajduje tam zatrudnienie. To szkoła napędzana ambicjami i marzeniami, które dzięki konsekwencji udaje się realizować. Prawie na całym świecie najkorzystniej i najwygodniej studiuje się w średnich miejscowościach. Małe uczelnie cieszą się szczególnym wsparciem środowisk lokalnych i regionalnych, w tym środowisk gospodarczych, administracyjnych i ośrodków opiniotwórczych. W tej niewielkiej, w porównaniu z uniwersytetami w większych ośrodkach szkole wyższej, student nie czuje się anonimowy. Łatwiej staje się członkiem studenckiej społeczności, która potrafi nie tylko razem uczyć się, ale także bawić, na przykład podczas juwenaliów. Na wsparcie liczyć mogą osoby niepełnosprawne, na pomoc obcokrajowcy, których jest coraz więcej. Przyjeżdżają z Rosji, Turcji, Portugalii, właściwie z całej Europy. W Kaliszu znajdują nie tylko znakomity ośrodek dydaktyczny, ale także miejsce, w którym warto spędzić najlepsze lata swego młodzieńczego życia. Studia w Kaliszu to dla naszych absolwentów dobry początek przyszłej kariery zawodowej, mówi z przekonaniem obecny rektor uczelni. Początkowo kaliska uczelnia miała sprostać potrzebom lokalnego środowiska, a bardzo szybko stała się ważnym ośrodkiem kształcenia młodzieży nie tylko z Kalisza i południowej Wielkopolski, ale też z innych regionów. Aby zapewnić absolwentom gruntowne przygotowanie zawodowe i odpowiednią praktykę, uczelnia nawiązuje i podtrzymuje kontakty z przedsiębiorstwami, samorządami terytorialnymi, instytucjami życia publicznego oraz ośrodkami akademickimi w regionie, w kraju i za granicą. Dzięki życzliwości zaprzyjaźnionych przedsiębiorstw i instytucji studenci mogą odbywać praktyki zawodowe, a po ukończeniu nauki wielu znajduje tam zatrudnienie. To szkoła napędzana ambicjami i marzeniami, które dzięki konsekwencji udaje się realizować. Prawie na całym świecie najkorzystniej i najwygodniej studiuje się w średnich miejscowościach. Małe uczelnie cieszą się szczególnym wsparciem środowisk lokalnych i regionalnych, w tym środowisk gospodarczych, administracyjnych i ośrodków opiniotwórczych. W tej niewielkiej, w porównaniu z uniwersytetami w większych ośrodkach szkole wyższej, student nie czuje się anonimowy. Łatwiej staje się członkiem studenckiej społeczności, która potrafi nie tylko razem uczyć się, ale także bawić, na przykład podczas juwenaliów. Na wsparcie liczyć mogą osoby niepełnosprawne, na pomoc obcokrajowcy, których jest coraz więcej. Przyjeżdżają z Rosji, Turcji, Portugalii, właściwie z całej Europy. W Kaliszu znajdują nie tylko znakomity ośrodek dydaktyczny, ale także miejsce, w którym warto spędzić najlepsze lata swego młodzieńczego życia. Studia w Kaliszu to dla naszych absolwentów dobry początek przyszłej kariery zawodowej, mówi z przekonaniem obecny rektor uczelni. Początkowo kaliska uczelnia miała sprostać potrzebom lokalnego środowiska, a bardzo szybko stała się ważnym ośrodkiem kształcenia młodzieży nie tylko z Kalisza i południowej Wielkopolski, ale też z innych regionów. Aby zapewnić absolwentom gruntowne przygotowanie zawodowe i odpowiednią praktykę, uczelnia nawiązuje i podtrzymuje kontakty z przedsiębiorstwami, samorządami terytorialnymi, instytucjami życia publicznego oraz ośrodkami akademickimi w regionie, w kraju i za granicą. Dzięki życzliwości zaprzyjaźnionych przedsiębiorstw i instytucji studenci mogą odbywać praktyki zawodowe, a po ukończeniu nauki wielu znajduje tam zatrudnienie. To szkoła napędzana ambicjami i marzeniami, które dzięki konsekwencji udaje się realizować. Prawie na całym świecie najkorzystniej i najwygodniej studiuje się w średnich miejscowościach. Małe uczelnie cieszą się szczególnym wsparciem środowisk lokalnych i regionalnych, w tym środowisk gospodarczych, administracyjnych i ośrodków opiniotwórczych. W tej niewielkiej, w porównaniu z uniwersytetami w większych ośrodkach szkole wyższej, student nie czuje się anonimowy. Łatwiej staje się członkiem studenckiej społeczności, która potrafi nie tylko razem uczyć się, ale także bawić, na przykład podczas juwenaliów. Na wsparcie liczyć mogą osoby niepełnosprawne, na pomoc obcokrajowcy, których jest coraz więcej. Przyjeżdżają z Rosji, Turcji, Portugalii, właściwie z całej Europy. W Kaliszu znajdują nie tylko znakomity ośrodek dydaktyczny, ale także miejsce, w którym warto spędzić najlepsze lata swego młodzieńczego życia. Studia w Kaliszu to dla naszych absolwentów dobry początek przyszłej kariery zawodowej, mówi z przekonaniem obecny rektor uczelni. Początkowo kaliska uczelnia miała sprostać potrzebom lokalnego środowiska, a bardzo szybko stała się ważnym ośrodkiem kształcenia młodzieży nie tylko z Kalisza i południowej Wielkopolski, ale też z innych regionów. Aby zapewnić absolwentom gruntowne przygotowanie zawodowe i odpowiednią praktykę, uczelnia nawiązuje i podtrzymuje kontakty z przedsiębiorstwami, samorządami terytorialnymi, instytucjami życia publicznego oraz ośrodkami akademickimi w regionie, w kraju i za granicą. Dzięki życzliwości zaprzyjaźnionych przedsiębiorstw i instytucji studenci mogą odbywać praktyki zawodowe, a po ukończeniu nauki wielu znajduje tam zatrudnienie. To szkoła napędzana ambicjami i marzeniami, które dzięki konsekwencji udaje się realizować. Prawie na całym świecie najkorzystniej i najwygodniej studiuje się w średnich miejscowościach. Małe uczelnie cieszą się szczególnym wsparciem środowisk lokalnych i regionalnych, w tym środowisk gospodarczych, administracyjnych i ośrodków opiniotwórczych. W tej niewielkiej, w porównaniu z uniwersytetami w większych ośrodkach szkole wyższej, student nie czuje się anonimowy. Łatwiej staje się członkiem studenckiej społeczności, która potrafi nie tylko razem uczyć się, ale także bawić, na przykład podczas juwenaliów. Na wsparcie liczyć mogą osoby niepełnosprawne, na pomoc obcokrajowcy, których jest coraz więcej. Przyjeżdżają z Rosji, Turcji, Portugalii, właściwie z całej Europy. W Kaliszu znajdują nie tylko znakomity ośrodek dydaktyczny, ale także miejsce, w którym warto spędzić najlepsze lata swego młodzieńczego życia. Studia w Kaliszu to dla naszych absolwentów dobry początek przyszłej kariery zawodowej, mówi z przekonaniem obecny rektor uczelni. Początkowo kaliska uczelnia miała sprostać potrzebom lokalnego środowiska, a bardzo szybko stała się ważnym ośrodkiem kształcenia młodzieży nie tylko z Kalisza i południowej Wielkopolski, ale też z innych regionów. Aby zapewnić absolwentom gruntowne przygotowanie zawodowe i odpowiednią praktykę, uczelnia nawiązuje i podtrzymuje kontakty z przedsiębiorstwami, samorządami terytorialnymi, instytucjami życia publicznego oraz ośrodkami akademickimi w regionie, w kraju i za granicą. Dzięki życzliwości zaprzyjaźnionych przedsiębiorstw i instytucji studenci mogą odbywać praktyki zawodowe, a po ukończeniu nauki wielu znajduje tam zatrudnienie. To szkoła napędzana ambicjami i marzeniami, które dzięki konsekwencji udaje się realizować. Prawie na całym świecie najkorzystniej i najwygodniej studiuje się w średnich miejscowościach. Małe uczelnie cieszą się szczególnym wsparciem środowisk lokalnych i regionalnych, w tym środowisk gospodarczych, administracyjnych i ośrodków opiniotwórczych. W tej niewielkiej, w porównaniu z uniwersytetami w większych ośrodkach szkole wyższej, student nie czuje się anonimowy. Łatwiej staje się członkiem studenckiej społeczności, która potrafi nie tylko razem uczyć się, ale także bawić, na przykład podczas juwenaliów. Na wsparcie liczyć mogą osoby niepełnosprawne, na pomoc obcokrajowcy, których jest coraz więcej. Przyjeżdżają z Rosji, Turcji, Portugalii, właściwie z całej Europy. W Kaliszu znajdują nie tylko znakomity ośrodek dydaktyczny, ale także miejsce, w którym warto spędzić najlepsze lata swego młodzieńczego życia. Studia w Kaliszu to dla naszych absolwentów dobry początek przyszłej kariery zawodowej, mówi z przekonaniem obecny rektor uczelni. Początkowo kaliska uczelnia miała sprostać potrzebom lokalnego środowiska, a bardzo szybko stała się ważnym ośrodkiem kształcenia młodzieży nie tylko z Kalisza i południowej Wielkopolski, ale też z innych regionów. Aby zapewnić absolwentom gruntowne przygotowanie zawodowe i odpowiednią praktykę, uczelnia nawiązuje i podtrzymuje kontakty z przedsiębiorstwami, samorządami terytorialnymi, instytucjami życia publicznego oraz ośrodkami akademickimi w regionie, w kraju i za granicą. Dzięki życzliwości zaprzyjaźnionych przedsiębiorstw i instytucji studenci mogą odbywać praktyki zawodowe, a po ukończeniu nauki wielu znajduje tam zatrudnienie. To szkoła napędzana ambicjami i marzeniami, które dzięki konsekwencji udaje się realizować. Prawie na całym świecie najkorzystniej i najwygodniej studiuje się w średnich miejscowościach. Małe uczelnie cieszą się szczególnym wsparciem środowisk lokalnych i regionalnych, w tym środowisk gospodarczych, administracyjnych i ośrodków opiniotwórczych. W tej niewielkiej, w porównaniu z uniwersytetami w większych ośrodkach szkole wyższej, student nie czuje się anonimowy. Łatwiej staje się członkiem studenckiej społeczności, która potrafi nie tylko razem uczyć się, ale także bawić, na przykład podczas juwenaliów. Na wsparcie liczyć mogą osoby niepełnosprawne, na pomoc obcokrajowcy, których jest coraz więcej. Przyjeżdżają z Rosji, Turcji, Portugalii, właściwie z całej Europy. W Kaliszu znajdują nie tylko znakomity ośrodek dydaktyczny, ale także miejsce, w którym warto spędzić najlepsze lata swego młodzieńczego życia. Studia w Kaliszu to dla naszych absolwentów dobry początek przyszłej kariery zawodowej, mówi z przekonaniem obecny rektor uczelni. Początkowo kaliska uczelnia miała sprostać potrzebom lokalnego środowiska, a bardzo szybko stała się ważnym ośrodkiem kształcenia młodzieży nie tylko z Kalisza i południowej Wielkopolski, ale też z innych regionów. Aby zapewnić absolwentom gruntowne przygotowanie zawodowe i odpowiednią praktykę, uczelnia nawiązuje i podtrzymuje kontakty z przedsiębiorstwami, samorządami terytorialnymi, instytucjami życia publicznego oraz ośrodkami akademickimi w regionie, w kraju i za granicą. Dzięki życzliwości zaprzyjaźnionych przedsiębiorstw i instytucji studenci mogą odbywać praktyki zawodowe, a po ukończeniu nauki wielu znajduje tam zatrudnienie. To szkoła napędzana ambicjami i marzeniami, które dzięki konsekwencji udaje się realizować. Prawie na całym świecie najkorzystniej i najwygodniej studiuje się w średnich miejscowościach. Małe uczelnie cieszą się szczególnym wsparciem środowisk lokalnych i regionalnych, w tym środowisk gospodarczych, administracyjnych i ośrodków opiniotwórczych. W tej niewielkiej, w porównaniu z uniwersytetami w większych ośrodkach szkole wyższej, student nie czuje się anonimowy. Łatwiej staje się członkiem studenckiej społeczności, która potrafi nie tylko razem uczyć się, ale także bawić, na przykład podczas juwenaliów. Na wsparcie liczyć mogą osoby niepełnosprawne, na pomoc obcokrajowcy, których jest coraz więcej. Przyjeżdżają z Rosji, Turcji, Portugalii, właściwie z całej Europy. W Kaliszu znajdują nie tylko znakomity ośrodek dydaktyczny, ale także miejsce, w którym warto spędzić najlepsze lata swego młodzieńczego życia. Studia w Kaliszu to dla naszych absolwentów dobry początek przyszłej kariery zawodowej, mówi z przekonaniem obecny rektor uczelni. Początkowo kaliska uczelnia miała sprostać potrzebom lokalnego środowiska, a bardzo szybko stała się ważnym ośrodkiem kształcenia młodzieży nie tylko z Kalisza i południowej Wielkopolski, ale też
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the Kalisza conference at the session Alcohol Consumption and the Burden of Alcohol-Related Diseases. I'm pleased to welcome all participants, and I'm pleased, first of all, welcome Dr. Mindaugas Telemekas, who agreed to change a little bit program and co-chair this session with me. Mindaugas, my dear friend, welcome.
Hello, and thank you for inviting me again to help you.
Okay, so just a word about you for those who couldn't take part in previous sessions. Dr. Mindaugas is the head of Health Research Institute and associate professor at the Department of Preventive Medicine at the Faculty of Public Health, Lithuanian University of Health Sciences. The background education is public health and health economics, and the main area of academic interest is behavioral health risk factors such as alcohol and tobacco. Once again, Mindaugas, you're very welcome.
Thank you, and may I just take the lead of chairing the session from here. And now I have the honor to present you, King, as the first speaker. And yeah, you are part of a team of a health promotion foundation who organizes this nice conference together with other partners. And now you have a very interesting presentation, history on alcohol consumption and burden of alcohol in Poland. So now I would like to give the floor to you, and we are looking forward for your presentation.
Thank you, Mindaugas. This is a presentation of a team of Professor Witold Zatoński and myself and other colleagues as well who collaborate with us on a daily routine. So I will say about history of alcohol consumption and causes, effects of this consumption, the burden of alcohol-related disease in Poland. So first of all, history of alcohol consumption. So Professor Zatoński showed you today the slide when he showed you, in fact, few phases of alcohol consumption per capita in Poland. So the increase until early 80s, then a sudden decline after some introduction of some policies, then the stagnation period between 84 and 2002, and the main reason of our today discussion, the huge increase in alcohol consumption since 2002 after the excise tax on spirits was increased by 30% in Poland. Decreased by 30% in Poland. Thank you. So here you can see more information about these four phases I told you previously. And here you have as well...
Maybe say a few words about the Solidarność effect.
Okay.
This is how society is powerful.
Okay, so yeah, the society is most powerful in such phenomenon. You can see the increasing trend of alcohol consumption since 60s until 1980, and then when solidarity movement started to be active and they introduced very strong policies according to alcohol, and education campaign was introduced, the alcohol consumption suddenly went dramatically down, and then stopped for a few years. So this slide show what can be done, in fact, in today, and how powerful are those activities. And let's see what is the structure of alcohol consumption in Poland. So, as you can see, historically in Poland, the main alcohol consumed in Poland was vodka, so spirits. And you can see the 60% of total alcohol consumption was due to vodka consumption, and 30% of alcohol consumption was beer, and around 10% wine. And today we have the opposite direction, where the beer consumption is almost 60%, so, and wine is at the common level. And on the right chart you can see the same structure, but
okay, so it seems we lost the presentation.
Okay.
For a while.
Are you with us? We have some.
Yes, we can hear you now.
Okay,
yeah.
Great.
Please continue.
Thank you. So on the right slide, you can see also structure of recorded per capita consumption of alcohol, but described in liters of pure alcohol. Okay, so from this slide, the main information is that in 50s, 60s, 70s, and then so on, Poland was among the countries with low and medium consumption of alcohols, and the range of consumption, as you can see, in 50s was among 22 in France and 2 liters in Finland, and then this pattern was continued until 2019, when you can see that Poland is in the bottom of countries with the highest consumption. However, the range of alcohol consumption changed. So we have the highest consumption in Latvia with 13 liters per capita, and the lowest level of consumption is in Norway, but it's not 2, but like in 50s in Finland, but it's 6 liters per capita per year. And here you can see the change in alcohol consumption in liters per capita between 2000 and 2017, how it has changed. So in green, you can see the countries where alcohol consumption decreased, and there are most of central and western part of Europe. And on the right, you can see in red and black the countries where consumption of alcohol increased. And in fact, this slide summarizes the cause of our today discussion and why we involved colleagues from Latvia, Lithuania, and Estonia, and of course from Poland, and we are discussing the problem of alcohol and burden of alcohol diseases. And when we are considering burden of alcohol diseases, we must remember that there is a wide variety of different alcohol attributable and related diseases and conditions. And maybe just to give you a brief summary on this, first group, we have 3 groups of diseases and conditions connected with alcohol. First are causes of death wholly attributable to alcohol consumption. So these are diseases that are only caused by alcohol in 100%. There are no other causes of these diseases. So we have a group of mental and behavioral disorders due to use of alcohol. We have a few causes related with poisoning due to alcohol. There is a wide group of liver disorders due to alcohol and liver cirrhosis, alcoholic liver cirrhosis. There are also gastrointestinal disorders due to alcohol and other disorders with one of the key group, which is alcoholic myopathy, so cardiovascular diseases connected with consumption of alcohol. The second group of diseases and causes of deaths are causes related to alcohol consumption. So they are not in 100% connected with alcohol consumption, but with partly. So it can be in 10%, it can be in 50% or 80%, but not 100%. But the main key message is here that you have a wide variety of such diseases. So here, I don't know, the list of 20 maybe, and even more ICD-10 codes describing these causes. And third group of conditions are external causes of death, partly related to alcohol. And the most descriptive would be traffic injuries. So most of car accidents we know that are caused by alcohol consumption. So they are not, this cause of death is not directly connected with alcohol, but indirectly connected with alcohol. And as you can see here, there are also a variety of such conditions. And just to summarize, we were talking today about immediate reaction to exposition, to increase in alcohol consumption, so exposition to alcohol. We were talking about years life loss due to alcoholic liver disease in Poland. These are rising in both men and women. And we were talking as well about life expectancy, which were rising in Poland until 2016, and then it started to decline. And the reason for this summarize is alcoholic liver cirrhosis, which is going up in all age groups, in both men and women. And I showed you in last presentation that according to education as well. So here you can see that according to age group, there is a different sex ratio in mortality due to alcoholic liver cirrhosis, but the main information from this slide is the pace of increase mortality due to alcoholic liver cirrhosis in women. In the youngest age group, in 2019, there were 6 times more women dying from alcoholic liver cirrhosis mortality than in the beginning of 2000s. In the middle-aged group, there were 8 times more women dying from alcoholic liver cirrhosis mortality than in the beginning of this observation period. And the last chart you can see that in 65 years old group, the difference is 17 times. 17 times. So as I told you, the standardized mortality rates per 100,000 increase in all age groups, in men as well in women. And these are absolute number of deaths also in every age group in men and as well in women. So here you can see the percentage of mortality from alcoholic liver cirrhosis in all-cause mortality. So as you can see, the highest percentage of mortality from alcoholic liver cirrhosis, 6% in men and 8% in women, is in the youngest age group. So in considering recommendations for policy and for public health leaders, we must consider this as well, that apart from pace of increase of alcoholic liver cirrhosis mortality in women, we also, in the highest, in the oldest age group, we also must remember about the younger age groups. And on this, I would like to finish. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you very much, Kinga, and your team. And I think I kindly suggest that we will take questions at the end of the session. First, we have the presentations, and then we will have a proper discussion and, of course, answer the questions. And if anybody who listens have any questions, so they can write their questions in chat or later on ask questions at the end when we have a discussion. So now I would like to give an opportunity to continue moderating to Kinga.
Thank you, Mindaugas. Okay, it's my pleasure to introduce Dr. Jarosław Neneman, who is an assistant professor at Faculty of Economics and Sociology at University of Łódź, earlier at Lazarski University in Warsaw. In years 2004, 2005, 6, and 14 to 15, Undersecretary of State at the Ministry of Finance, responsible for tax policy and legislation. Dr. Neneman, you're very welcome, and the floor is yours.
Thank you very much. In fact, this is the first time I can talk about these issues with doctors. So this is quite different perspective. I hope my point of view might be of some interest to you. And this is very pity that we didn't talk to each other much earlier, because maybe the policy could have been different. Okay, so let me start. Wait. Okay, you have already seen this diagram, so let me jump to the next diagram. Let's talk about money. Okay, when you doctors, when you look at tobacco and vodka, you can see a lot of pain, death, cost to the health system. Whereas when the economists, the Minister of Finance looks at these goods, we can see money. That's obvious. Okay, so let's talk about money. What can we see here? The red line is the excise on alcohol, on 100 liters of pure alcohol. In Polish zlotys, the blue line is in euro. So on the left hand, as you can see, the blue bars used to be higher than the red line. Then we had something strange in 2002. That was a 30% decrease. I asked my friends at the Ministry of Finance what was the reason, what was the rationale. That was the pure political decision, no economic rationale behind. But
no, I give you letters from the finance minister in which they described this goal. They was describing this.
Okay, you know, in economics, it's easy to explain everything ex post. Moreover, politicians can tell you whatever you wish. Okay, so obviously there was a good justification, but not on the economic grounds. Okay, let's jump to next slide. Okay, this is the slide. This is the important slide for economists. Let me discuss it a little bit. Probably most of you are not familiar with economic slides. Okay, so the red line is the average. This is the average tax revenue. This is the moving average for 12 months. So this tells you about money we get each month from excise duty on spirits. The blue line is the monthly tax revenue. You can see a lot of jumps, ups and downs, and whereas the green line is the tax rate, the excise. Okay. When we return to the famous decrease almost 19 years ago, one of the arguments was that because we reduced the rate, the legal market was bigger, there was less smuggling, and the tax revenue were higher. As you can see from this diagram, this is not the case. And at the beginning, at least at the beginning, the tax revenues were lower. So that was not true. What else you can see from this diagram? Especially at starting, there was a small increase in 2014. Then nothing happened, but you can see the trend. The red line is climbing up, slowly, but it's climbing up. To some extent, due to the fact that we introduced the payment for families called 500 plus. And vodka becomes cheaper and the consumption was higher. The other thing is beer. By the way, I will ask you what is better from your perspective, beer or vodka. I know that these two goods are bad. I know these two goods are bad. In economics, we use the word bad. But okay, for policymakers, we have to decide the relative excises. When you look at beer, you can see that. Look at the red line. As we have already seen that the structure has changed and people switched to drinking beer. That was the policy some 20, 25 years ago. But we can see the stagnation. In case of vodka, the red line was climbing up, whereas in case of beer, the red line for the last 8 years is flat, or in some years even slightly declining. Okay, economic affordability of vodka. This data shows you how many bottles of vodka, half-liter bottle of alcohol content 37.5. You can purchase either with disposable income per person or with average earnings. Probably this diagram, you need to compare the beginning and the end, but the increase is more than 2.5 times. So over the last 20 years, we allowed in Poland for the alcohol to become very, very cheap. I cannot see any explanation for this. There's no rationale. Here you can see the very. Okay, this is not a sophisticated statistic, neither econometrics. That's just 2 lines, but you can see the very close correlation between the numbers of bottles of vodka you can purchase with the average wage and the consumption of vodka. You can see that the pattern is clear. Okay, the business did something else to promote vodka. In Poland, we call that little monkey. These are the alcohol sold in small quantities. As you can see, the bottles are very small. And that was a big success, if I may say. So from the perspective of business, that was a big success. To some extent, this is the other factor that can explain the increase in vodka consumption at the expense of beer. At a similar price, you can have something strong, very convenient. I was told that this type of vodka was preferred also for ladies because it's easy to keep it with you. And there was a very, I don't remember now the exact pattern in which hours, which part of the day that was sold, but a lot of these types of vodka was sold in the morning. So guys going to work, they purchase the small bottles to drink them during the day, probably. Okay, a few words about political economy. Once again, I'm very happy to be here because I'm afraid we are living in 2 separate worlds. You talk about problems, you talk about things I can hardly imagine, whereas the economists and the Minister of Finance live in quite different world, where we take care about money, then we have politicians that take care about popularity. Okay, so let's look at the money side. On the left-hand side, this is the structure of revenue, but we talk about excises. So as you can see, fuels, that's half of the money. Then we have tobacco and alcohol. The rest is not essential. When we look at the alcohol revenues, then we've got spirits, beer and wine. Wine is, we may forget wine. In one slide, we saw that in some countries there is no excise duty on wine, but in our country, I don't think this is a problem. Beer and spirit, that's the problem. Again, shall we have the same excise duty on these 2 goods, or shall we have the same prices? That's a different story. Okay, let me press the button once again. Okay. Let's also look at the excise policy from the perspective of politicians. Obviously, from the perspective of the Minister of Health, he or she would prefer the excise rate to be as high as possible, full stop. From the Minister of Finance, I would say that I would look at money, at the tax revenues. So tax increase, okay. I should have the Laffer curve somewhere at the back of my head, but definitely these prices, this excise tax rate should go up each year. What about politicians? They do care about popularity. And they look at the cost and benefits. What is the benefit of higher excise? Maybe money. Politicians don't care that much, at least in some countries. Maybe in your countries they care more about health, but generally speaking, they don't care that much. They care about money. Higher excise means more money, but the cost, the political cost, that's the big issue. They lose popularity. So maybe we, all of us, especially you doctors, you should give arguments for politicians so that the cost, the political cost is lower and the benefit is high. Okay, and that's a little bit funny. You know, in Poland, as you may remember, we didn't have any tax increases on vodka. For last 18 years, we have 3 or 4. Why? Because for politicians, that's stupid, I know, they count the numbers of tax increases, so say, if we can increase the tax rate, say 5% for 5 years, that's roughly speaking 7 or 28%. For politicians, it's better to have one big increase rather than a few small, but that's stupid. I mentioned money. Sorry?
Why so?
Why it's stupid?
No. I don't understand this philosophy from political.
Okay, each tax increase, this is the bad story for politicians. So opposition, they count, okay, you increase, I don't know, 5 taxes or something like this. But from my perspective, I mean, from economic perspective, it's better to have a lot small increases, say each year, but instead of one. Okay, we have other considerations. Now we talk about health, but when we talk about excises, we should also talk about environment, but we don't discuss excise duty on fuels. Okay, so for politicians, that's a big question to rise or not. As I mentioned, the cost, the political cost is quite high. The benefit is not clear. Therefore, we see what we can see. Or we can see what we can show. Another aspect that was mentioned by someone during the previous panel. Okay, when you want to increase the excise duty, there will be the media will be against you, business will be against you, and business will give this. They will show you that in some other countries the rates are lower, and for us, we usually look at Germany. You like it or not, the vodka in Germany is taxed less than in Poland. In Hungary, the diagram is a little bit inconsistent because in Hungary they have excise duty and an additional tax. So the total burden on the right panel, you can see the right button. But when we start, this time the story was slightly different. Usually, whenever we discuss the tax increases, business complain, but wait, in other countries, tax rates are lower, so there will be smuggling, blah, 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 blah. So this is important, so coordination probably is important. Therefore, the tobacco story is far more successful because we had to increase rates because we were told by the European Union, this bad European Union. Oops. Okay, how to raise excises. Now, this is not from the perspective of health, this is from perspective of business and from the perspective of money the Minister of Finance can earn. Okay, you may have discretion, that is, one day there's a decision to increase, say, by 10, 20, or as in one country we could see 112%. Okay, but we may have rules. I would say rules are better. What kind of rules? We may have a roadmap saying that, okay, over the period of, say, 5, 10 years, we are going to achieve this and that. This means we are going to increase taxes by this or that amount. This can be binding or not binding, but this is not that essential. We can link tax increases to consumer price index, that is to inflation. That's clear. Everybody would understand that. We can link that to nominal GDP. We can link that to average wage, whatever. But if this is linked, then the people can understand what's going on. Business can understand what's going on. That's much easier. It's easier to said than done. For business and for Minister of, I will finish in 1 minute, predictability is essential. So, okay, if you talk to people in tobacco industry, they know the price of cigarettes will go up. They know this. And they ask the Minister of Finance, please tell us the roadmap so that we can adjust. Let me speed up a little bit. Okay, I've mentioned that, so there's no need to discuss it again. Okay, honestly speaking, as I said, this is the first time I'm among you, doctors, and this is the first time I can see how bad policy was conducted. Had I been aware of this, probably assuming I had an influence on the policy, probably the policy could have been different. The story so far was sad, but there's a good news. The good news is that the government announced a roadmap, and as you can see, we will have the increases in alcohol and tobacco taxation. I will not start the discussion about hit not burn. We had that discussion. I think you doctors, you have to say something on these products. The discussion about excise duty is very political. We have big producers, they have big budgets, and they are buying expertise, showing whatever they want to show. Okay, that's it. Thank you very much. That's the technicalities. This is not that essential. By the way, never go into these details because they are very political. Okay, thank you very much. Sorry for talking 2 minutes more.
Thank you very much, Dr. Neneman. It was a very interesting point of view on burden of alcohol diseases from economic point of view, which is very helpful for us, public health leaders, to plan activities with policy activities. And now we are going to the presentation of Dr. Mindaugas Telemekas. Mindaugas, once again, thank you for participating, for your help in organizing this conference, and you are very welcome, and the floor is yours. Oh, we can't hear you. Hello? Mindaugas. Okay, you're with us. Yes, please follow.
Yes, I'm with you. Okay, thank you once again. And it was a great pleasure to listen for the previous presentation, as mine will be something in between economics and public health. And I will try to balance in between the arguments what we have. And actually, Lithuanian experience also shows some contradictory, let's see, messages and experiences than we think from the pure economic perspective. But I will speak about all of those things in a while. Right, so when we speak about Lithuania, so this is one of the 3 Baltic countries, and I think we are quite a homogeneous population and quite a homogeneous country. We have most of the Lithuanians are ethnic Lithuanians. Their religion is mostly Christianity, and that makes, the traditions more or less consistent among all of the population groups. Also, we share with the Baltic countries and Poland and other Eastern countries the post-Soviet past. So that means we also tend to demonstrate the post-Soviet drinking habits. And currently, well, I'm showing slightly older data here from 2016 from WHO reports. showing that the beer and spirits consumption is more or less similar. It's around 40%, and I checked the most recent data from 2019. It's not changing. It's around 40% for spirits and beer. So the consumption of these two are more or less the same. But also we tend to demonstrate some unhealthy drinking habits, including the binge drinking, which is also an issue for the other post-Soviet countries. And when we speak about the alcohol consumption, so Lithuania during the past several years made a significant progress in reducing the recorded alcohol consumption. I'm very proud of that. But also we cannot go easy on alcohol control because we are still among the heavy alcohol consumers. This is the data from OECD database showing in colors our 4 countries, neighboring countries, and Lithuania. Estonia seems to be having the lowest consumption so far, just above 10 liters per capita. Poland with 11 liters is close neighbor to Lithuania with 11.1 liters in 2019. And the top consumer turned out to be Latvia. And well, this is a significant change from 2016, actually, when Lithuania was indicated as one of the top, well, not one of them, but top alcohol consumer in the European region. And that made actually our Lithuanian politicians me crazy, and lots of questioning about WHO data have been raised, and this is deliberately why I'm showing you OECD data, not the WHO, to indicate that, okay, not only the WHO data shows that Lithuania has quite a significant levels of alcohol consumption. Right, and when we think about alcohol consumption, especially recorded alcohol consumption and the taxation of alcohol, of course, the Ministry of Finance automatically thinks from a perspective of income, excess income to the budget. And this is the Lithuanian recent experience on collecting income from excess taxation. Lithuania has quite an interesting story from 2016, when in 2017 the excess taxation in Lithuania was increased really significantly by more than 100% for beer and wines, and by 30% for spirits. It was like a shock therapy by a new government that was elected at the end of 2016. And that resulted to quite a significant income in 2017 already, by around 29% in 1 year, the increase. And in 2020, we have over 380 million euros income from excess taxation from alcohol beverages. And that is more than 50% of increase from 2016. While at the same time, the recorded alcohol consumption was going down, and especially from 2016 to from 2015 to 2018, the decline was almost 2 liters, and this is just in a few years. This is a major achievement, I think. So, when Lithuania is compared, 2000 compared to 2019 or 2020, well, you cannot see the message there because Lithuania made a significant progress in just a few years, and major differences and changes in Lithuania happens from around 2007, 2008 only. Up till then, well, the situation was not that good. And yeah, we were, I'm trying to switch the slide. Yeah, we were in a quite bad situation, and I will come back to that. And Jürgen, in his morning presentation, already showed one of the slides that I will want to show you again. Right, but first of all, when you speak about the recorded alcohol consumption, naturally the opponents, especially from alcohol industry, starts to speak about the unrecorded consumption, and especially the problems arises when you mentioned that Lithuania is part of the European Union. That means the Schengen area, that means the free trade, that means the free travel. And Lithuanians are very mobile people moving to Poland, moving to Latvia to buy some cheap alcohol or cheaper alcohol. And that might cause some problems for Lithuania. But it turns out that unrecorded consumption is not that big of a problem. Okay, it is a problem, but it's not a major problem for Lithuania. For the past several years, we are occasionally doing the study in estimating the unrecorded consumption in Lithuania. So this is just one of the results that we have in estimating that recorded. So one of the surveys we have trying to estimate unrecorded was in 2012. So at that year, the unrecorded consumption was about 6%. Back in 2019, the Statistics Lithuania made another survey in like more properly estimating the unrecorded consumption from a much bigger sample of population. And what we observed already in most recent years in modeling our results, so that the unrecorded consumption was slightly increasing despite the overall quite significant decline in recorded consumption. So we also got in 2019 around 8% that is unrecorded in Lithuania. But this is not, I think, a major issue. The biggest problem still remains that recorded consumption in Lithuania is still too high, and it was too high for quite many years. And the fact that the unrecorded consumption has not increased really significantly means that the excise policies in Lithuania work, alcohol control policies work as well, because even though you can see a lot of people traveling, in supermarkets across the border to Poland, and especially maybe parking slots may look interesting with lots of, cars with Lithuanian plates and people buying alcohol, but this is not the entire population. This is the same story that you can say about ferries moving from Helsinki to Tallinn, where there is a high concentration of Finnish people who goes to drink cheaper alcohol, and the same stories are everywhere in cross-border trade. But this is not the entire population, and the message here is that unrecorded consumption should not stop you from increasing the excise tax, even making it as a significant, really shock therapies occasionally. Right, so this is the slide you already seen. I just made it fuller and also increased the number of years we show in this slide. And I will briefly comment on it. So basically, in 1984, we started, as part of the Soviet Union, we started the Gorbachev's anti-alcohol campaign. It gave some interesting results. The situation was improving at that time, but in '86, the policies were cancelled, and all the, let's say, situation started to become really worse. Then in early 1990s, Lithuania became independent. Also, all the previous alcohol control policies collapsed, and that made a lot of problems. The alcohol attributable mortality, which is here expressed as mortality rate from accidental poisoning, really increased, and the life expectancy was going down. Then the policies were improved, and let's say all the control alcohol control institutions were established at around 94, 96, and alcohol control law was implemented, so it started to work and made good results. But before Lithuania joined the European Union, we ruined some of the things. We allowed to sell alcohol in petrol stations. We reduced the excise taxation by 40%. So it was a bad situation. And until 2007, we did nothing, and the situation became really bad. After that, the major alcohol control policy started in Lithuania, including the raise in excise taxation, ban in alcohol marketing in several occasions, and many other policies were introduced, which really made a breakthrough in Lithuanian alcohol control policies. And we did the more detailed assessment already in analyzing this situation in Lithuania. Jürgen also mentioned one of the recent studies in analyzing all-cause mortality. And well, during these periods when these policies immediately were implemented, so that means 2008 and 2009, and another period starts in around 2014 when the excise taxation was increased in several occasions, then the ban in sales in petrol stations, and the famous excise increase in 2017, plus more like a full package of tough alcohol control policies implemented in 2018. All these periods when the policies were implemented pushed all-cause mortality by 3% more than in the periods without the policies. So this is an important message. Another one is that alcohol excise taxation really like a shock therapy in 2017 reduced the mortality by more than 1,000 people. So this is another important message, that the fiscal policies do work from the perspective of public health and may provide really major effects. And currently we have a big project implemented in Lithuania to estimate alcohol control policy effectiveness in Lithuania and Poland and other Baltic states. And hopefully we will provide more insights and more really tough evidence showing that alcohol control policies really work. And one of the concluding remarks from me would be that, of course, you can have solid studies, you can have solid economic or public health arguments, but you always have to remember that there is lobbying activities from the industry, and you have to be able to provide health advocacy arguments, not only solid scientifically, but also solid from the marketing perspective, and to solve them to the society. So I will stop here. Thank you very much.
Presentation. You've done a lot in Lithuania. Congratulations. And you are a fantastic example for other countries to follow your policies, especially with increasing tax on alcohol. And now let's go to the next presentation of Laura Izajeva, Alcohol Consumption Trends and Burden of Alcohol-Related Health Problems in Latvia. Laura is a public health specialist and researcher in the addiction field, graduate master in public health at Riga Stradins University, and current PhD student in medicine. You are very welcome, and the floor is yours.
Thank you a lot. And it's actually a great honor, and I'm very delightful to participate and to present Latvian data today. And you're not going to see here a good example, as you saw in a previous presentation. But so let's start. Yes, I prepared this overview with my colleagues, Lauma Sprindi and Ines Gobiņa, about alcohol consumption trends and alcohol-related harm in Latvia. So you have seen this chart several times today, but still it's very important to emphasize once again, Latvia is on the top of the statistics on recorded alcohol consumption, I think already for several years, and it's on the first place not only in European Union but also in European region as well. Here you can see the alcohol consumption trends over the past 30 years. And of course, here and there, different fluctuations with increases and decreases. But overall, the trend in alcohol consumption is increasing. Especially, it's increasing in the past 10 years. So from 2010, there is a gradual annual increase in alcohol consumption, and it's reached so far, it was a peak in 2018 with 13.2 liters of pure alcohol per one adult person. So the latest 2020 estimates suggest that there is 12.6 liters, and maybe if we try to convert this number of pure alcohol liters into the real number of drinks, it means that Latvians here, with the little help of the tourists, drink approximately 3 shots of vodka per day. In the last 3 years, the Latvian CDC started to estimate alcohol consumption, excluding alcohol consumed by the tourists. And still we see here a little increase in the past years. And it means that without the help of the tourists, exclusively Latvians drink approximately 2.7 shots of vodka per day. Here is the statistics on Baltic Sea regions over the past Baltic Sea region countries over the past 20 years, and as you see, Latvia wasn't on top of the alcohol statistics all the time. It happened only in recent years. As you see, and it was discussed, of course, previously today, that Lithuania had higher alcohol consumption rates, and Estonia as well, but probably due to the successful prevention programs, it reduced, and probably due to the unsuccessful prevention programs in Latvia, it increased. So here in 2015, we can see that Latvian consumption exceeds Estonian consumption, and in 2017, it exceeds already Lithuanian consumption. Of course, when we speak about alcohol consumption in Baltic countries, we can't avoid speaking about cross-border alcohol trade. Of course, this is the common issue for many countries, but I think that in Baltic region, it is especially important and common issue. It was mentioned by previous speaker that's possible that Lithuanians may come, for instance, to Latvia to buy more cheaper alcohol or to avoid restrictions they have. But it's more researched, at least it's known that greater impact on cross-border trade we have with Estonian. And of course, due to the fact that Latvia have much lower prices on alcohol beverages. And here you can see Estonian survey results saying that 14% of Estonians come to Latvia specifically to buy alcohol here because it's cheaper, and 25% of Estonia comes to buy alcohol in Latvia just during the regular travel to Latvia. So here you can see also the big differences in excise duty rate within Baltic countries. So with the blue curve, we can see the Estonia, and it over the past 10 years, it always had higher prices on alcohol. But in 2019, in July 2019, Estonia cut its excise duty rate on ethyl alcohol by 25%. And unfortunately, Latvian government is not contributing to improve this situation. At the same time, our government also cut the excise rate by 15% in order to reduce and prevent significant fall in sales of alcoholic drinks, so especially on the Latvian-Estonian border. Here are the maybe major prices for several specific drinks, and Latvia have one of the cheapest prices on spirits, wine, beer, somewhere in the middle. Let's maybe take a look at the main alcohol-related indicators, very well-known indicator, and heavy episodic drinking, so 60 grams of pure alcohol per one occasion. So it means that if you drink per one occasion approximately 6 shots of whiskey or other spirits, it's considered as a heavy episodic drinking. A little bit older data, but still here data on heavy episodic drinking in the past months in European Union countries, and Latvia is one of the highest proportions of adults reporting heavy episodic drinking, so 44%, and here is also quite a big difference between males and females. Those who in daily life work with the alcohol related statistics knows that heavy episodic drinking indicator may be measured a little bit differently in different surveys, and one of the latest data at the European level we have from the European Health Interview survey. This is the only one indicator showing us lower prevalence of heavy episodic drinking than average indicator in the EU. But here you can see the proportion of monthly heavy episodic drinking among alcohol drinkers. So it's a little bit differently expressed here. So 14.2% in Latvia. Share of dependent drinkers. Here you can see also not the latest statistics, but still approximately 10%. Approximately 10% of drinkers have dependency problems, and here is a great difference between males and females, and proportion of dependent drinkers among males in 2015 was 19%, which also is the highest indicator among OECD countries. And here I add additionally the latest results from National Addiction Survey. So this is the same source of information used for the 2015 data. So as you can see, here is a pretty large decrease in share of the dependent drinkers, especially among males. So it decreased by 10 percentage points. Among females, this decrease is pretty minor. Mortality data over the past 10 years, as you can see, the highest peak was in 2015 with 40.2 death cases per 100,000 due to the alcohol-related diseases, and in the past 2 years there is a slight decrease. The greatest share of the death causes related to alcohol are due to the alcoholic cardiomyopathies and alcohol-related liver diseases. Potential years of life lost. So it was mentioned several times today that Latvia have one of the lowest life expectancies in European Union. And unfortunately, we're still continue to lose and waste lifetime years also due to the alcohol-related causes. And as was estimated by NDPHS colleagues, that approximately 10% for both males and females in Latvia, 10% of death causes are alcohol-related causes. And this zero here in the middle indicates that there weren't any significant changes compared to 2013 year. However, changes weren't indicated also for men, but there were great improve in potential years of life lost for females. So I think the situation got better by 25% in the period of 4 years. And here also a comparison of potential years of life lost stratified by gender within Baltic Sea region countries. So for both males and females in Latvia, potential years of life lost are higher than in any Baltic Sea region countries. Disability adjusted life years. Here also the global statistics indicate that Latvia in 2019 had 73% more disability adjusted life years than global estimate and 37% more than European region have an average. And here are the 4 Baltic Sea region countries. Here I represent only the latest 2019 data. So Delhi is directly used to alcohol use disorders. And overall trend in Latvia shows the decrease in the early 2000s. But in the last 10 years, it's remained more or less stable. As we can see for Estonia and Lithuania, there is also a decrease in Delhi due to alcohol disorder, but something happening in the last years that there is no any improvement in this situation here. So, briefly, to sum up all the information presented today, basically with this presentation, we are raising awareness that Latvia have one of the highest alcohol consumption and other alcohol-related indicators, not only in Europe, but also within many other world countries. And we hit tops on many different alcohol-related indicators, consumption, share of dependent drinkers, dailies, potential years of life lost, and maybe other indicators as well, which of course indicates the urgent need for more effective and broader prevention strategies in Latvia to reduce alcohol consumption and to reduce alcohol-related harm. So, thank you for your attention.
A fantastic presentation. Thank you to show us the situation in Latvia in context of other Baltic countries. It was very interesting. And now let's move to the last presentation before we start the discussion. Welcome Relika Stoppel, who will talk about the impact of alcohol availability on alcohol attributable and related mortality in Estonia. Relika is a research assistant at the University of Potsdam and is currently finalizing her PhD in health economics. Her main research interest lies in analyzing alcohol control policies and their effectiveness effectiveness in reducing alcohol-related adverse outcomes, such as alcohol attributable and related mortality and drunk driving. Relika, you are very welcome, and please, the floor is yours.
Yes, thank you. Last but not least, Estonia, right? Thank you, Kinga. Thank you, Professor Zatonsky, for inviting me to also show you the situation in Estonia. So obviously, there's only so much I can tell in 15 minutes. So I think my main goal with my presentation would to give you the main general picture about the situation in Estonia, to show you that we have a lot of positive developments in Estonia, very nice trends, but also that there is some room for improvement in some other areas. So my presentation is structured as follows. I will first show you the development in life expectancy in Estonia. And since life expectancy is very closely related to premature mortality, I will also show you that we have very big developments and reduction in premature mortality in Estonia. However, it is still very high, the premature mortality in Estonia, and partly to the main risk factors that are there in Estonia. So I will briefly also present the main risk factors in Estonia. And we will see that one of the main risk factors in Estonia is alcohol. And therefore, in the second part of my presentation, I will concentrate mainly on alcohol. I will show you the trends in alcohol consumption and also in the development of alcohol attributable and alcohol-related mortality. So as Jürgen Rehm told in his presentation today in the morning, that there are good news and bad news about alcohol. The good news is that there is something we can do about it, and there are very effective alcohol control policies. And the bad news is that we are not doing enough. Then in my presentation, I will mainly concentrate on the good news, and I will show you the effectiveness of implementing alcohol control policies in Estonia. So we have discussed multiple times the concept of life expectancy, and this is an indicator for us that shows the health status in a country, but also the reduction in mortality, and not only mortality of the older people who die from natural causes, but also the reduction of premature mortality of younger people, right? And yeah, let's take a look at the situation in Estonia. Here we see at first glance very positive and nice developments for male and for female populations. So for the female populations, we see over the last 20 years, the life expectancy has increased by 6.4 years. And for male population, the increase has been a whole 8.5 years. And this is not the only good news about this slide, but also if we look at the male-female gap in life expectancy, we see that it has decreased from 10.5 years to 8.4 years in 20 years. So these are nice developments. So as I already mentioned, one part of life expectancy is also decrease in mortality, and among other things, in premature mortality, and therefore I would like to show you the developments in premature mortality in Estonia. So yes, very colorful slides. I will first concentrate on the situation in Estonia. When we compare the development of premature mortality rate in 2000 as compared to 2015, this is the latest data I could find, we see a tremendous decrease in premature mortality by more than 40%. So this is a very nice development. And if we compare ourselves with our neighbors, then from the initial starting point in 2000, where Estonia was ranked second highest in premature mortality after Latvia, then the situation has changed. By 2015, Estonia being the ranked fourth as compared to our neighbors with regard to premature mortality after Latvia, Lithuania, and Poland. So the development itself is positive. However, if we look at other countries in the bottom part of the slide, and we look at the EU average, we see that there is still a long way to go for our countries, right? If we compare also to Finland, Germany, or Italy, they are all even below the EU average. So there's still a long way to go. Still room for improvement, and the question is obviously like, where can we improve ourselves? So one main area where we could look at are the risk factors and the lifestyle choices of people, right? Because we see positive developments in life expectancy. It is increasing, premature mortality is decreasing, but is still very high. So there is potential for improvement. And if you look at the main risk factors in Estonia, so I will first zoom into the first row of the graph, and then we will look at the bigger picture. Here we see the ranking of the main risk factors that contribute to death and disability in Estonia. So ranked as number one, and the main contributor is ischemic heart disease, followed by drug use disorders, hypertensive heart disease, and so on, and alcohol being ranked sixth. So alcohol belongs to the main contributors to premature mortality in Estonia. Maybe to say a few words about the developments and trends over the last 10 years, then the ranking of alcohol has not changed much, although the burden itself has improved. So if you look at the big picture of Estonia and alcohol use disorders, we see that alcohol is ranked sixth as one of the main risk factors in the country. But if we compare the situation to other countries, we see that alcohol is not ranked as high as Estonia is. Well, we still, like Latvia and Lithuania, alcohol is still ranked very high. So definitely a big problem in Estonia. Alcohol contributing quite strongly to premature mortality. And now I come to the second part of my presentation, where I want to concentrate on alcohol. As I already said, alcohol contributes to a large part of premature mortality in Estonia. What I forgot to mention is that from all the premature deaths in Estonia, about 70% are men who die prematurely, right? And alcohol is related to about 30% of all premature deaths. And if we look at 100% alcohol attributable deaths, then their share is about 10%. So a large share of Estonian population is dying prematurely, either directly or indirectly from alcohol consumption. So that's why in the second part, I will briefly show you the trends in Estonia and alcohol consumption, and then I will use one example of the developments in alcohol attributable mortality in Estonia, and show you and discuss how with some alcohol control policies we can improve the situation, meaning reduce alcohol attributable mortality. So Kinga already made the difference. Oh, okay. First, the consumption trends in Estonia, sure. From 2008, obviously this was one of the peaks, but still if we look at the trends, there is a downward trend. Estonia is still ranked 26th, I think, we saw, right, alcohol per capita consumption. And in recent years, the level of consumption has been stagnating a little, but still we see a positive improvement, downward trend in consumption. So I was slightly fast. I just wanted to mention that thanks to Kinga for presenting and introducing the definition of alcohol attributable mortality. I don't have to say much about this. So now I will concentrate on the deaths that are per definition to 100% attributable to alcohol consumption. Professor Zatonsky also showed the picture for Poland, where we saw that there was a very strongly increasing trend. For Estonia, I can fortunately show a slightly better picture, at least for us, with respect to alcohol attributable mortality in Estonia. This is the rate aggregated at yearly level. And what I want to discuss with you within this context is to show you the effect of alcohol control policies. Obviously, Estonian policymakers have been implementing multiple different alcohol control policies, such as excise tax and others. But in this presentation, I would want to talk about a specific alcohol control policy implemented in 2 steps in 2007 and 2008 that prohibited alcohol sales in off-premise settings in Estonia after 10 p.m. until 10 a.m. And obviously in a country where people mostly drink alcohol at home, implementing an off-premise policy addresses much more directly the alcohol consumption in the country, right? But first, let's take a look at the graph, and then I will come closer to or discuss more in detail the findings. So we see there is a very steep upward trend in alcohol attributable mortality rate before the policy was implemented, with a very strong decrease around the time as policies were implemented and downward trend afterwards. So obviously, during the time as the policies were implemented, we know we had financial crisis and economic development was, there were big problems. But if we control for this, and I implemented multiple different econometric methods to analyze the effect of the policy, if I control for the economic developments at that time and the financial crisis, I can show that this policy reducing alcohol availability in Estonia contributed to a reduction in alcohol attributable mortality by around 40%. So obviously, if we talk about alcohol attributable deaths that are 200% attributable to alcohol consumption, we're talking about a very small subgroup of population, right? But in a country like Estonia, where so many people do drink alcohol and where alcohol is involved in so many other deaths as well, it is also interesting to look at the bigger picture. So in an ongoing research right now that I'm doing with a colleague of mine, we looked at alcohol-related mortality. So we looked at all the death causes that have an alcohol attributable fraction of at least 50% and more. And we see similar effects of the policy. So we see that alcohol-related mortality was decreased by around 10%. So it is effective in a context like Estonia to reduce alcohol availability. And the biggest profiteers, if you wish, are the middle-aged people and the male population. So in general, the ones who are most at risk from dying from alcohol. So yeah, if I would sum up everything that I have said by now, we see a positive development in Estonia. We see that life expectancy is going up and quite rapidly. We see also a narrowing down of the life expectancy gap between the male and female population. Premature mortality is going down very steeply. However, there is still a long way to go if we compare ourselves to the EU average, right? And we saw that alcohol contributes to a large share of the premature deaths in Estonia, and therefore one of the solutions maybe, or one of the let's say, solutions would be to implement alcohol control policies that regulate and reduce alcohol availability, because as a consequence, the consumption reduces, and we see that also alcohol related and alcohol attributable mortality is going down. This as a consequence has an effect on overall mortality, and we see an increase in life expectancy and the overall public health. So I would like to thank you for your attention, and I would like to encourage you to later on take my presentation, because I have hidden a lot of interesting facts at the end of my presentation about Estonia. So yes, thank you from my side.
Thank you very much, Relka. And now I think we can move forward for a discussion. We had several very interesting presentations, and different country brings different experiences. And well, I don't know where to start, but I have at least several questions myself, actually. And I think where we can start is from the general questions from the auditorium. Kinga, do we have any questions?
Not sure yet. I will check it in between, okay?
Okay, okay, then let's move forward with discussion points. And one of those, I'm always very interested in this recent competition between Estonia and Latvia and access policies. Would you like to comment it, and how would you, refer it to any kind of effects? Do you see any already emerging results from this excess taxation? When I see to the data from Latvia, well, it seems like the increase in alcohol consumption was before 2019, when this excess fight started between the two countries. So, well, this is going to be a very interesting, story from both of the countries. And Latvia, of course, is increasing the consumption. Estonians are trying to keep up trying to maintain the tourists from Finland. And yeah, it may turn out to be a bad thing for the populations. So let's start with Relika, okay? And then we will go to Laura.
Well, obviously, this is a very interesting topic where we want to analyze the data. I don't have the most recent data. I cannot say much about the recent developments in that, but this is a very important topic. The question is also from the national perspective, like who are the ones who are actually addressed by this policy, right? So we can see people living close to the border and up to middle of Estonia, right? But in the upper part, we have different picture, like with Finns coming to Estonia and consuming alcohol there. So this is a very complex topic. I haven't analyzed it more in depth, so that's why I don't want to make a specific comments on that, but I definitely see that there's a potential to look at the data also with respect of drunk driving maybe. Yeah, but from the perspective of economics, maybe what Professor Nienemann was telling, I think this is a nice way to make also link to his presentation, is that obviously increasing taxes is not always a solution, because it can have spillover effects, right? And spillover effects in different ways. Like he mentioned the Laffer curve, right? We know what happens if the tax is too high. We have substitution effects, especially in the topic of alcohol, right? People substituting alcohol, high quality alcohol for cheaper ones. We have had our problems in Estonia and tragedies in Estonia in 2001. And the other spillover effect is what we see right now, people traveling traveling and cross-border trade. So definitely a very interesting topic. I don't have the recent research yet, but I will keep my eyes open, not closed, opened, obviously. Yeah.
Okay, thank you for your comments. Laura, would you like to add something from a Latvian perspective?
Yes, I think similarly for me that it's difficult to comment on this situation and to provide any interpretation and explanation about the reasons why it's happening. So we can suggest that yes, due to the money and probably other stuff, but cultural maybe stuff, etc. Interesting that in the last 3 years, when we estimated recorded alcohol consumption excluding tourists, we based our estimations partly on a survey from State Revenue Service. They have annual survey of the traders allocated specifically near to the Estonian border. And these traders, they are actually targeting Estonian citizens, and they are encouraging them to come and buy, because you just need to go through the border like 5 minutes and you're here in Latvia, you can buy cheaper alcohol. And this is the phenomenon paying more attention than, for instance, Lithuanian and Latvian phenomenon. Because State Revenue Service so far haven't indicated specific trading venues located within Latvian and Lithuanian border targeting Lithuanians, but it's happening for Estonians, unfortunately. Excise duty, as we saw in some data, excise duty on alcohol in Latvia always was lower than in Estonia. And of course, this is the main reason why people are coming to buy cheaper alcohol, etc. Interesting that Latvian government always have a roadmap for excise duty for several years in the future, like 3 or 4 years. And we were analyzing this policy with my colleagues, and we found out that this goal they wanted to achieve after 3 years, they never achieved it. They always have a lower excise duty than it was planned in advance. And probably it's going to happen, unfortunately, also in recent future as well. Maybe, hopefully not, but the patterns and previous experience shows that it's probably is the issue. Yes.
Okay, Relika, you want to add something? Go ahead.
Yes, I just wanted to add, just looking at the effects, I think this is a wonderful or nice example of why we should unify all the alcohol control policies between all our countries, because like having autonomic policies within each country, we see what the effects could be, and the effects can be really bad at the population health level, right? So that's why I think it's a very interesting example to highlight the importance of unified alcohol control policy measures.
This is a very interesting comment. Would the Estonians and Latvians go ahead with increasing the legal purchase age to 20 years, as Lithuania did, and like doubling of excise taxation, as Lithuania did? I think, well, the lobbyists from Lithuania would be entirely happy to do, you know, the unification of policies. That would mean, well, the relaxation of some measures, I think, when what Lithuania have implemented. And well, even though I would completely agree that the policies has to be as similar as policies, but I still would argue that this is also a very strong matter of policy will in a specific country. For instance, in Lithuania, we had from 2016, a government who had a very strong public health agenda, and they implemented very strong policies to deal with alcohol problem, and now we see the results. The current government that we elected in 2020, at the end of 2020, basically is a liberal policy-oriented government who are now debating how much to relax the policies, and they are planning to revoke the legal purchase age of 20 years old. They are planning to liberalize the marketing in the internet, especially in social media. And they are also planning to allow bigger, let's say, alcohol sale hours on Sundays that we have till 3 p.m. at the moment. And that could potentially have negative effects on mortality indicators for Lithuania. And we already had, this COVID crisis with the excess mortality of 5,000 deaths. And this is another, let's say, natural experiment that we are implementing in Lithuania. From a scientific perspective, that would be okay, interesting to analyze, as it is with the tax reductions in Latvia and Estonia. As a researchers, we are looking forward to see the results. But, from a purely human perspective, we already see and have experience what happens when we relax alcohol control policies in our countries, in our societies. And that would potentially have very negative side effects. And, that would be unfortunate. And I would like to switch briefly to Professor Jaroslav Neneman. And basically, what you was presenting was also, you spoke about negative externalities. Well, you basically have not indicated that clearly, but when dealing with alcohol control policies, the public health specialists primarily see the deaths averted, which is the negative externalities, and then we have the other side, the Ministry of Finance, we have the economists, and how would you balance these arguments of public health between the public health specialists and economists? What would be your golden middle in recommendation?
Thank you. I'm not quite sure I understood the question properly, so if my answer is a little bit strange, then ask the question again. To be quite honest, you talk about the cost of drinking and smoking. Now we talk about drinking, but I think we could include smoking as well. Okay, this is the example of negative externality, even though if we talk about both drinking and smoking, but especially drinking, we may call it to some extent internality. That's a strange word, because we are doing harm to ourselves. We are doing harm to other guys. That's the externality, but we are doing the harm to ourselves. Okay, that was invented 100 years ago. This was Arthur Cecil Pigou who invented the Pigou tax, or Pigovian tax, just to let know the consumers and the producer what is the true cost, what is the actual social cost of drinking, smoking, riding a car, burning coal, etc., etc. It's not that easy to calculate, but for me, okay, when we talk about excises, we talk about money. I mean, when we talk in the Ministry of Finance, I mean, those guys that deals with money. When we talk about excises, we talk about money. That's obvious. But we forget, or we don't understand, the role of excises as a way to tell people what is the actual cost of drinking, smoking, or riding a car, for instance. I don't see any big, okay, I said that we lived in two separate worlds. We are using different arguments. When we talk about money, money is money, okay? But we can calculate the cost, the cost of health care to cure the diseases related to alcohol or tobacco. Economists even try to calculate the value of human life. Let's leave this topic. But to be quite honest, this is what the Minister of Finance will never tell you. This is what the business will never tell you. But I can tell you. Let's be a little bit provocative. Talking, say, about tobacco. Tobacco, I think, it's better. Example. During the previous panel, we saw that the cost is 2.7 GDP in one of countries. To be quite honest, from the this is a big problem. Full stop. When we calculate the cost, and we want to be honest, and when we look from the perspective of the Minister of Finance, that's important, and we take care about money only. Smoking and drinking alcohol is bad. It costs a lot of money. It creates harm, pain, death, etc., etc. But on the other hand, it has some good sides for public sector. I mean, for the public finance. I know it's provocative, but if you smoke and drink too much, or not too much, if you drink and smoke, you die earlier, which is a good news for the pension system. From the perspective of the health system, I'm not an expert, but I can guess that if you die at the age, say, of 60, my age, having lung cancer or something, other bad disease, then you will not use the health care for next 20, 30 years. Okay, this is not to tell you that I think that smoking and drinking is a good, and because it is good for public finance. But this is to tell you that if we talk about money, only about money, then we should take into account both sides. I'm afraid this was not your question, but I hope my answer was at least interesting.
Yeah, it was very interesting. Actually, you covered it, and the economic side is always covering the costing part, and you have to look at what is the value of a specific person. The discussion might easily go of how much of the GDP a specific person can create, what is his education, what is his basically the human capital, and what is his productivity to all of it. But in general, when you exclude, but if these people are out of the system and they are not consumers anymore, so that is another reason, let's say, why you might go in a more efficient, economically efficient way. You can promote public health policies to make this, let's say, older people healthier through their life, and then they would remain, even after retirement, relatively healthy, and they would still remain as consumers of goods. So as higher market you have, as better for the businesses as well. So even though you might have a situation that you have quite a significant proportion of people who is wait for the healthcare system, you can still invest in the current, let's say, younger generations, to make them to be happier and healthier and to remain so as long as possible, and that would be a high profit for the economy as well. So that, well, what I want to say is that public health has a major potential that our societies are not fully implementing, and especially politicians are not eager to use this potential, because they tend to think, well, at most for 4 years, or it depends how much the term of parliamentarian goes on. So they tend not to think like 20 or 15 years ahead. And this is a challenge for the public health. We need to be able to sell the healthy lifestyles for the population and for the politicians in order to make the policies, including the fiscal policies, for more rational decision-making of the individual. Yeah, so Kinga, perhaps would you like to add something in our discussion?
We have a comment from Professor Zatoński and a question from the audience. So,
go ahead.
Well, I don't think that it is useful to follow this discussion in this direction, because it was done 20 years ago. Philip Morris was published very famous expertise with use of quite famous economic experts, in which they were showing that it's fantastic because cigarettes are buying people after 60. So it's huge advantage for states. So what to discuss? It's so crazy in Christian philosophy to think in this way that I will not continue this discussion. This is absolutely nonsense, because the value of human life have not fiscal words. So how much cost that I am now very not fair, was dying 10 years yearly because she was smoking. So how I will be, how much it cost? 1 zloty, million zloty, 100,000. So there are things which we it's very dangerous to go in this direction, because economy and value there are some economists which are saying that 1 year plus your life expectancy is few percent of gross national products. So anyway, there are many ways of looking to this problem, and I will be not doing. But what I would like to say is that congratulations from Estonia, because Estonia is a country in which health gain is having the biggest progress, not in Eastern Europe, in all European countries. Congratulations. And I was thinking that you tell us something special, how it was achieved. But it seems that you was doing slowly, not making any economical experiments which politician was doing in another country. After we was all prepared to be European Union member, in Lithuania, in Poland, and in Finland, they was making experiment to stop smuggle. They decline prices of vodka. And the results in every country was identical. In Lithuania, they lose some health. In Finland, country which is #1, the premature mortality was starting to go down. And in Poland, it was disaster, which is still having place. So this was this famous economical experiment which now our politician was doing. So not go in this direction. There are another very good political experiments, economical, which was done. One is in Lithuania. In Lithuania, they diminished price of alcohol, and not only life gain is coming, but they have much better budget revenue. This is the same in Poland. In Poland, and this somebody was telling that, well, there are some borders to which you don't. I am not economist, but I know that in Poland, the gain of budget revenue with tobacco was fantastic. with alcohol. They are diminishing this tax, and they was promising that they will be having much bigger budget revenue, but it is not true. So anyway, I don't think that this is a good place to make too many economical experiments. This was all done in another country, and they was all failure. Only way is to, I'm sorry to say this, only safety way of smoking is zero. Safety level of drinking, I don't know, but of course this is not more than 10 liter population per population, and we have just in Poland, in European Union, this situation, and probably much better level of population drinking. I think it's as is now in Italy and in Greece as well, around 5 liters. So it will be my goal if you ask me in which direction we need to go. But how to achieve this is another question. But goal must be clearly done. Clearly, they are not safety level of alcohol which you can drink. Carlo Lavecchia was showing that breast cancer, very important diseases, is connected with very small level of alcohol drinking. So the question is, we would like to have population with high level of breast cancer or another of liver cirrhosis, or we have population which is as healthy as possible. Of course, we are not able to come to the optimal level, but we can try. Sorry, but I don't think that it's a good way to discuss that how much human life costs and how we can regulate this using economical methods.
Just to add to this, a very good summary from Professor Zatonsky, but the economic arguments are always there. We just need to use them to make an advantage from a perspective of public health. And I think we can easily do that, especially with the increasing, let's say, evidence that we have from our countries. And Kinga, we also have some question from auditorium.
Yes, we have a question from the audience. Please use the microphone.
Krzysztof Wojcieszek, Academy of Justice, Poland. It is not the question, rather a very short comment and information. First, now in global is such a phenomena that the increase in consumption of alcohol is connected with decrease in consumption among youngsters. And a few years ago in Krakow was such a special meeting of Kettle Brewing Society discussing the phenomena. And in Poland it is quite clear, among adults is increase, and among youngsters decrease. It is very interesting, and also in Scandinavian countries, for example, in decrease among drinking of young people was in Sweden and not that effect in Denmark. So it is interesting. I show how complicated is the area. Another thing, the role of leaders. Political and economical, but political leaders. In Poland, 120 years ago, it was such a decision of leaders, political leaders, to be sober. And the country stay in 20 years one of the most sober countries in Europe, with a consumption of the level of 1 liter per capita. 1 liter, now we have 10. It was 1, really. Look for works of Dr. Zieliński, historian. So I can see I'm working in the prevention area for 30 years. I was also present as expert in that moment when the tax were moved in Poland. And I could see that we as the experts told that it will be a disaster, and it was. But politicians have their own visions, and I am nearly sure that without the decision of leaders, of responsible leaders, it is impossible to introduce some prevention efforts. So my comment to all lectures is that they were very interesting, very useful. I learned much more, and thank you very much for them.
I have one more comment from Dr. Neneman.
In fact, 2 comments. I don't want, that was not my intention to calculate the human life and say it's something Professor mentioned, so that was not my intention. I believe, I'm pretty sure that we should try to invest as much money as possible to have people living as long as possible in good health. That, no doubt. So that was a kind of misunderstanding, I'm afraid. The other thing is, talking about the instruments, what do you think about the instrument I just explained? What if the amount of excise or amount of tax is printed on the bottle of vodka or pack of cigarettes? In some countries, I would say maybe in the eastern part of Europe, but I'm not an expert, but definitely in this country, people don't like state. Many reasons. Maybe if they can see how much do they pay to the state they don't like, maybe that's maybe, this is behavioral economics. This goes beyond the rational person, but we are not rational. So what do you think about the idea that on the pack of cigarettes, now on the pack of cigarettes we've got the price, but this is a different story. What if we have the amount of the excise duty and VAT printed? Thank you.
Just a quick reflection to it. Well, in general, I think the bigger problem is that it's not the matter that the excess is not indicated on the, let's say, harmful products. Is that the industries claim this tax collected from consumers as the tax paid by the industries. I think this is a bigger challenge to cope in our societies when this excess taxation is presented from that this is collected by and paid by the industries, by the alcohol industry, by the tobacco industry, and then they are ranked as big taxpayers. And from the behavioral economics perspective, I think, well, there are a lot of different instruments that we have. And of course, strategies that demotivate to consume these harmful products are always the best. And these are summarized by the WHO's best buys policies. So that would be my comments. I don't know if anybody else wants to add something. But we also have to go to a conclusion. Kinga?
Okay, so a conclusion from my side. We have very strong, powerful policy measures, activities, and we can see their impact on health indicators. And money is very important, of course, but even more important is health. And I think that we cannot talk about burden of alcohol diseases without saying something about building health competences of population, because even the strongest policy measures we introduce, we won't have success and effect in population consumption, in alcohol consumption on population levels. I think, for example, in Poland, we have a huge percentage of population who think that, for example, beer is not alcohol or wine is not alcohol. They think that only strong alcohols, that vodka is only the alcohol. And I think we have to plan, of course, policy measures, strategies, and based on evidence-based science, but we have to as well think about building health competences of population to let them understand why we are going to introduce some policies, because if we suddenly increase the tax, I think there will be opposite. There could be an opposite direction effects. So we have to keep in mind educational activities as well.
Just one word. Okay. If this is the case, then the political cost of rising excises is lower, so politicians would be more eager to do this. Thank you.
Well, you was just mentioned that in Polish Parliament it was discussion about this tax for tobacco and alcohol, and what is quite unbelievably that nobody was attacking this proposal to go up with taxes. So public was very mild. They was normally they are very aggressive. If some prices are going up, people are Polish people are acting very aggressive. But this was not the case in this time. So this means that people are understanding. They are able to see that neighbor are starting day going to shop and buying 2 bottles of vodka and immediately drinking, and sometimes sitting to car with family and driving. People are able to see that drunk people are making problems in streets. People are saying that you can buy in Poland alcohol every day, every hour in gas station and so on. People are not idiots, but I agree that we must have some education packet to say people that once again we don't like only to use this money, I don't know, for something, but something connected with good. One of the possibilities, and we were thinking about this, to have some information that we have some extra money which we'll be using for extra public health, but this is very difficult from economical point of view, but economists don't like extra taxes or taxes which, but I am very much impressed by today's discussion, so thank you very much.
Okay, thank you very much. Just to add to this, a very, very brief comment at the nearly end. Our Lithuanian politicians are also very excited to put some additional excise taxations, by the way, and even our liberal government is also quite happy to add more excise tax when you need to get some extra income. And one very brief sentence from Relika. She wanted to add something.
I just wanted to support the statement from Professor Zatonsky that people need to be educated, that things take time, and we also have to respect people. People are not idiots, right? So I have an anecdotal evidence from Estonia about drinking alcohol in public places, right? At the time as as the policymakers wanted to change the policy into like allowing again to consume alcohol in public places. It took time, obviously, before you put into place a policy. During that time, the mentality of the population shifted, and at the time, as they wanted to change the policy, the population itself already didn't want it to change, because they saw the positive effect of people not drinking in public places. And this is a nice anecdotal evidence to show how people, it takes time, people change, mentalities change, lifestyles change. So yeah, that's what I wanted just to add.
Okay, so thank you very much for everyone for your presentations, for a very interesting discussion, and I really enjoyed it. And now the final information probably comes from Kinga on how the conclusion of the conference will come.
Yes, in few minutes we are starting the closing remarks session, and we will follow the conference program. Hello?
And we have big pleasure, and we would like to say hello and thank you to our two, I don't know how to call you, a reporter. Well, it's a nice word, reporter. One is from Oslo. He dedicated us all day today, and he is Professor Leif Edvard Are, Senior Researcher in Department of Health Prevention, Norwegian Institute of Public Health. Professor of Social Psychology, University of Bergen. I was participating in many WHO studies, published many papers, but one of the very important duty was that Aaron was helping us, Leif was helping us 2 years ago to put together a conclusion from our first scientific congress, which was 2 years ago. So Aaron is our friend, and we was awarded by our foundation award, Golden Honorary Award, and he will be giving us, I don't know, resume session number 1, and session number 2 will be resume made by our Love General, our colleague, Professor Trebusz, which is as well belong to staff of our university. Rector agree. So, Aro, the floor is yours, please.
Thank you very much. Can you all hear me now? Can you hear me? Witold Zatonski, can you hear me? Do you hear me?
Yes. Yes.
Yeah, you can hear me. Very good.
What? Yes.
Excellent. Dear colleagues, dear friends, it's been a long day, and normally when I have to listen to other people speaking for 9 hours minus a few breaks, I would die because I like to speak myself. So finally I got a chance to do that. Actually, I'm still alive, and I still feel quite good. And I think that's because we've had a lot of excellent presentations today, very interesting presentations. I have enjoyed the day a lot, actually. Before I really start my resume, I would like to say that Professor Andrzej Wojtyla said something very interesting this morning. Well, he said a lot of interesting things this morning, but he said, families shape health habits. And I agree strongly. We could also add that families suffer from the consequences of poor health in a population. Actually, families shape health habits was my message at the conference in Łódź in 1984. I think that's the first time I met Witold Zatonski and became good friends. So I would just like to underline this point that families are important. Families shape health behaviors, families shape health, and families suffer the consequences when we do not do our job well enough. The presenters today have pointed at the need for more and better data to describe changes in tobacco use and alcohol use in Poland and in the Baltic countries. But in spite of shortcomings of existing data, presenters have been able to give an interesting picture of the current situation in Poland and the Baltic states and beyond. And I would like to highlight some of the findings that I believe are particularly important. And I do this from a behavioral science perspective. And I will not be able to do justice to all presenters, but I'll do my best. First, a short glimpse into theory. The field of health behavior is stuffed with conceptual models and theory. Some of the papers presented at this conference are highly interesting for one particular perspective, the diffusion of innovations perspective. I know many of you are familiar with this perspective. Still, I would like to point at one of its elements. According to this model, consumption patterns or innovations spread in a population along certain patterns. Populations can be divided into 5 groups dependent on where in the process of change they are located. First come the innovators, sometimes called pioneers. They are the few who take the lead and change first. Then we have the early adopters, the early majority, the late majority, and finally the laggards. Not only introduction of new products follow particular patterns, but to some extent also demarketing of products. So when it comes to the process of change towards non-smoking, the process started among men, and after some time also among women. And in both men and women, the well-educated groups started first. This process of change has taken place in country after country. Some countries started first, other countries followed. A lot of apparently contradictory research findings make more sense if we put them into the perspective of this diffusion of innovations model. Gorbina, Kujalo, and Pildava, sorry if I don't have a good pronunciation, have shown that in Latvia, during the period 2000 to 2020, lung cancer mortality decreased among men, but increased among women. This illustrates how a reduction in the prevalence of smokers started first among men and only later among women in Latvia. Liutkute Gumarov has shown that in Lithuania, during the period 2005 to 19, the prevalence of daily smokers decreased from 42% to 30% in men and remained stable at a remarkably low level in women, 10%. And Iveta Pudala, during her presentation, has added similar findings. All these results make sense from a diffusion of innovation perspective and illustrates how well the process seems to be similar across countries. As a general rule, as I said, reductions in the prevalence of smokers are initiated among the well-educated groups, medical doctors being one of them. In 2019, the most important factor shaping smoking prevalence in Poland was education. Among men, the prevalence of smokers among those with only primary education was as high as 49%. Among men with higher education, the proportion was 8% only, a huge difference. Among women, there is a surprisingly low proportion of smokers among those who have only primary education. But even this is understandable in a diffusion of innovation perspectives. Perhaps the women in this group are simply lagging so much behind that they haven't reached the level of smoking that the other groups have reached. So when smoking prevalence among the well-educated reach bottom close to 0, and when reduction among the late majority and among the laggards continues, there will also be a reduction in differences between groups defined by levels of education. So first, there will be an increased difference, and then there will be a reduced difference as time passes. The next slide shows a picture of a good friend of mine. He was Norway's parallel to Witold Satonsky, and he made me very aware of these two strategies already 35 years ago. He said, you could speed up the diffusion process in order to reach all groups more effectively, or you could target late majority and laggards groups specifically. And both strategies are perfectly legitimate, and there are ways to target late majority and laggard groups specifically, which may actually contribute to level out differences between socioeconomic groups. The processes of change become more complicated when there are new competing or supplementary products introduced, such as e-cigarettes, or more broadly, the use of electronic nicotine delivery systems, ENGs. It's interesting to note that in 2016, already among boys in Poland, the prevalence of current users of e-cigarettes was higher than the prevalence of current cigarette users. Furthermore, that among Polish girls, the percentages were approximately equally high. It's also interesting to note that dual use was widespread. In another study, it was shown that the prevalence of ENGs use among adults in Poland is low. This in contrast to the widespread use among school students. Continuous monitoring to see how the development will be during the years to come, particularly among young adults, is important. While diffusion of innovation perspectives are easily applied in the field of decline in prevalence of smoking, they presently seem less easy to apply on changes in reduction of alcohol consumption. The sudden increase in alcohol consumption that started in Poland after the year 2000 is highly worrying. The contrast between changes in tobacco sales with strong reductions after 1990 and alcohol consumption with its increase after 1990 is really striking, as shown in these illustrations provided by Satonsky. The increase in alcohol consumption is so large that it seems to have reduced the increase and even led to a slight decrease in overall life expectancy in the Polish population. This is alarming. The increase in alcohol use in the Polish population probably has to do with the weakening of alcohol control measures, beer advertising, which returned to television in 2001, and the reduction in taxes on spirits by 30% in 2002. And in addition to this, there were strong campaigns for sales of small vodka bottles from 2010. Lithuania used to be the country with the highest per capita consumption of alcohol in the EU. That was the case in 2016. An impressive set of control measures were introduced during 2 periods, as shown in the lists here on this slide. I won't read the list. You can examine this more carefully late in the evening over bottles of alcohol-free beer, if you like. Lithuania is no longer number 1 in alcohol consumption. Per capita alcohol consumption in Lithuania is going down. Jürgen Rehm and associates have distinguished between 3 groups of alcohol control measures using Lithuania as his study ground. Tier 1 or level 1 consists of general population interventions where we can expect immediate impact. 3 of the interventions in Lithuania were classified as Tier 1 interventions. They included penalties for drunk driving, bans on marketing and advertising on TV, radio, and internet, increases in excise taxation, and reduced availability of alcohol. Observational studies have their limitations, as you all know. And if my memory serves me well, Rehm and associates mentioned in their publication some competing explanations for the reduction in alcohol consumption in Lithuania, which has already taken place. Stelemekas, who has presented today, and the second author of the publication by Rehm and Associate, he concluded as follows, and I believe in this conclusion. Lithuania sets an example in the field of public health, showing how strong alcohol control policies may significantly contribute to improving multiple public health indicators in a relatively short period of time. What about Latvia? Isayeva, Springi, and Gobina have told us that Latvia had the highest recorded alcohol consumption in OECD in 2019. Latvia had the highest share of alcohol-dependent drinkers in 2016, largely among men. There is an urgent need for broad and more effective alcohol prevention strategies in Latvia, including gender-specific programs. That is their conclusion. When we go 40 to 50 years back in time, countries in Southern Europe used to have very high levels of alcohol consumption, 20 liters per adult per day in Italy and 24 in France. Italy is now down to 5 liters and France is down to 10. And according to Malvesi, Negri and La Vecchia, the strong decline in alcohol consumption has taken place despite absence of systematic new regulations. They point at factors like avoidance of drinking at lunch due to social and working life changes, and new generations starting drinking at an older age and drinking less regularly as explanations. The drinking cultures of countries in the Mediterranean used to be different and probably still are, with less binge drinking and wine drinking during meals being typical. The experiences from Italy and other southern European countries show that reductions in alcohol consumption can occur through other processes than comprehensive control policies. The relevance for the situation in Poland and the Baltic states is, however, difficult to determine. Probably the relevance is low. All we can conclude is that there obviously is more than one road that leads to Rome. Sorry. The causal paths from public health action to statistics on morbidity and mortality are often hard to document. Some of the studies that we have been introduced to at this conference are remarkable in the sense that effects on morbidity and mortality appear to be explained rather directly by control measures and policies. How can we explain that Poland hasn't had an increase in the incidence of liver cirrhosis, which is so different from neighboring countries? A weakening of alcohol control measures that was specific to Poland is a plausible explanation. How can we explain that Lithuania has had a remarkable decrease in alcohol attributable mortality? The strong alcohol control policies and measures during the period 2008 to 2018 offer an obvious explanation. And there have been similar evidence presented to us today from Estonia. Although single observational studies may offer limited evidence, multiple studies showing consistent patterns of associations may offer stronger evidence. We now expect Latvia to introduce the strongest set of alcohol control policies and measures available, this in order to observe the strongest decline in alcohol consumption and alcohol-related morbidity and mortality ever recorded. This would add another piece of evidence to the puzzle we are trying to piece together. In the presentation by Kinga and her team on health inequalities in Poland, several dimensions of inequalities are addressed, most of them listed here. Again, these can be studied late at night over alcohol-free or something. Inequalities can exist at different levels, including countries and geographical regions. Some of you are familiar with the Closing the Gap in the European Union project, which was coordinated by Witold Satonsky, also mentioned by Kinga earlier today. It was sponsored by the European Commission and by the Polish Ministry of Science and Higher Education. Serious and consistent inequalities in health between old and new EU member countries were documented. To a large extent, inequalities related to use of tobacco and related to use of alcohol. At this conference, new documentation has been presented by Satonsky and his team. Life expectancies at birth are generally lower in the newest member countries. Gender differences in life expectancy are generally larger in EU 10 countries, that means Central Eastern European countries. In Poland, there are 8-year gender difference in life expectancy at birth. There are systematic regional differences, largest among men, and there are pronounced urban-rural differences. A number of inequalities in tobacco smoking related to gender, age, and education have been documented. As far as alcohol consumption is concerned, however, the association with the level of education tends to be the opposite of what we have seen for smoking or cigarettes. The higher level of education, the higher the proportion reporting to have used alcohol during the last 12 months. Death rates due to alcoholic liver disease in men are, however, highest among those with the lowest level of education, and the death rates increases strongly in all educational groups as well as in both genders between 2002 and 2011, and even more so among women than among men. This apparent discrepancy between behavioral data and data on mortality and morbidity actually is known from several countries. This new documentation of differences between EU member countries and the differences documented within the Polish population are not at all reassuring. They are rather alarming. There is an urgent need for action. Finally, I would like to remind you all about the declaration from the first World Conference on Family Health, which took place in Galicia in 2019. The declaration was published in Journal of Health Inequalities. And the text sounds like this, part of the text, the conclusion. Participants at the Galicia conference call on international organizations, governments, NGOs, and all stakeholders to promote strong governance for public health and comprehensive action across all sectors in all countries in order to prevent disease, promote health, and reduce inequalities. Health must be for all, irrespective of location, gender, age, position, and circumstances. During this conference, progress has been documented, but challenges in Poland and the Baltic states still remain. And the serious challenges in Poland and the Baltic states that have been documented at this conference require immediate and strengthened action. Thank you for your attention.
Już, tak? Go. Dobrze. Panowie przewodniczący, szanowni
Mr. Chairpersons, I have the great honor to summarize the first, second, third sessions named as A sessions. The subject matter of the sessions fit extensively in the problems of family health during the crisis and conflicts, which makes up a leading topic, the leading topic of the World Conference. During the three sessions, we discussed the issues concerning the care for the family, care for family health in Poland, Israel, Mozambique, and Ukraine, and the situation pertaining to COVID-19 pandemics and the human rights during armed conflicts. I would like to say that all the contributions and papers and presentations fit within the main subject of the conference, showing how the issues, being the titles of respective conference, affect the family health, its development and sense of stability. During the first session, we had a chance to listen to how much diverse is the level of healthcare over families in specific countries. This is the outcome of many circumstances. For example, the level of earning, historic circumstances related to the history of development of healthcare systems within the years, and also social and political conditions. And we must remember that an important element of these contributions was showing on the basis of the evaluation of the directions for the improvement of healthcare. In every country, it may vary. Perhaps Israel is different, but I will refer to this in a moment. Each country has specific problems which make up the perspectives for the development of further effective or even perfect healthcare. When it comes to our country, these are first of all the problems of many years, lack of financing of the healthcare system, the lack of definite measures in order to improve the organization of providing healthcare services, or staff inadequacies. You can go on talking about it, but as a consequence, this leads to the waiting time, especially in case of specialist visit or elective diagnostics or medical procedures. I have This was presented with the example of the nurses and midwives, but also other professional groups are not free from these problems, such as the shortage of staff. We hope for the improvement of this situation, and which can be provided by increased spendings on healthcare and the increasing number of universities that teach medical staff. For example, the Calisian Academy, we teach more and more doctors, nurses, and paramedics. And also, there are increasing limits in the existing universities. An optimistic picture was painted by the comprehensive approach to the problem related to maternity on the basis of the solutions adopted in Israel. Certainly, it requires a great respect and acknowledgement, especially with regards to the safe childbirth and complexive healthcare. What needs to be stressed in a very specific country, we saw it, how many various ethnic groups are present, especially on the with the example of the hospital that was presented to us. What deserves stressing and emphasis was the individual approach to women who spent time in that hospital, who deliver their babies in that hospital, but still who differ from each other with regards to religion or cultural background, which has some practical implications. And what is also important and worth stressing is the great humanization of the therapeutic process and the care process over the women in childbirth. We saw impressive equipment, but what matters first and foremost is not the equipment, but rather the approach of the staff and the extensive empathy and humanization for the patients. There were also serious problems in healthcare discussed in Mozambique, but I believe that the ambitious plans that the Professor Leonardo Sciavane presented to us, mostly concerning the decrease of mortality, of perinatal mortality, which is really high today, to the level of less than 70 cases in 2030. It is a plan that is ambitious, but it is within the reach, especially that the professor indicated in what way his country will reach it. That is why the improvement of healthcare or the improvement of the status of women in that country, or finally individualization of the healthcare. Also, healthcare in Ukraine follows its own course. It gets reformed, and we could listen how the model of primary healthcare is developed. There are also many common elements with our healthcare model, but the differences are in the method of financing, because in Ukraine it is financed from the state treasury. An interesting solution is the introduction of the motivational pay. It was not possible to discuss it extensively, but there is a great distinction between the basic pay according to the official rates and also variable amounts depending on the quality and quantity of work, which is an interesting solution. We don't know how effective it is. The second session was devoted to the problems of COVID. As we said, the COVID affected significantly the life of every family and in many areas of
their functioning, because it was the care for the health and life of the closest family members, lack of financial certainty, the fear for the loss of jobs, whether somebody had their own business. So it was the fear of bankruptcy of an enterprise, and also distorted educational process at all levels of education, and finally negative outcome in human mental condition related to the long period of staying at home as a result of remote work. And it's quite difficult to disagree with the statement that mental health would be the most neglected aspect of COVID-19 pandemic. And the data which were presented, the results of studies and meta-analysis, both worldwide and also carried out in the University of Łódź in Poland, point to the great scale of these problems and their effect on mental health. The rate of problems with various types of disorders, mental disorders, are really high, and these disorders are the conditions of depression, anxiety, with suicidal thoughts, high level of stress, and excessive consumption of alcohol. And also juxtaposing this scale of the problem, the high rates of people who are struggling with mental problems, and on the other hand, given the potential that the psychiatric care in our system of healthcare, we could expect that the time for solving these problems will be long. It's worth referring to the problems of pandemic of COVID-19, that it is necessary to introduce some progress with regards to the rate of people who are vaccinated, because we saw the great discrepancy even in the countries of the EU, ranging from Portugal, where we have about 83% of people vaccinated, to 20% in Bulgaria, and also a great difference between specific continents. If the process of vaccination in the dimension of specific countries and also specific continents, if it does not speed up, we will be facing pandemic for a very long time, because we don't know that there hasn't been any pandemic which did not come to an end. So I will not refer to medieval times, but also the recent great pandemic of the Spanish flu in 1918, 1919 also came to its end. So it lasted more than 2 years. How did it end? At that time, nobody knew the etiological factor, because the virus of flu was isolated in 1933. So 15 years after the onset of pandemic, and the flu vaccination was created 10 years later in 1933. So 20 years after the pandemic, and pandemic came to its end. But what was the cost? The cost was 50 or 100 million of deaths. And unfortunately, if, as I said, if there is no significant increase with regards to vaccinations, we will struggle with the pandemic by means of contracting the virus. But let me ask a question: what the cost will be? And finally, I will move on to the last session, the third one, concerning the laws of the armed conflicts. So here at that point, it's worth to quote perhaps the title of a very well-known song of Czesław Niemen, that this world is really strange. Ladies and gentlemen, people stepped on the moon, tried to conquer Mars. the civilization is developing, and also legal regulations regulate all issues, conventions, treaties, resolutions, declarations, international communities. Everybody can be the advocate for it, but there are still disasters and there is a lot of suffering and turmoil. There are special courts for justice which study these issues, but the life goes on, and in the way that is really tragic. And the summary of what I said was really, let's say, really moving contribution of Assumpta Giranese, who discussed the effect or the lack of effect of all the international measures, or the lack of measures in spite of the regulations. That is the tragedy of genocide in Rwanda and all the conflicts. It was 1994, so it seemed that at that point in history, it was a long time ago, but the sequelae of this genocide are going on until today. And we could listen to that, to this contribution, showing the tragedies of children of that time who are now adults with great burden of the suffering because they lost their closest family members, and it referred not only to their parents but to entire families. So until today, Rwanda is trying to face the outcomes of the conflict.
But of course, there were many, we could name many such contemporary conflicts, such as the one in Syria, Libya, and others. We could name many more. But let us hope that the world will only become wiser as the time goes on. So the sessions I am reviewing were very much diverse in terms of the topics addressed, and they reflected the main theme of this conference, the health of the family under very diverse conditions. Many conclusions from the debate show that a lot has to be done still to ensure the well-being of families and their correct development. It would be trivial to say, it would be a cliche to say that even the best organized conference cannot heal the world, but it's important to discuss important problems. It's important to put them in the spotlight, because that's one of the ways in which we can reach out and involve those people who can make a difference. And we all believe that we can change the world one step at a time.
Ja chciałem jako organizator I
as the organizer of this conference and the rector of the host institution, I would like to thank
przede wszystkim tym, którzy podsumowywali
I would like to thank the reviewers of the sessions. I'd like to thank Professor Leif Arrow, who participated in the first edition of the conference and was a contributor to the declaration that we adopted 2 years ago. I'm happy that the professor has been following us very closely all day long, because his summary was very detailed indeed. I am deeply moved. And I really thank you a lot for joining us here in Kalisz, for traveling over long distances to take part in this discussion. It is a great honor and privilege for me, and I am lost for words, but still I do want to express my gratitude. I'd like to thank all of those people who have been participating in this conference online. It's been a huge privilege, and I don't think it will go to waste. So very slowly but surely, we will be thinking not only about local communities, we will be thinking about the family as the smallest building block of a bigger community, a building block that we can never lose sight of. I would like to thank everyone for their participation, for being so active in our debates. I would like to thank those of you who took part in the workshops. I'm referring to nurses at this point. I have to tell you that yesterday we visited one of the parks in Kalisz with the mayor of Kalisz and with Professor Meron, because Professor Meron wanted to see the kayak marina, because he actually used to kayak on the Prosna before the war. I had 3 phone calls from an unknown number, and I eventually took the call, and it was a call from our students who saw the rector approaching as they were having coffee in an outdoor cafe. I think these were recent graduates of our academy. And they wanted to thank us for emphasizing the fact that delivery is not only a health procedure, it's also a procedure that needs to take into account the background of the woman who is about to give birth. So thank you for that, because those young ladies noticed that delivery was about giving birth. It was not only about the mechanical delivery of the baby, it's about passing life on, and it was important to respect different traditions and cultures. And they told me that yes, they were aware that they could encounter such cases in their professional lives. So thank you very much for that, because we can see that it's already bearing fruit. I didn't really know that you actually held a workshop one day before, and those students informed me of that. So thank you for those workshops as well, for opening our students' eyes to many new issues. When we started organizing this conference, we based our work on many years of thinking. For the first time, I was made aware of this topic in Georgetown during my bioethics course. I met Wojciech Żmudziński there. We studied together in Georgetown, and it was highlighted there that we had to keep on thinking about the family as the smallest social building blocks, and we should start from it in order to improve the health of the entire population. It was not an easy path to organize the first conference back in 2019, because it requires money, it requires sponsors, but we did it. We did it here in Kalisz, and I am all the more delighted to be able to welcome you here at this second conference. It is thanks to you that we have managed to organize it. It touches upon a very relevant topic, the health of families in the face of crises, tension, conflict, and the pandemic has also had an enormous impact on family health. And so I am delighted that you were here to share your experience and your scientific output.
Ta konferencja jakby została zapoczątkowana przyznaniem tytułu doktora honoris causa
Yesterday, we granted the first honorary doctoral degree of our university to an esteemed member of the academia. Ms. Sumpta also delivered a lecture, and her attitude corresponds to the one demonstrated by Professor Meron. It reflects his life attitude, because Professor Meron is not looking for retaliation, for revenge. No. He has proven and made it clear with his attitude that we can focus on the future without thinking about revenge. Today, Professor Assumpta proved that once again, and that is something that embodies true humanity and true genuine Christianity. And that's also something that was mentioned by Father Żmudziński,
był świadkiem tego, co się działo w Albanii.
The things happening in Albania. I would like to thank for all of that. Thank all of you.
Przyjemną rzeczą.
I will finish on a lighter note. Conferences such as this one are organized to exchange experience.
Zakończy się to przyjemną rzeczą. Rozmawiałem z panem profesorem Andrejem Bazylewiczem.
And he convinced me to establish an Institute of Studies of Human Happiness here in Kalisz. It seems quite abstract, but then I talked to Father Żmudziński. He mentioned Kotarbiński, and he said that this approach to human emotion and to human happiness is something that is quite praiseworthy and recommended. So together with the professor, hopefully we will establish this Happiness Research Institute here in Kalisz. Father Żmudziński said that it was a very interesting topic indeed. From a philosophical perspective, we can count on his help. Thank you, Professor Zayas, for being with us and for gracing our conference with your presence. Your remarks were extremely relevant and extremely valid and enriching for us. I would like to thank your sons who were with us yesterday night. Thank you for participating, Professor. I am so happy to have you here with us during this conference. Thank you once again.
I drugą konferencję ogłaszam.
I declare the second edition of the conference closed.